So this is Game Theory, Economics 159. If you're here for art history, you're either in the wrong room or stay anyway. Maybe this is the right room, but this is Game Theory, okay? You should have 4 handouts. Everyone should have 4 handouts. There is a legal release form, we'll talk about in a minute, about the videoing. There is a syllabus, which is a preliminary syllabus. It's also online. And there are 2 games labeled Game 1 and Game 2. Can I get you all to look at Game 1 and start thinking about it? And while you're thinking about it, I'm hoping you can multitask a bit. I'll describe a bit about the class, and we'll get a bit of admin under our belts. But please try and look at, somebody's not looking at it because they're using it as a fan here. So you look at Game 1 and fill out that form for me, okay? So while you're filling that out, let me tell you a little bit what we're going to be doing here. So what is game theory? Game theory is a method of studying strategic situations. Okay, so what's a strategic situation? Well, let's start off with what's not a strategic situation. In your intro economics class in 115 or 110, you saw some pretty good examples of situations that were not strategic. You saw firms working in perfect competition. Right? Firms in perfect competition are price takers. They don't particularly have to worry about the actions of their competitors. Right? You also saw firms that were monopolists. And monopolists don't have any competitors to worry about, so that's not a particularly strategic situation. They're not price takers, but they take the demand curve. Right? Is this looking familiar for some of you who can remember doing 115 last year or maybe 2 years ago for some of you? All right? Everything in between is strategic. So everything that constitutes imperfect competition is a strategic setting. Think about the motor industry, the motor car industry. Ford has to worry about what GM is doing and what Toyota is doing, and for the moment at least what Chrysler is doing, but perhaps not for long. All right? So there's a small number of firms, their actions affect each other. All right? So for a literal definition of what strategic means, it's a setting where the outcomes that affect you depend on actions, not just on your own actions, but on actions of others. All right, that's as much as I'm going to say for preview right now. We're going to come back and see plenty of this over the course of the next semester. So what I want to do is get on and talk about where this applies. So obviously it applies in economics, but it also applies in politics. And in fact, this class will count as a political science class if you're a political science major. You should go check with the DUS in political science. Right? Game theory is very important in law these days. So for those of you, for the half of you who are going to end up in law school, this is pretty good training. Game theory is also used in biology, and towards the middle of the semester, we're actually going to see some examples of game theory as applied to evolution. And not surprisingly, game theory applies to sport. All right? So let's talk about a bit of admin. How are you doing on filling out those games? Everyone managing to multitask, filling in game 1? Keep writing. I want to get some admin out of the way, and I want to start by getting out of the way what is obviously the elephant in the room. Some of you will have noticed that there's a camera crew here. Okay, so as some of you probably know, Yale is undergoing an open education project, and they're videoing several classes. And the idea of this is to make educational materials available beyond the walls of Yale. In fact, on the web internationally. So people in places, maybe places in the US or places miles away, maybe in Timbuktu, whatever, who find it difficult to get educational materials from a local university or whatever, can watch certain lectures from Yale on the web. All right? Some of you would have been in classes that do that before. What's going to be different about this class is that you're going to be participating in it. Right, the way we teach this class is we're going to play games, we're going to have discussions, we're going to talk among the class, and you're going to be learning from each other, right? And I want you to help people watching at home to be able to learn too. And that means you're going to be on film, at very least on mic. All right, so how's that going to work? Around the room are 3 TAs holding mics. Let me show you where they are. One here, and one here. When I ask for classroom discussions, I'm going to have one of the TAs go to you with a microphone, much like in Donahue or something. Okay? All right? And at certain times, you're going to be seen on film. So the camera is actually going to come around and point in your direction. Now, I really want this to happen. I had to argue for this to happen because I really feel that this class isn't about me. I'm part of the class, obviously, but it's about you teaching each other and participating. All right? But there's a catch. The catch is that means you have to sign that legal release form. So you'll see that you have in front of you a legal release form. You have to be able to sign it. And what that says is that we can use you being shown in class. Think of this as a bad hair day release form. Right? You can't sue Yale later if you had a bad hair day. Right? For those of you who are on the run from the FBI, your visa's run out, or you're sitting next to your ex-girlfriend, now would be a good time to put a paper bag over your head. All right. Now, just to get you used to the idea, in every class, we're going to have, I think, the same two people. So Jude is the cameraman. Why don't you all wave to Jude? This is Jude. Wait, yeah, right, okay. Okay. And Wes is our audio guy. This is Wes. Right? And I will try and remember not to include Jude and Wes in the classroom discussions, but you should be aware that they're there. All right? Now, if this is making you nervous, if it's any consolation, it's making me very nervous. Okay? So, all right, we'll try and make this class work as smoothly as we can, allowing for this extra thing. And let me just say, no one's making any money off this. At least I'm hoping these guys are being paid, but me and the TAs are not being paid. This is the aim of this is, I think, is a good aim. It's an educational project, and I'm hoping you'll help us with it. All right? The one difference it is going to mean is that at times I might hold some of the discussions for the class coming down into this part of the room here to make it a little easier for Jude. All right, how are we doing now on filling out those forms? Has everyone filled in their strategy for the first game? Not yet. Okay, so let's go on doing a bit more admin. The thing you mostly care about, I'm guessing, is the grades. All right, so how is the grade going to work for this class? 30% of the class will be on problem sets, 30% of the grade, 30% on the midterm, and 40% on the final, so 30, 30, 40. The midterm will be held in class on October 17th. That is also in your syllabus. Please don't anybody tell me any time after today you didn't know when the midterm was and therefore it clashes with 17 different things. The midterm is on October 17th, which is a Wednesday, in class. All right. The problem sets. There will be roughly 10 problem sets, and I'll talk about them more later on when I hand them out. The first one will go out on Monday, but it will be due 10 days later. Roughly speaking, they'll be every week. The grade distribution. All right, so this is the rough grade distribution. Roughly speaking, a sixth of the class are going to end up with A's, a sixth are going to end up with A minus, a sixth are going to end up with B plus, a sixth are going to end up with B, a sixth are going to end up with B minus, and the remaining sixth, if I've added that up right, are going to end up with what I guess we're now calling the presidential grade. Is that right? Right? That's not literally true. I'm going to squeeze it a bit. I'm going to curve it a bit. So actually, slightly fewer than a sixth will get straight A's, and fewer than a sixth will get C's and below. We'll squeeze the middle to make them be more B's. One thing I can guarantee from past experience in this class is that the median grade will be a B plus. The median will fall somewhere under B pluses. All right. Now, just as forewarning for people who've forgotten what a median is, that means half of you, not approximately half, I mean exactly half of you, will be getting something like B plus and below, and half will be getting something like B plus and above. Okay. Now how are you doing in filling in the forms? Has everyone filled it in yet? Surely must be pretty close to getting everyone filled in. All right. So last things to talk about before I actually collect them in. Textbooks. There are textbooks for this class. The main textbook is this one, Dutter's book, Strategy and Games. If you want a slightly tougher book, more rigorous book, try Joel Watson's book, Strategies. Both of those books are available at the bookstore. All right? But I want to warn everybody ahead of time, I will not be following the textbook. I regard these books as safety nets. If you don't understand something that happened in class, you want to reinforce an idea that came up in class, then you should read the relevant chapters in the book, and the syllabus will tell you which chapters to read for each class, or for each week of the class. Right? But I will not be following these books religiously at all. In fact, they're just there as backup. In addition, I strongly recommend people read Thinking Strategically. This is good bedtime reading. Do any of you suffer from insomnia? It's very good bedtime reading if you suffer from insomnia. It's a good book, and what's more, there's going to be a new edition of this book this year, and Norton have allowed us to get advanced copies of it. So if you don't buy this book this week, I may be able to make the advanced copy of the new edition available for some of you next week. I'm not taking a cut of that either, right? There's no money changing hands there. All right. Sections are on the syllabus. Sign up, on the website. Sign up as usual. Put yourself down on the wait list. If you don't get into the section you want, you probably will get into the section you want once we're done. All right, now we must be done with the forms. We done with the forms? All right, so why don't we send the TAs with or without mics up and down the aisles and collect in your game number one. Not game number two, just game number one. just while we're doing that, I think the reputation of this class, if you look at the course evaluations online or whatever, is that this class is reasonably hard but reasonably fun. All right? So I'm hoping that's what the reputation of the class is. All right? So you shouldn't, if you think this class is going to be easy, I think it isn't actually an easy class. It's actually quite a hard class, but I think I can guarantee it's going to be a fun class. Now, one reason it's a fun class is the nice thing about teaching game theory. Quieten down, folks. The nice thing about teaching game theory is you get to play games. And that's exactly what we've just been doing now. This is our first game, and we're going to play games throughout the course, sometimes several times a week, sometimes just once a week. We got all these things in? Everyone handed them in? So I need to get those counted. Has anyone taken the Yale accounting class? No one has aspirations to be, one person has? I'll have a TA do it. It's all right, we'll have a TA do it. So Kai, can you count those for me? Is that right? Let me read out the game you've just played. Game 1, a simple grade scheme for the class. Read the following carefully without showing your neighbor what you are doing. Put in the box below either the letter alpha or the letter beta. Think of this as a grade bid. I will randomly pair your form with another form, and neither you nor your pair will ever know with whom you were paired. Here's how the grades may be assigned for the class. Well, they won't be, but we can pretend. If you put alpha and your pair puts beta, then you will get an A and your pair a C. If you and your pair both put alpha, you'll both get B minus. If you put beta and your pair puts alpha, you'll get a C and your pair an A. And if you and your pair both put beta, then you'll both get B plus. All right, so that's the thing you just filled in. Now, before we talk about this, let's just collect this information in a more useful way. So I'm going to remove this for now. All right, we'll discuss this in a second. But why don't we actually record what the game is that we're playing first? So this is our grade game. And what I'm going to do, since it's kind of hard to absorb all the information just by reading a paragraph of text, I'm going to make a table to record the information. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put me here, and my pair, the person I'm randomly paired with here, and alpha and beta, which are the choices I'm going to make here, and in the columns, alpha and beta, the choices my pair is making. And in this table, I'm going to put my grades. All right, so my grades, if we both put alpha, is B minus. If we both put beta, was B plus. If I put alpha and she put a beta, I got an A. And if I put beta and she put an alpha, I got a C. Is that correct? That's more or less right? Yeah? Okay, while we're here, why don't we do the same for my pair? All right, so this is my grades in the left-hand table. But now, let's look at what my pair will do, what my pair will get. So I should warn people sitting at the back that my handwriting is pretty bad. That's one reason for moving forward. The other thing I should apologize for at this stage of the class is my accent. I will try and improve the handwriting. There's not much I can do about the accent at this stage. All right, so once again, if we both put alpha, then my pair gets a B minus. If we both put beta, then we both get a B plus, or in particular, my pair gets a B plus. If I put alpha and my pair puts beta, then she gets a C. And if I put beta and she puts alpha, then she gets an A. Right, so I now have all the information that was on the sheet of paper that you just handed in. All right. Now, there's another way of organizing this that's standard in game theory, so we may as well get used to it now on the first day. Rather than drawing two different tables like this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the second table and superimpose it on top of the first table. Okay, so let me do that and you'll see what I mean. What I'm going to do is draw a larger table, the same basic structure. I'm choosing alpha and beta on the rows. My pair is choosing alpha and beta on the columns. But now I'm going to put both grades in. So the easy ones are on the diagonal. We both get B minus if we both choose alpha. we both get B plus if we both choose beta. All right, but if I choose alpha and my pair chooses beta, I get an A and she gets a C. And if I choose beta and she chooses alpha, then it's me who gets the C and it's her who gets the A. All right? So notice what I did here. The first grade corresponds to the row player, me in this case, and the second grade in each box corresponds to the column player, my pair in this case. So this is a nice succinct way of recording what was in the previous two tables. All right? And this is an outcome matrix. This tells us everything that was in the game. It's an outcome matrix. All right? OK. So now seems a good time to start talking about what people did. So let's just have a show of hands. How many of you chose alpha? Right, leave your hands up so that Jude can catch that, so just so people can see at home, OK? All right? And how many of you chose beta? Right, it's far more out. Keep the betas, wave your hands to betas, OK? All right, there's a beta here, OK? So a lot, it looks like a lot of, well, we're going to find out, we're going to count, but a lot more alphas than betas. Let me try and find out some reasons why people chose. So let me have the alphas up again. The woman who's in red here, can we get a mic to the, yeah, is it okay we ask you? You're not on the run from the FBI, we can ask you why, okay? So you chose alpha, right? So why did you choose alpha? All right, so you wrote out these squares, you realized what your partner was going to do and responded to that. Any other reasons for choosing alpha around the room? Can we get the woman in here? Try not to be intimidated by these microphones, they're just mics. It's okay, that's it, yeah.
I think it's weird if I choose alpha, regardless of what my partner chose, I think there would be better outcomes than choosing.
All right, so let me just say names a second. So your name was? Courtney, and your name was? Claire-Elise. So slightly different reasons, same choice, alpha. Claire-Elise's reason, what did Claire-Elise say? She said, no matter what the other person does, she reckons she'd get a better grade if she chose alpha. So hold that thought a second. We'll come back to, is it Claire-Elise? Is that right? We'll come back to Claire-Elise in a second. Let's talk to the betas a second. Let me just emphasize at this stage, there are no wrong answers. Later on in the class, there'll be some questions which have wrong answers. Right now, there's no wrong answers. All right, there may be bad reasons, but there's no wrong answer. So let's have the betas up again. Let's see the betas. Oh, come on. There was a beta right here. You were a beta, right? You've backed off the beta. OK. So how can I get a mic into a beta? Let's stick in this aisle a bit. Is that a beta right there? Are you a beta right there? Can I get the beta in here? Who's the beta in here? Can we get the mic in there? Is that possible? In here? You can leave your hand up. So there we go. There we go. Just point towards. That's fine. That's fine. Just speak into it. That's fine.
So the reason, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I personally don't like swings that much, and it's the B minus B plus range, so I'd much rather prefer that to a swing from A to C.
All right, so you're saying it compresses the range. I'm not sure it does compress the range. I mean, if you chose alpha, you're swinging from A to B minus. You're swinging from beta, you're choosing from B plus to C. I mean, those are similar kind of ranges, but it's certainly reasons. Other reasons for choosing. Yeah, the guy in blue here. Yep, here, good. That's right, just don't hold the mic, just let it point at you, it's fine.
Well, I guess I thought we could be more collusive and kind of work together, but I guess not. So I chose beta.
There's a star in the background, so I missed the answer. Just stand up a second so we just hear you. Yep, sorry, say again?
Sure, my name's Travis. I thought we could work together, but I guess not.
All right, good.
If you had chosen beta, we would all
get
B pluses, but I guess not.
Good. So Travis is giving us a different reason, right? He's saying that maybe some of you in the room might actually care about each other's grades, right? I mean, you all know each other in class. You all go to the same college. For example, if we played this game up in the business school, any MBA students here today? One or two, right? We played this game up in the business school. I think it's quite likely we're going to get a lot of alphas chosen, right? But if we played this game up in, let's say, the divinity school, all right, and I'm guessing that Travis's answer is reflecting what you guys are raising here. If you played in the divinity school, you might think that people in the divinity school might care about other people's grades, right? There might be ethical reasons, perfectly good, sensible ethical reasons for choosing beta in this game. There might be other reasons as well, but that's perhaps the reason to focus on. And perhaps the lesson I want to draw out of this is that right now, this is not a game. Right now, we have actions, strategies for people to take, and we know what the outcomes are, but we're missing something that will make this a game. What are we missing here? We're missing objectives. We're missing payoffs. We're missing what people care about. All right? So we can't really start analyzing a game until we know what people care about, until we know what the payoffs are. And let's just say something now which I'll probably forget to say at any other moment of the class, but today it's relevant. Right? Game theory, professors at Yale, cannot tell you what your payoffs should be. They should not I can't tell you in a useful way what it is that your goals in life should be or whatever. Right? That's not what game theory is about. However, once we know what your payoffs are, once we know what your goals are, perhaps game theory can help you get there. All right? So we've had two different kind of payoffs mentioned here. We've had the kind of payoff where we care about our own grade, and Travis has mentioned the kind of payoff when you might care about other people's grades. And what we're going to do today is analyze this game under both those possible payoffs. So to start that off, let's put up some possible payoffs for the game. And I promise we'll come back and look at some other payoffs later. We'll revisit the Divinity School later. All right. So here, once again, is our same matrix with me and my pair, choosing actions alpha and beta. But this time, I'm going to put numbers in here. And some of you will perhaps recognize these numbers, but that's not really relevant for now. All right. So what's the idea here? Well, the first idea is that these numbers represent utiles or utilities. Right? They represent what these people are trying to maximize, what they're trying to achieve, their goals. All right? And the idea, just to compare this to the outcome matrix, is for the person who's me here, AC yields a payoff of, so AC is this box, so AC yields a payoff of 3, whereas B minus yields a payoff of 0, and so on. All right? So what's the interpretation? This is the first interpretation, the natural interpretation that a lot of you jump to straight away. These are people with these payoffs are people who only care about their own grades. They prefer an A to a B+, they prefer a B+ to a B-, and they prefer a B- to a C. Right? I'm hoping I got the grades in order, otherwise it's going to ruin my curve at the end of the year. All right? All right? So these people only care about their own grades. They only care about their own grades. What do we call people who only care about their own grades? What's a good technical term for them? Right, in England, I think we'd refer to these guys, whether it's technical or not, as evil gits. All right, these are not perhaps the most moral people in the universe. All right? So now we can ask a different question. Suppose, whether these are actually your payoffs or not, pretend they are for now. All right? Suppose these are your payoffs. Now we can ask, not what did you do, but what should you do? Now we have payoffs. I can really switch the question to a normative question. What should you do? And let's come back to was it Clara-Lise? Where was Clara-Lise before? Let's get the mic on you again. So just explain what you did and why again.
Why I chose alpha?
Yeah, stand up a second.
Okay.
If that's okay. Right, you chose alpha. I'm assuming these were roughly your payoffs, more or less, right? You were caring about your grades.
Yeah.
Why did you choose alpha?
I'm sorry?
Why did you choose alpha? Just repeat what you said before, like.
Because I thought the payoffs, the two different payoffs that I could have gotten were highest if I chose alpha.
Good, good. So what Clara-Lise is saying, it's an important idea, is this, and tell me if I'm paraphrasing you incorrectly, but I think this is more or less what you're saying, is no matter what the other person does, no matter what the pair does, she obtains a higher payoff by choosing alpha. Let's just see that. If the pair chooses alpha, and she chooses alpha, then she gets 0. If the pair chooses alpha and she chose beta, she gets -1. 0 is bigger than -1. All right? If the pair chooses beta, then if she chooses alpha, she gets 3, beta she gets 1, and 3 is bigger than 1. So in both cases, no matter what the other person does, she receives a higher payoff from choosing alpha, so she should choose alpha. Right? Does everyone follow that line of reasoning? That's a stronger line of reasoning than the reasoning we had earlier. So the one I've now immediately forgotten the name of in the red shirt, whose name was Courtney. So Courtney also gave a reason for choosing alpha, and it was a perfectly good reason for choosing alpha, nothing wrong with it. But notice that this reason's a stronger reason. It kind of implies your reason. All right? All right? So let's get some definitions down here. I think I can fit it in here. Let's try and fit it in here. Definition. We say that my strategy alpha strictly dominates my strategy beta if my payoff from alpha is strictly greater than that from beta, and this is the key part of the definition, regardless of what others do. Regardless of what others do. So let me just read that back. We say that my strategy alpha strictly dominates my strategy beta if my payoff from alpha is strictly greater than that from beta, regardless of what others do. Now, it's by no means my main aim in this class to teach you jargon. All right? But a few bits of jargon are going to be helpful in allowing the conversation to move forward, and this is certainly one. Evil gets is maybe one too, but this is certainly one. All right? Let's draw out some lessons from this, and actually, so you can still read that, let me bring down and clean this board. So the first lesson of the class, and there's going to be lots of lessons, is a lesson that emerges immediately from the definition of a dominated strategy, and it's this. So lesson 1 of the course is do not play a strictly dominated strategy. All right, so with apologies to Strunk and White, this is in the passive form, okay? This is dominated, passive voice. Do not play a strictly dominated strategy. Why? Somebody want to tell me why? Yeah, Ali, do you want to get this guy? Yeah, yeah. Stand up, yep. This is right. Yeah?
Because everyone's going to pick the dominant outcome, and then everyone's going to get the worst result. The collectively worst result.
Yeah, that's a possible answer. I'm looking for something more direct here. So we look at the definition of a strictly dominated strategy. I'm saying never play one. What's a possible reason for that? Can we get the woman there? You'll always lose? Well, I don't know. This isn't about winning and losing. What else could we have? Can we get this guy in the pink down here?
Well, the payoffs are lower.
The payoffs are lower. Okay, so here's an abbreviated version of that, and that's perhaps a little bit, it's not somewhat abbreviated, it's a little longer. The reason I don't want to play a strictly dominated strategy is if instead I play the strategy that dominates it, I do better in every case. All right? The reason I never want to play a strictly dominated strategy is if instead I play the strategy that dominates it, whatever anyone else does, I'm doing better than I would have done. All right? Now that's a pretty convincing argument. That sounds like a convincing argument. It sounds like too obvious even to be worth stating in class. All right? So let me now try and shake your faith a little bit in this answer. All right? As somebody who's wanted by the FBI, right? Okay. So how about the following argument? Look at the payoff matrix again, and suppose I reason as follows. Suppose I reason and say, if we, me and my pair, both reason this way and choose alpha, then we'll both get 0. But if we both reasoned a different way and chose beta, then we'll both get 1. So I should choose beta. 1's bigger than 0, I should choose beta. What's wrong with that argument? And that argument must be wrong because it goes against the lesson of the class, and the lessons of the class are gospel, right? They're not wrong ever. So what's wrong with that argument? What's wrong with that argument? Yeah, good. Ali. That's good. Yeah, good.
Well, because you have to be able to agree, you have to be able to speak to them, but we aren't allowed to show our partners what we wrote.
All right, so it involves some notion of agreeing. So certainly part of the problem here, with the reasoning I just gave you, the reasoning that said I should choose beta because if we both reason the same way, we both do better that way, involves some kind of magical reasoning. It's as if I'm arguing that if I reason this way and reason myself to choosing beta, somehow I'm going to make the rest of you reason the same way too. It's like I've got ESP, or I'm some character out of, what is it called? The X-Men. Is that what it's called? The X-Men, right? Right? Now, in fact, this may come as a surprise to you, I don't have ESP, and I'm not a character out of the X-Men, and so you can't actually see brainwaves emanating from my head, and my reasoning doesn't affect your reasoning. Right? So if I did reason that way and chose beta, I'm not going to affect your choice one way or the other. Right? That's the first thing that's wrong with that reasoning. What else is wrong with that reasoning? Yeah, that guy down here. Yeah?
Well, the second that you choose beta, then it's in someone's best interest to take advantage of you.
All right, so someone's going to take advantage of me, but even more than that, even stronger argument there. That's true, but even a stronger argument. Well, how about this? Even if I was that guy in the X-Men or the Matrix, whatever it was, who could reason his way into making people do things, even if I could make everyone in the room choose beta by the force of my brainwaves, what should I then do? I should choose alpha. If these are my payoffs, I should go ahead and choose alpha, because that way I end up getting 3. All right? So there's two things wrong with the argument. One, there's this magical reasoning aspect, that my reasoning is controlling your actions. That doesn't happen in the real world. And two, even if that was the case, I'd do better to myself choose alpha. All right. So nevertheless, there's an element of truth in what I just said. It's the fact there's an element of truth in it that makes it very, it seems like a good argument. The element of truth is this. It is true that by both choosing alpha, we both ended up with B minuses. We both ended up with payoffs of 0 rather than payoffs of 1. Right? It is true that by both following this lesson and not choosing the dominated strategy beta, we ended up with payoffs 0, 0 that were bad. All right? And that's probably the second lesson of the class. So lesson 2, and this lesson probably wouldn't be worth stating if it wasn't for sort of a century of thought in economics that said the opposite. So rational choice, in this case, people not choosing a dominated strategy, people choosing a dominant strategy, rational choice can lead to outcomes that, what do Americans call this, that suck. All right? If you want a more technical term for that, and you remember this from Economics 115, can lead to outcomes that are inefficient, that are Pareto inefficient. But suck will do for today. Right? Rational choice by rational players can lead to bad outcomes. Okay? So this is a famous example for this reason. It's a good illustration of this point. It's a famous example. What's the name of this example, somebody? This is called prisoner's dilemma. How many of you have heard of the prisoner's dilemma before? Most of you saw it in 115. Why is it called the prisoner's dilemma? Yeah, so the guy here in orange. It's okay, it can just point at you, it's fine.
I think it's whether or not the prisoners cooperate in the sentence they have, and if they kind of rat out the other person, then they can have less. But if both rat out, then they end up losing the large scale.
Good. So in the standard story, you've got these two crooks, or two accused crooks, and they're in separate cells, and they're being interviewed separately, kept apart, and they're both told that if neither of them rats the other guy out, they'll go to jail for, say, a year. If they both rat each other out, they'll end up in jail for 2 years. But if you rat the other guy out and he doesn't rat you out, then you'll go home free, and he'll go to jail for 5 years. And you put that all down, you pretty quickly see that regardless of whether the other guy rats you out or not, you're better off ratting him out. All right? Now, if you haven't ever seen that prisoner's dilemma, you can see it pretty much every night on a show called Law and Order. How many of you have seen Law and Order? Right? If you haven't seen Law and Order, the way to see Law and Order is to go to a random TV set at a random time and turn on a random channel. This happens in every single episode, so much so that if any of you actually, I mean, this might be true at Yale, if any of you, or the TV guys, if any of you know the guy who writes the plots for this, have him come to the class, or I guess see the video now, and we can get some better plot lines in there. Right? All right? But of course, that's not the only example. The grade game, and this is not the only example. There are lots of examples of prisoner's dilemmas out there. Let's try and find some other ones. All right? So how many of you have roommates in your college? How many of you have roommates? Most of you have roommates, right? Right? So I'm guessing now, but I won't make you show your hands because it's probably embarrassing, but what is the state of your dorm rooms, your shared dorm rooms at the end of the semester or the end of the school year? Right? So I'm just guessing, having been in a few of these things over the years, that by the end of the semester, or certainly by the end of the school year, the state of the average Yale dorm room is quite disgusting. All right? Why is it disgusting? Why is it disgusting? It's disgusting because people don't tidy up, right? They don't clean up those bits of pizza and bits of chewed bread and cheese. But why don't they tidy up? Well, let's just work it out. What would you like to happen if you're sharing a dorm room? You'd like to have the other guy tidy up, right? Right? The best thing for you is to have the other guy tidy up, and the worst thing for you is to tidy up for the other guy. But now work it out. It's a prisoner's dilemma. If the other guy doesn't tidy up, you're best off not tidying up either, because the last thing you want is to be tidying up for the other guy. And if the other guy does tidy up, hey, the room's clean, who cares? Right? So either way, you're not going to tidy up, and you end up with a typical Yale dorm room. Am I being unfair? Are your dorm rooms all perfect? This may be a gender thing, but we're not going to go there. All right? Right? So there are lots of prisoner's dilemmas out there. Anyone got any other examples? Other examples? So, I didn't quite hear that. Sorry. Let's try and get a mic on it so we can really hear it.
Whether hiring a lawyer, not paying them a lot of money.
In divorce struggles. Okay, yes, okay. You're too young to be worrying about such things, but never mind. Never mind. Yeah, okay, that's a good example. Because, all right, hiring lawyers, bringing in big guns. What about an economics example? What about firms who are competing in prices? Right? Both firms have an incentive to undercut the other firm, driving down profits for both. Right? The last thing you want is to have the other firm undercut you, and that's to push prices down. That's good for us, the consumers, but bad for the firms, bad for industry profit. What remedies do we see? We'll come back to this later on in the class, but let's have a preview. So what remedies do we see in society for prisoners' dilemmas? What kind of remedies we see? Let me try and get the guy here and right in front of you. Yeah.
Collusion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Collusion.
Collusion. Okay, so firms could collude. All right. So what prevents them from colluding? What prevents them from colluding? So one thing they could do, presumably, is they could write a contract, these firms. They could say, I won't lower my prices if you don't lower your prices. And they could put this contract in with the pricey lawyer who's taking his day off from the divorce court. And that would secure that they wouldn't lower prices on each other. Is that right? All right. So why wouldn't that work? Why wouldn't writing a contract here work? Right, it's against the law, right? It's an illegal contract. It's an illegal contract. All right? What about you with your roommates? How many of you have a written contract stuck with a magnet on the fridge telling you when you're supposed to tidy up? Very few of you, right? Why do you manage to get some cooperation between you and your roommates even without a written contract?
It's not legally enforced.
Well, it probably is legally enforceable, actually. This guy says it probably is legally enforceable. You probably could have a written contract about tidying up. Yeah, the woman in here, yeah.
Repetition, you do it over and over?
Yeah, so maybe even among your roommates, maybe you don't need a contract because you can manage to achieve the same end by the fact that you're going to be interacting with the same person over and over again during a time at Yale. So we'll come back and revisit the idea that repeating an interaction may allow you to attain cooperation, but we're not going to come back to that till after the midterm. That's way down the road, but we'll get there. All right? Now, one person earlier on had mentioned something about communication. I think it was somebody in the front, right? So let's just think about this a second. Is communication the problem here? Is the reason people behave badly in this, or badly, people choose alpha in this game here, is it the fact that they can't communicate? Suppose you'd be able to talk beforehand. So suppose the woman here whose name was Mary had been able to talk to the person next to her whose name is Erica, and they'd said, suppose we know we're going to be paired together, I'll choose beta if you choose beta. Would that work? Why wouldn't that work? Yeah.
There's no enforcement.
There's no enforcement, all right? So it isn't a failure of communication per se, right? A contract is more than communication. A contract is communication with teeth, right? It actually changes the payoffs. So I could communicate with Ali some agreement, but back home, I'm going to go ahead and choose alpha anyway. All the better if he's choosing beta. All right, so we'll come back and talk about more of these things as the course goes on, but let's just come back to the two we forgot there. So the collusion case and the case back in Law and Order with the prisoners in the cell. How do they enforce their contracts? And they don't always rat each other out, and some firms manage to collude. How do they manage to enforce those contracts? Those agreements, how are they enforced? Yeah,
they trust each other?
It could be they trust each other, although if you trust a crook, that's not, what else could it be? Yeah, the guy here again with the beard, yeah?
A zero-sum game?
Well, but this is the game, right? So here's the games.
No, but the way they value, the way of valuing
good.
each
So
decision.
the payoffs may be different. I have something simpler in mind. Suppose they have a written contract, or even an unwritten contract. What enforces the contract for colluding firms or crooks in jail? Yeah?
Even if the crook gets off scot-free, in 5 years when the other guy gets out, he might run into a situation.
Yeah. So a short version of that is, it's a different kind of contract. If you rat someone out in jail, someone puts a contract out on you. All right? All right? Tony Soprano enforces those contracts. That's the purpose of Tony Soprano. It's the purpose of the mafia. The reason the mafia thrives in countries where it's hard to write legal contracts, let's say some new parts of the former Soviet Union or some parts of Africa, the reason the mafia thrives in those environments is that it substitutes for the law and enforces both legal and illegal contracts. All right, so I promised a while ago now that we were going to come back and look at this game under some other possible payoffs. So I wasn't under a contract, but let's come back and fulfill that promise anyway. So we're going to revisit, if not the Divinity School, at least some people who have more morality than my friends up in the business school. And we're going to ask, for the same grade game we played at the beginning, what would happen if players' payoffs look different? So these are possible payoffs too. All right? And I'll give these a name. We called the other guys evil gits. So we'll call these guys indignant angels. I can never spell indignant. Is that roughly right? Does that look right? I think it's right. Indignant, isn't it? Indignant. All right, indignant angels. And we'll see why in a second. So here are their payoffs. And once again, the basic structure of the game hasn't changed. It's still, I'm choosing alpha and beta, my pair is choosing alpha and beta, and the grades are the same as they were before. They're hidden by that board, but you saw them before. All right? But this time, the payoffs are as follows. On the lead diagonal, we still have 0, 0, and 1, 1. But now the grades here are -1 and minus, sorry, the payoffs are -1 and -3. And here, they're -3 and -1. And what's the idea here? These aren't the only other possible payoffs, it's just an idea. Suppose I get an A and my pair gets a C, then, sure, I get that initial payoff of 3, but unfortunately, I can't sleep at night because I'm feeling so guilty. Right? I have some kind of moral conscience, and after I've subtracted off my guilt feelings, I end up at -1. So think of this as guilt, some notion of morality. All right? Conversely, if I chose a beta and my pair chose an alpha, so I end up with a C and she ends up with an A, then I have a bad time explaining to my parents why I got a C in this class, and I have to say about how I'm going to be president anyway. But then in addition, I feel indignation against this person. It isn't just that I got a C because she made me get a C. All right? So that moral indignation takes us down to -3. Right, so again, I'm not claiming these are the only other possible payoffs, but just another possibility to look at. Okay, so suppose these were the payoffs in the game. Right, again, suspend disbelief a second and imagine that these actually are your payoffs. And let me ask you what you would have done in this case. So think about it a second. Right, now write it down. Write down what you're going to do on the corner of your notepad. Just write down at alpha or beta what you're going to do here. You're not all writing. The guy in the England shirt isn't writing. You've got to be writing in an England shirt. Show it to your neighbor. Let's have a show of hands. Again, I want you to keep your hands up so that Jude can see it now. So how many of you chose alpha in this case? Raise your hands. Come on, don't be shy. Raise your hands. How many chose beta in this case? How many people abstained? Not allowed to abstain. Let's try it again. Alpha in this case, no abstentions here. Beta in this case. So we're roughly splitting the room. Someone who chose alpha, can you raise the alphas again? Let me get this guy here. Ali, can we get this guy here? So why did you choose alpha?
You would minimize your losses. You'd get 0 or -1 instead of -3 or 1.
All right. So this gentleman's saying
dominant strategy. So
right. So this gentleman's saying a good reason for choosing alpha in this game is it's less risky. Right. The worst case scenario is less bad. Another way of saying it. All right. What about somebody who chose beta? A lot of you chose beta. Let's have a show of hands on the betas again. Let me see the betas again. So raise your hands. Raise your hands. Can we get the woman here? Can we ask her why she chose beta?
Because if you choose alpha, the best case scenario is you get 0.
Good,
so
okay. So that's a good counter argument. So the gentleman here was looking at the worst case scenario, and the woman here was looking at the best case scenario. And the best case scenario here looks like getting a 1 here. All right. Now, let's ask a different question. Is one of the strategies dominated in this game? No, neither strategy is dominated. Let's just check. If my pair chooses alpha, then my choosing alpha yields 0, beta -3, so alpha would be better. But if my pair chooses beta, then alpha yields -1, beta yields 1. In this case, beta would be better. Right? So alpha in this case is better against alpha, and beta is better against beta, but neither dominates each other. All right? So here's a game where we just changed the payoffs. We had the same basic structure, the same outcomes, but we imagined people cared about different things, and we end up with a very different answer. In the first game, it was kind of clear that we should choose alpha, and here it's not at all clear what we should do. Right? In fact, this kind of game has a name, and we'll revisit it later on in the semester. This kind of game is called a coordination problem. And we'll talk about coordination problems later on. But the main lesson I want to get out of this for today is a simple lesson. It's the lesson that payoffs matter. Right? We change the payoffs, we change what people cared about, and we get a very different game with a very different outcome. All right, so the basic lesson is that payoffs matter, but let me say it a different way. So without giving away my age too much, well, I guess it will actually, when I was a kid growing up in England, there was this guy, there was a pop star, and slightly post-punk pop star called Joe Jackson, who none of you will have heard of because you're all about 10 years old. Not my fault. And Joe Jackson had this song which had the lyric, something like, "You can't get what you want unless you know what you want." Right? You can't get what you want unless you know what you want. And as a statement of logic, that's false. Right? It could be that what you want just drops into your lap without you knowing about it. All right? But as a statement of strategy, it's a pretty good idea. It's a good idea to try and figure out what your goals are, what you're trying to achieve, before you go ahead and analyze the game. All right? So payoffs matter. Well, let's put it in his version. You can't get what you want till you know what you want. Be honest, how many of you have heard of Joe Jackson? Oh, it makes me feel old. Oh, man. Okay. It goes down every year. All right. So far, we've looked at this game as played by people who are evil kids. And we've looked at this game as played by people who are indignant angels. But we can do something more interesting. We can imagine playing this game on a sort of mix and match. For example, imagine, this shouldn't be hard for most of you, imagine that you are an evil git, but you know that the person you're playing against is an indignant angel. Right? So again, imagine that you know you're an evil git, but you know that the person you're playing against or with is an indignant angel. What should you do in that case? What should you do in that case? Who thinks you should choose alpha in that case? Let's have pan the room again. We can. Keep your hands up so that you can see you. All right. Who thinks you should choose beta in that case? Who's abstaining here? Not allowed to abstain in this class. It's a complete no-no. Okay, so we'll allow some abstention on the first day, but not beyond today. Let's have a look. Let's analyze this combined game. All right. So what does this game look like? it's an evil git versus an indignant angel. All right, and we can put the payoff matrix together by combining the matrices we had before. So in this case, this is me, as always. This is my pair, the column player. Okay, my payoffs are going to be what? My payoffs are going to be the evil git payoffs. So they come from the matrix up there. So if someone can help me with reading it off there, that's a 0, a 3, a -1, and a 1. All right? My opponent or my partner's payoffs come from the indignant angel matrix. So they come from here. There is 0, a -3, a -1, and a 1. Everyone see how I constructed that? So just to remind you again, the first payoff is the row player's payoff, in this case the evil git, and the second payoff is the column player's payoff, in this case the indignant angel. All right, well now we've set it up as a matrix, let's try again that question I asked before. Suppose you're the row player here, so you're the evil git, those are your payoffs, you're playing against an indignant angel, what would you do? Right? So once again, no abstentions this time. Who would choose alpha? Let's have a show of hands again. Keep your hands up a second. And who would choose beta? Right, very few betas, but mostly alphas. Alpha, I think, is the right answer here, but why? Why? Why is alpha the right answer here? So, yeah, can we get this guy here? Yeah.
It's the dominant strategy.
Good, good. Actually, nothing has changed from the game we started with. The fact I changed the other guy's payoffs didn't matter here. Alpha was dominant before. It dominated beta before, and it still dominates beta. Let's just check. If my opponent chooses alpha, and I choose alpha, I get 0, beta, I get -1, so alpha would be better. If my opponent chooses beta, and I choose alpha, I get 3, beta, I get 1. Once again, alpha is better. So as before, alpha does better than beta for me, regardless of what the other person does. Alpha dominates beta. What was the first lesson of the class? What was the first lesson of the class? Shouting out, please. Right, right. So you should all have been choosing in this game. You all should be choosing you all should have chosen alpha, right? So the one person who didn't, we'll let him off for today. Okay, okay. So alpha dominates beta here. All right. Let's flip things around. All right. Suppose now, harder to imagine, but let's try it. Suppose now that you are an indignant angel. And you're playing against, and you know this, you're playing against an evil git. Right? You're an indignant angel, so you have the payoffs that are still there, and you're playing against an evil git, which is the payoffs we covered up, but we'll reproduce them. Let's produce that matrix. By the way, this is beginning to sound like a wrestling match. I don't mean it to. Let's try here. Alpha, beta, pair, me. All right, so my payoffs this time are the indignant angel payoffs. So mine are 0, -1, -3, and 1. And my opponent's payoffs are, what would have been my payoffs before? They come from the other matrix. Let's just show you it. They come from this matrix, so they're going to be 0, -1, 3, 1. 0, -1, 3, 1. Okay, I took the second payoff from that matrix and made it the second payoff in this matrix. Okay, everyone see how I did that? Once again, the row player is the first payoff, and the column player is the other payoff. All right, what should you do in this case? You're the indignant angel, you're playing against this evil git. What should you do? Write down on your notepad what you should do. Show it to your neighbor so you can't cheat. Well, you can cheat, but you'll be shamed in front of your neighbor. And raise your hands, well, let Jude see it. Raise your hands and keep them up if you chose alpha now. And how about if you chose beta now? So 1 or 2 betas, mostly alphas. Well, let's see it. Let's reason this through a second. Does my alpha dominate my beta? No, in fact, alpha doesn't dominate beta for me. Doesn't dominate beta. If my pair chooses alpha, then alpha gets me 0, beta -3, so alpha does better. But if my pair chooses beta, then alpha gets me -1, beta gets me 1. In this case, beta is better. So once again, as we saw before, alpha is better against alpha, beta is better against beta. There's no dominance going on here. Nevertheless, at least 90% of you chose alpha here. And that's the right answer. Why? Why should you choose alpha here? Somebody, can we get the guy with the beard here? Yeah, wait for the mic. There you go, great.
We've acknowledged that alpha is a dominant strategy for my opponent, so we must choose based upon, or knowing that my opponent's going to choose alpha.
Good, good. Good. And your name is? Henry. So Henry is saying, sure, I don't have a dominated strategy. My alpha doesn't dominate my beta. But look at my opponent. My opponent's alpha dominates her beta. If I choose alpha, and she chooses alpha, she gets 0. Beta, she gets -1. Alpha is better. If I choose beta, if she chooses alpha, she gets 3, beta 1. Again, alpha is better. For my opponent, alpha dominates beta. So by thinking about my opponent, by putting myself in my opponent's shoes, I realize that she has a dominant strategy, alpha. She's going to choose alpha. And my best response against alpha is to choose alpha myself. Right? So here, this time, my alpha does not dominate beta, but my pair's choice of alpha dominates her choice, her possible choice of beta. So she will choose alpha, and once I know that she's going to choose alpha, it's clear that I should choose alpha and get 0 rather than beta and get -3. So I should choose alpha also. All right. Okay, so now we've seen 4 different combinations. We've seen a case where an evil git was playing an evil git, where an indignant angel was playing an indignant angel, and we've seen both the flips of those, the evil git versus the indignant angel, and the indignant angel against the evil git. Why are we doing this? Because there's an important lesson here. What's the lesson here? The lesson comes from this game, that a great way to analyze game, a great way to get used to the idea of strategic thinking, perhaps even the essence of strategic thinking, is the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, figure out what their payoffs are, and try and figure out what they're going to do. All right, so the big lesson of this game is, I forgot what number we're up to. I guess it's lesson 4, I think. Lesson 4 is, put yourself in others' shoes and try to figure out what they will do. And in a sense, this is the first difficult lesson of the class. It's easy to spot when a strategy is dominant, more or less. It's pretty easy to figure out. You have to know about your own payoffs. But the hard thing in life is getting you to come out of your own selves a bit, realizing it's, quote, not all about you. You've got to put yourself in other people's shoes to figure out what they care about and what they're going to try and do so you can respond well to that. All right. Now, while we're here, let's just mention that things will get more complicated in a world where I don't actually know the payoffs of my opponent. It's much easier to figure out my own payoffs than to figure out my opponent's payoffs. Right? I might not know whether I'm playing someone who's an evil git or an indignant angel, so I'm going to have to figure out what the odds are of that in doing this exercise. And we're going to come back to that idea too way at the end of the class. Right? That's getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but we'll get there. All right. Now it turns out that this game, this prisoner's dilemma, with the alphas and betas, or essentially the same game, has been played many, many, many times in experiments. Right? So out there in the real world, I think we can do this here, out there in the real world, when they do these experiments, they find out that roughly 70% of people choose alpha, and roughly 30% choose beta. Roughly, almost a third choose beta. Now, what do we think is going on Why are that's a third of the people who seem to be choosing a dominated strategy, or is it? What's going on there? Why do you think 30% of people are choosing beta? Anybody? Yeah, can we catch this guy here?
They might be motivated by the fact that every person who chooses beta raises the average
Right,
score.
so they could be moral people. They could be. So one possibility is this 30% of people in the real world who choose beta are just nice people. All right, what else could it be?
I know this might be changing the game a little bit, but if you ever expected to play the same game with the partner,
all right, so they could be thinking they're going to play again.
Long-run payoffs are greater if you choose beta every time.
Right. So they could be that they think this is actually, they haven't understood the experiment and they think this is a multi-shot game, not a one-shot game. Good. What else could it be? What's the simplest explanation? What's the other obvious explanation? They could just be stupid, right? It could be, right? We're allowed to say that in class, right? Let's be honest here. When we say experiments in the real world in game theory, or the ones you read about in the New York Times, the real world, when it comes to experiments in economics, really means undergraduates at the University of Arizona. Right? That's why all these, I mean, I'm not making it up. It just does. They all are. And I don't know anything about it. Any of you from Arizona? I don't know. I don't know whether the average undergraduate at the University of Arizona just has a sunny personality or whether they spent too long in the sun. I just don't know which it is, right? Right? We can't really distinguish from this. Right? How about at Yale? What's our numbers here? How about in this class? Do you want to mic your colleague here? Yeah.
238 versus 36.
So 238 at Yale, this is Yale, versus 36. So even at my level of arithmetic, that's a lot less than 30%, right? That's more like, it's less than 15%. No, it's about 15%, I guess. All right, so 238 chose alpha, and 36 chose beta. Now there's one more lesson in this class, and this is going to be it. This isn't the end of the class, but one more lesson to take home. You guys are going to be playing games among each other today and until whatever it is, December 7th, whatever it is, the end of term. All right, so look around each other. You better get to know each other a bit. All right, and what have we learned today about you guys? The lesson here, lesson 5, is Yale students are evil. All right, be aware of that when you're playing games. All right, I want to play one more game today in the remaining minutes. It doesn't matter if we finish a little bit early, but I want to try and get this game at least started. So do you all have game number 2 in front of you? Just while you're reading that over, can I also make sure you've all got your legal forms and you're going to sign? Don't walk away with your legal forms. We need to get those collected in. So at the end of talking about this game, I'm going to collect in both the second game for the class and also the legal form. Right? If you don't have a legal form, if you've lost it or something, it's online. All right? It's online. All right? Let's have a look at that second game. I'll read it out for you. Game 2, pick a number. Everyone got this? Anyone not got this? Everyone got it? Good. Without showing your neighbor what you're doing, put in the box below a whole number between 1 and 100. Whole number between 1 and 100, integer. We will calculate the average number chosen in the class. The winner in this game is the person whose number is closest to 2/3 times the average in the class. Again, the winner is the person whose number is closest to 2/3 times the average number in the class. And the winner will win $5 minus the difference in pennies between her choice and that 2/3 of the average. Now, just to make sure you've understood this, let me do an example on the board. Got one more board, that's good. So imagine there were 3 people in the class, and imagine that they chose 25, 5, and 60. All right, so 25 plus 5 plus 60 is 90. People should feel free to correct my arithmetic because it's often wrong. 90, right? And 90, 2/3 of 90, so 2/3 of 90, 2/3 of, what do I need? Start again. I need to divide it by 3 to get the average, right? So the average is 30, Thank you. Somebody was shouting out. Right, so total is 90. The average is 30. Am I right so far? All right, so 2/3 of the average. 2/3 of the average is 20. I'm looking desperately at the TA. Is that right? Okay. All right, so the average is 30, and 2/3 of the average is 20. All right, so who's the winner here? Which number would have won here? 25 would have won. 25 would have been the closest. And what would they have won? They'd have won $5 minus 5 cents for a total of $4.95. All right. Now to make this interesting, let's play this for real. So this, of course, relies on me having brought some money and being able to do this without dislodging the microphone. All right. So I'm going to see if I have, sorry about that. I'm going to see if I have enough money to do this class for real. When we played this game in the old days, during the dot-com boom with the MBA students, you had to put $50 on the table to get them interested. Graduate students, 5 cents will do it. Okay, so this is there's some bloke with a beard on this one. Yeah, this is Lincoln apparently. Lincoln apparently, who knew? Lincoln, okay. All right, so this is a $5 note, and I'm going to put it, sorry about that again. I'm going to put it in an envelope. I'm not cheating anybody, right? No magic tricks here. And this is going to be the prize for this game. And we better give this to someone we trust. All right, so prize for 159. Who do you guys trust? The camera guy. Okay, Jude. We know Jude's going to be there next week. All right, I'm giving it to Jude. You can't see this on camera, people at home, but I'm giving it to Jude, okay? I'm going to put it here. And Jude has to therefore show up next week with the prize, okay? All right? I thought we should give it to the guy at the back who is the moral guy. Who is our moral guy at the back? What is it? Well, never mind. We'll give it to Jude. We know Jude's going to be here. All right. Has everyone put a number down? Any questions? Yes. Just shout them out to me.
Given that we only have one $5 bill, does there have to be one unique winner? And if so, how is that determined if we have multiple people who are closest?
That's a good question. If there's multiple winners, we'll divide it, but we'll make sure everyone has a positive winning. Okay? Good question. Good. Given the number of people in the room, there may be multiple winners. I accept that possibility. Has everyone written down a number now? All right? So hand your numbers to the end of the row, but don't go yet. Hand your numbers to the end of the row. Before you go, I want 5 things from you. All right? I want to know the 5 lessons from this class. All right? Tell me what you learned. What were the 5 lessons? Without looking at your notes, what were the 5 lessons? Anybody? Shout out one of the lessons. Yes, madam. Don't play a strictly dominated strategy. Anything else? Anything else? Yes, sir. Yale students are evil. 2 lessons down, 3 to go. The guy over here. Yep. Rational choices can lead to bad outcomes. We put it more graphically before, but that's fine. 2 more outcomes. 2 more. Put yourself in other people's shoes. And I'm missing one. I can't remember what I'm missing now. You can't get what you want. You could, but it's a good idea to figure out what you want before you try and get what you want. 5 things you learned today. Hand in your numbers and the legal forms, and I'll see you on Monday. Okay, so last time we looked at and played this game. You had to choose grades. You had to choose alpha and beta, and this table told us what outcome would arise. In particular, what grade you would get and what grade your pair would get. So for example, if you'd chosen beta and your pair had chosen alpha, then you would get a C and your pair would get an A. And one of the first things we pointed out is that this is not quite a game yet. It's missing something. This has outcomes in it. It's an outcome matrix. But it isn't a game because for a game, we need to know payoffs. Okay? And then we looked at some possible payoffs, and now it is a game. So this is a game, just to give you some more jargon, this is a normal form game. And here we've assumed the payoffs are those that arise if players only care about their own grades, which I think was true for a lot of you. It wasn't true for the gentleman who's sitting there now, but it was true for a lot of people. All right? And we pointed out that in this game, alpha strictly dominates beta. What do we mean by that? We mean that if these are your payoffs, no matter what your pair does, you attain a higher payoff from choosing alpha than you do from choosing beta. Right? Let's focus a couple of lessons of the class before I come back to this. One lesson was, do not play a strictly dominated strategy. Everyone remember that lesson? And then much later on, when we looked at some more complicated payoffs and a more complicated game, we looked at a different lesson, which was this. Put yourself in others' shoes to try and figure out what they're going to do. Right? So in fact, what we learn from that is it doesn't just matter what your payoffs are, that's obviously important, it's also important what other people's payoffs are, because you want to try and figure out what they're going to do and then respond appropriately. Right? So we're going to return to both of these lessons today. Right? Both these lessons will reoccur today. Now, a lot of today is going to be fairly abstract, so I just want to remind you that game theory has some real-world relevance. And again, still in the interest of recapping, this particular game is called the prisoner's dilemma. It's written there, the prisoner's dilemma. All right, notice it's prisoners plural. And we mentioned some examples last time. Let me just reiterate and mention some more examples which are actually written here so they'll find their way into your notes. So for example, if you have a joint project that you're working on, perhaps it's a homework assignment, or perhaps it's a video project like these guys, that can turn into a prisoner's dilemma. Why? Because each individual might have an incentive to shirk. All right? Price competition. Two firms competing with one another in prices can have a prisoner's dilemma aspect about it. Why? Because no matter how the other firm, your competitor, prices, you might have an incentive to undercut them. If both firms behave that way, prices will get driven down towards marginal cost and industry profits will suffer. In the first case, if everyone shirks, you end up with a bad product. In the second case, if both firms undercut each other, you end up with low prices that's actually good for consumers, but bad for firms. And let me mention a third example. Suppose there's a common resource out there. Maybe it's a fish stock, or maybe it's the atmosphere. Right? There's a prisoner's dilemma aspect to this too. You might have an incentive to overfish. Why? Because if the other countries with this fish stock, let's say the fish stock is the Atlantic, if the other countries are going to fish as normal, you may as well fish as normal too. And if the other countries aren't going to cut down on their fishing, then you want to catch the fish now because there aren't going to be any there tomorrow. Right? Another example of this would be global warming and carbon emissions. Again, leaving aside the science, about which I'm sure some of you know more than me here, the issue of carbon emissions is a prisoner's dilemma. Each of us individually has an incentive to emit carbons as usual. Right? If everyone else is cutting down, I don't have to. And if everyone else does cut down, I don't have to. I end up using hot water and driving a big car and so on. Right? In each of these cases, we end up with a bad outcome. So this is socially important. This is not just some abstract thing going on in a class in Yale. And we need to think about solutions to this right from the start of the class. And we already talked about something. We pointed out that this is not just a failure of communication. All right? Communication per se will not get you out of a prisoner's dilemma. You can talk about it as much as you like, but as long as you're going to go home and still drive your Hummer and have 16 hot showers a day, we're still going to have high carbon emissions. You can talk about working hard on your joint problem set, right? But as long as you go home and don't work hard, it doesn't help. All right? In fact, if the other person is working hard or is cutting back on their carbon emissions, you have every bit more incentive to not work hard or keep high carbon emissions yourself. So we need something more, and kind of things we can see more. We can think about contracts. We can think about treaties between countries. We can think about regulation. All of these things work by changing the payoffs. Not just talking about it, but actually changing the outcomes, actually, and changing the payoffs. Right? Changing the incentives. Right? Another thing we can do, very important thing, is we can think about changing the game into a game of repeated interaction and seeing how much that helps. And we'll come back and revisit that later in the class. And one last thing we could think of doing, but we have to be a bit careful here, is we could think about changing the payoffs by education. Right? I think of that as the Maoist strategy. Right? Lock people up in classrooms and tell them they should be better people. That may or may not work. I'm not optimistic, but at least it's the same idea. We're changing payoffs. All right? So that's enough for recap. And I want to move on now. And in particular, we left you hanging at the end last time. We played a game at the very end last time where each of you chose a number. All right, all of you chose a number. and we said the winner was going to be the person who gets closest to 2/3 of the average in the class. Now, we figured that out. We figured out who the winner is, and I know a lot of you are trying to see if you won. Is that right? And I'm going to leave you in suspense. Okay, so I'm going to tell you today who won. We did figure it out, and we'll get there. But I want to do a little bit of work first. All right, so I'm just going to leave it in suspense. That'll stop you walking out early if you want to win the prize. All right. So there's going to be lots of times in this class when we get to play games, we get to have classroom discussions, and so on. But there's going to be some times when we have to slow down and do some work. And the next 20 minutes are going to be that. All right? So with apologies for being a bit more boring for 20 minutes, let's do something we'll call formal stuff. Right? In particular, I want to develop and make sure we all understand what are the ingredients of a game. All right? So in particular, we need to figure out what formally makes something into a game. And the formal parts of a game are this. We need players. All right? And while we're here, let's develop some notation. So for standard notation for players, I'm going to use things like little I and little j. All right? So in that numbers game, the game when all of you wrote down a number and handed it in at the end of last time, the players were who? Players were you, right? You all were the players, right? A useful text and expression meaning you plural. Right? In the numbers game, we'll give us a bit more room here. In the numbers game, you all were the players. All right? Second ingredient of the game are strategies. There's a good clue here. If I'm writing, you should be writing. Okay? Strategies. All right? Notation. All right? So I'm going to use little si to be a particular strategy of player I. Particular strategy of player I. So an example in that game might have been choosing the number 13. All right, everyone understand that? Now I need to distinguish this from the set of possible strategies of player I. So I'm going to use capital SI to be what? To be the set of alternatives, the set of possible strategies of player I. So in that game we played at the end last time, what were the set of strategies? They were the set 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 100. All right, so I'm distinguishing a particular strategy from the set of possible strategies. And while we're here, I want a third notation for strategy. I'm going to use little s without an I, all right, no subscript, little s without an I, to mean a particular play of the game. A particular play of the game. So what do I mean by that? All of you at the end last time wrote down this number and handed them in. So we had one number, one strategy choice for each player each person in the class. So here they are. Here's my collected in set of strategy choices. Here's the bundle of bits of paper you handed in last time. This is a particular play of the game. All right, I've got each person's name, and I've got a number from each person, a strategy from each person. All right? We actually have it on a spreadsheet as well, so here it is written out on a spreadsheet. Right? Each of your name is on this spreadsheet, and the number you chose. All right? So that's a particular play of the game, and that has a different name. We sometimes call this a strategy profile. So in the textbook, you'll sometimes see the term a strategy profile or a strategy vector or a strategy list. It doesn't really matter. What it's saying is one strategy for each player in the game. All right? So in the numbers game, this is the spreadsheet. Or an example of this is the spreadsheet. All right? I need to make it so you can still see that. I'm going to pull down these boards. And let me clean something. So you might think we're done, right? We've got players. We've got the choices they could make. That's their strategy sets. We've got those individual strategies. And we've got the choices they actually did make. That's the strategy profile. Seems like we've got everything you could possibly want to describe a game. What are we missing here? Say, shout it out. Payoffs. We're missing payoffs, right? So to complete the game, we need payoffs. All right? And again, I need notation for payoffs. So in this course, I'll try and use U for utile to be player I's playoff. All right? So UI will depend on player 1's choice all the way to player I's own choice, all the way up to player N's choices. All right? So player I's payoff, UI, depends on all the choices in the class, in this case, including her own choice. And of course, a shorter way of writing that would be UI S. It depends on the profile. All right? So in the numbers game, what is this? In the numbers game, UI of S can be two things. It can be $5 minus your error in pennies if you won. I guess it could be something if it was a tie. I won't bother writing that now. And it's going to be 0 otherwise. All right? So we've now got all of the ingredients of the game. Players, strategies, payoffs. All right? Now we're going to make an assumption today and for the next 10 weeks or so. All right? So for almost all the class. We're going to assume that these are known. We're going to assume that everybody knows the possible strategies everyone else could choose, and everyone knows everyone else's payoffs. Now that's not a very realistic assumption, and we are going to come back and challenge it at the end of the semester, but this will be complicated enough to get us a lot of material in the next 10 weeks. I need one more piece of notation, and then we can get back to having some fun. So one more piece of notation. I'm going to write S minus I to mean what? It's going to mean a strategy choice for everybody except person I. It's going to be useful to have that notation around. All right? So this is a choice for all except person I or player I. So in particular, if you're person 1, then and then S minus I would be S2, S3, S4 up to Sn, but it wouldn't include S1. All right? And it's useful. Why? Because sometimes it's useful to think about the payoffs as coming from I's own choice and everyone else's choices. It's just a useful way of thinking about things. All right? Now, at this point, I want to stop for a second. And I know that some of you, from past experience, are somewhat math-phobic. You do not have to wave your hands in the air if you're math-phobic. But since some of you are, let me just get you all to take a deep breath. This goes for people who are math-phobic at home, too. All right? So everyone's like a slight panic now. You know, you came here today, you thought everything was going to be fine, now I'm putting math on the board. All right? Take a deep breath. It's not that hard. And in particular, notice that all I'm doing here is writing down notation. There's actually no math going on here at all. I'm just developing notation. Now, I don't want anybody to quit this class because they're worried about math or math notation. So if you are in that category of somebody who might quit it because of that, come and talk to me, come and talk to the A's, we will get you through it. All right? It's fine to be math phobic. I'm phobic of all sorts of things. All right? Not necessarily math, but all sorts of things. All right? So a serious thing. A lot of people get put off by notation. It looks scarier than it is. There's nothing going on here except for notation at this point. All right. So let's have an example to help us fix some ideas. And again, I'll have to clean the board, so give me a second. I think an example might help those people who are disturbed by the notation. So here's a game which we're going to discuss briefly. It involves two players, and we'll call the players 1 and 2, and player 1 has two choices, top and bottom, and player 2 has three choices, left, center, and right. Right, it's just a very simple abstract example for now. And let's suppose the payoffs are like this. They're not particularly interesting. We're just going to do it for the purpose of illustration. So here are the payoffs. 5 minus 1, 11, 3, 0, 0, 6, 4, 0, 2, 2, 0. All right, let's just map the notation we just developed into this game. Okay, so first of all, who are the players here? Right, well, there's no secret there. The players are, let's write it down, why don't we? The players here in this game are player 1 and player 2. All right, what about the strategy sets? What about the strategy sets or the strategy alternatives? All right, so here, player 1's strategy set, she has two choices, top or bottom, represented by the rows, which are helpfully the top row and the bottom row. All right, and player 2 has three choices. Right, this game is not symmetric, so they have different numbers of choices. That's fine. Player 2 has three choices, left, center, and right, represented by the left, center, and right column in the matrix. And just to point out in passing, up to now we've been looking mostly at symmetric games. Notice this game is not symmetric in the payoffs or in the strategies. There's no particular reason why games have to be symmetric. And payoffs, all right, so again, this is not rocket science, but let's do it anyway. So just an example of payoffs. So player 1's payoff, if she chooses top and player 2 chooses center, we read by looking at the top row and the center column, and player 1's payoff is the first of these payoffs, so it's 11. All right? And player 2's payoff from the same choices, top for player 1, center for player 2, again, we go along the top row and the center column, but this time we choose player 2's payoff, which is the second payoff, so it's 3. Okay? All right, so again, I'm hoping this is calming down the math phobics in the room. Now, how do we think this game's going to be played? This is not a particularly interesting game, but while we're here, why don't we just discuss it for a second? All right, so if our mic guys get a little bit ready here. All right, so how do we think this game should be played? Well, let's ask somebody at random, perhaps. So, Ali, do you want to ask this guy in the blue shirt here? Right? Does player 1 here, does player 1 have a dominated strategy?
No, player 1 doesn't have a dominated strategy. For instance, if player 2 picks left, then player 1 wants to pick bottom, but if player 2 picks center, player 1 wants to pick center.
Good, excellent, very good. I should have got you to stand up, I forgot that, never mind, but that was very clear, thank you. And was that loud enough so people can hear it? Did people hear that? People at the back, do you hear it? So even that wasn't loud enough, okay? So we really need to get people to, that was very clear, very nice. We need people to stand up and shout, otherwise people at the back can't hear. So what's, I'm doing, your name is? Patrick. What Patrick said was, no, player 1 does not have a dominated strategy. Top is better than bottom against left, because, bottom is better than top against left because 6 is bigger than 5, but top is better than bottom against center because 11 is bigger than 0. Everyone see that? Right? So it's not the case that top always beats, it's not the case that top always does better than bottom, or that bottom always does better than top. Okay, what about, raise hands this time, what about player 2? Does player 2 have a dominated strategy? Everyone's keeping their hands firmly down so as not to get spotted here. Should we try, Ali, can we try this guy in white? Do you want to stand up and wait till Ali gets there? And really, but yell it out now. Louder.
I believe right is a dominated strategy because if player 1 chooses top, then player 2 will choose center. And if, or I'm getting confused now. It looks better on my paper. But yeah, right is never the best choice.
Okay, good, good. So let's be a little bit careful here. So your name is?
Thomas.
Thomas. So Thomas said something which was true, but it doesn't quite match with the definition of a dominated strategy. What Thomas said was, right is never a best choice. That's true. That's true. All right? But to be a dominated strategy, we need something else. We need that there's another strategy of player 2 that always does better. All right? Now that turns out also to be true in this game, but it's a C. All right? So in this particular game, I claim that center dominates right. That center dominates right. So to see that, if player 1 shows top, center yields 3, right yields 0, 3 is bigger than 0. And if player 1 chooses bottom, then center yields 2, right yields 0, 2 is bigger than 0 again. So in this game, center strictly dominates right. All right? What you said was true, but I wanted something specifically about domination here. All right? So what we know here, we know that player 2 should not choose right. All right? Now, in fact, that's as far as we can get with dominance arguments in this particular game. But nevertheless, let's just stick with it a second. I gave you the definition of strict dominance last time, and it's also on the handout, by the way, the handout on the web. But let me write that definition again, using or making use of the notation from the class. So definition, all right, so player I's strategy S little I prime is strictly dominated by player I's strategy SI if, and now we can use our notation, if UI from choosing SI when other people choose S minus I is strictly bigger than UI SI prime when other people choose S minus I. And the key part of the definition is for all S minus I. All right? All right, just say it in words. Player I's strategy SI prime is strictly dominated by her strategy SI if SI always does strictly better, always yields a higher payoff for player I, no matter what the other people do. All right, so this is the same definition we saw last time, just being a little bit more nerdy and putting it in some notation. Okay? Are people panicking about that? People look like deer in the headlamps yet? No, you look all right. Well, all right-ish. All right. Let's have a look at another example. People okay? I can move this? All right. So let's have a slightly more exciting example now. So imagine the following example. An invader is thinking about invading a country. And there are two ways, there are two passes, if you like, through which he can lead his army. And you are the defender of this country, and you have to decide which of these passes, or which of these routes into the country, you're going to choose to defend. And the catch is, you can only defend one of these two routes. All right, so if you want a real-world example of this, think about the 3rd century BC. Someone can correct me afterwards. I think it's the 3rd century BC when Hannibal is thinking of crossing the Alps. Right? Not Hannibal Lecter, Hannibal the general in the 3rd century BC. The one with the elephants. All right? Okay, so the key here is going to be that there are two passes. One of these passes is a hard pass, it goes over the Alps, and the other one is an easy pass, it goes along the coast. All right? If the invader chooses the hard pass, he will lose 1 battalion of his army simply in getting over the mountains, simply in going through the hard pass. All right? And if he meets your army, whichever pass he chooses, if he meets your army defending a pass, then he'll lose another battalion. All right? Now, I've given you roughly the choices. The choices are going to be for the attacker which pass to choose, and for the defender which pass to defend. But let's put down some payoffs so we can start talking about this. Right? So in this game, the payoffs for this game are going to be as follows. So it's a simple 2-by-2 game. This is going to be the attacker. This is Hannibal. And this is going to be the defender. And I've forgotten which general was defending, and someone's about to tell me, no doubt. And there are two passes you could defend, the easy pass or the hard pass. And there's two you could use to attack through, easy or hard. And again, easy pass here just means no mountains. We're not talking about something on the New Jersey Turnpike. All right? So the payoffs here are as follows, and I'll explain them in a second. All right, so his payoff, the attacker's payoff, is how many battalions does he get to bring into your country? He only has 2 to start with. And for you, it's how many battalions of his get destroyed. So just to give an example, if he goes through the hard pass and you defend the hard pass, he loses 1 of those battalions going over the mountains and the other one because he meets you. So he has none left and you've managed to destroy 2 of them. Right? Conversely, if he goes on the hard pass and you defend the easy pass, he's going to lose 1 of those battalions, so he'll have 1 left. He lost it in the mountains, but that's the only one he's going to lose because you were defending the wrong pass. All right, everyone understand the payoffs of this game? All right, so now imagine yourself as a Roman general. Right, this is going to be a little bit of a stretch of imagination, but imagine yourself as a Roman general, and let's figure out what you're going to do. You're the defender, what are you going to do? All right, so let's have a show of hands. How many of you think you should defend the easy pass? Raise your hands. Let's raise your hands so you can see them. Keep them up. Wave them in the air. Bit of motion. Wave them in the air. Should put your flags, okay? Because these are the Romans defending the easy pass. And how many of you think you're going to defend the hard pass? We have a huge number of people who don't want to be Roman generals here. All right? Let's try it again. No abstentions, right? I'm not going to penalize you getting the wrong answer. All right? So how many of you think you're going to defend the easy pass? Raise your hands again. And how many think you're going to defend the hard pass? All right, so we have a majority choosing easy pass. Quite a large majority. So what's going on here? Is it the case that defending the easy pass dominates defending the hard pass? Is that the case? Is the case that defending the easy pass dominates defending the hard pass? You can shout out. No, it's not. In fact, we can check that if the attacker attacks through the easy pass, not surprisingly, you do better if you defend the easy pass than the hard pass, 1 versus 0. But if the attacker was to attack through the hard pass, again, not surprisingly, you do better if you defend the hard pass than the easy pass. All right, so that's not an unintuitive finding. It isn't the case that defending easy dominates defending hard. You just want to match with the attacker. Nevertheless, almost all of you chose easy. What's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on? Let's get the mics going a second. So can we catch the guy with the, can we catch this guy with the beard? If we just wait for the mic to get there. And if you could stand up, and shout. There you go.
Because you want to minimize the amount of enemy soldiers that reach Rome or whatever the location is.
All right, you want to minimize the number of soldiers that reach Rome. That's true. On the other hand, we've just argued that you don't have a dominant strategy here. It's not the case that easy dominates hard. What else could be going on? While we've got you up, why don't we get the other guy who's got his hand up there in the middle? And again, stand up and shout in that mic. Point your face towards the mic. Good.
It seems as though while you don't have a dominating strategy, it seems like Hannibal is better off attacking through. It seems like he would attack through the easy pass.
Good. Why does it seem that? I guess that's right. We're on the right lines now. Why does it seem like he's going to attack through the easy pass?
Well, if you're not defending the easy pass, he doesn't lose anyone, and if he attacks through the hard pass, he's going to lose at least 1 battalion.
All right. So let's have a look at it from, let's do the exercise, let's do the second lesson that I emphasized at the beginning. Let's put ourselves in Hannibal's shoes. They're probably boots or something. I don't know, whatever you do when you're riding an elephant, whatever you wear. All right, let's put ourselves in Hannibal's shoes and try and figure out what Hannibal's going to do here. All right, so it could be, from Hannibal's point of view, he doesn't know which pass you're going to defend. All right, but let's have a look at his payoffs. If you were to defend the easy pass, and he goes through the easy pass, he will get into your country with 1 battalion, and that's the same as he would have got if he went through the hard pass. So if you defend the easy pass, from his point of view, it doesn't matter whether he chooses the easy pass, he gets 1 in there, or the hard pass, he gets 1 in there. But if you were to defend the hard pass, if you were to defend the mountains, then if he chooses the easy pass, he gets both battalions in, and if he chooses the hard pass, he gets no battalions in. All right? So in this case, easy is better. And we have to be a little bit careful. It's not the case that for Hannibal, choosing the easy pass to attack through strictly dominates choosing the hard pass, but it is the case that there's a weak notion of domination here. It is the case, and used to introduce some jargon, it is the case that the easy pass for the attacker weakly dominates the hard pass for the attacker. What do I mean by weakly dominate? It means by choosing the easy pass, he does at least as well, and sometimes better, than he would have done had he chosen the hard pass. All right? So here we have a second definition, a new definition for today. And again, we can use our jargon. Definition: player I's strategy, SI prime, is weakly dominated by her strategy SI if, and now we're going to take advantage of our notation, if player I's payoff from choosing SI against S minus I is always as big as or equal to her payoff from choosing SI prime against S minus I, and this has to be true for all things that anyone else could do. And in addition, player I's payoff from choosing SI against S minus I is strictly better than her payoff from choosing SI prime against S minus I for at least one thing that everyone else could do. Right? So just check that exactly corresponds to the easy and hard thing we just had before. Let's say it again. Player I's strategy SI prime is weakly dominated by her strategy SI if she always does at least as well by choosing SI than choosing SI prime, regardless of what everyone else does, and sometimes she does strictly better. All right? And it seems a pretty powerful lesson. Just as we said you should never choose a strictly dominated strategy, you're probably never going to choose a weakly dominated strategy either, but it's a little more subtle. All right? Now that definition, if you're worried about what I've written down here and you want to see it in words, on the handout I've already put on the web that has the summary of the first class, I included this definition in words as well. So compare the definition in words with what's written here in the nerdy notation on the board. All right? Now, since we think that Hannibal, the attacker, is not going to play a weakly dominated strategy, we think that Hannibal is not going to choose the hard pass, he's going to attack on the easy pass, and given that, which should we defend? We should defend easy, which is what most of you chose. So be honest now, was that why most of you chose easy? Yeah, probably was, right? You might be able to read this. All right? So by putting ourselves in Hannibal's shoes, we could figure out that his hard attack strategy was weakly dominated, he's going to choose easy, so we should defend easy. Having said that, of course, Hannibal went through the mountains, which kind of screws up the lesson, but too late now. All right. Now then, I promised you we'd get back to the game from last time. All right. So where have we got to so far on this class? We know from last time that you should not choose a dominated strategy. And we also know we probably aren't going to choose a weakly dominated strategy. And we also know that you should put yourself in other people's shoes and figure out that they're not going to play a strictly or weakly dominated strategy. That seems a pretty good way to predict how other people are going to play. So let's take those ideas and go back to the numbers game from last time. Now before I do that, I don't need the people at home to see this, but how many of you were here last time? How many of you were not, I asked the wrong question. How many of you were not here last time? All right, so we handed out again that game. We handed out again the game with the numbers, but just in case, let me just read out the game you played. This was the game you played. Without showing your neighbor what you're doing, put in the box below a whole number between 1 and 100. We will, and in fact have, calculated the average number chosen in the class, and the winner of this game is the person who gets closest to 2/3 times that average number. They will win $5 minus the difference in pennies. All right, so everybody filled that in last time, and I have their choices here. So let's just, before we reveal who won, let's discuss this a little bit. Let me come down hazardously off this stage and figure out, let's get the mics up a bit a second. We can get some mics ready. All right, so let me find out some people here and see what people did a second. I've got, you can be honest here since I've got everything in front of me. So how many of you chose some number like 32, 33, 34? One hand. Actually, I can tell you, 9 of you did. So shall I read out the names? Will I embarrass people? All right. So we've got Lynette Lickusen, we've got Christian Bargen. There's 9 of you here. Let's try it again. How many of you chose numbers between 32 and 34? Yeah. Okay. So a number of you, now we're seeing some hands up. All right. So keep your hands up a second. Keep your hands up a second, those people. All right. So let me ask people why. Can you get your hand into the guy? What's your name? If we get him to stand up a second, and shout out to the class can hear you. What's your name?
Chris.
Chris, you're on this list somewhere. I mean, you're not on this list somewhere. Never mind. What did you choose?
I think I chose 30.
Okay, 30. So that's pretty close. Okay. So why did you choose 30?
Because I thought everyone was going to be around like the 45 range, because 66 is 2/3, or right around of 100, and then we're going to go 2/3 less than that, and I did one less than that one.
All right. Okay. All right. So thank you. Let's get one of the others. There was another one in here. Can you just raise your hands again? The people who are sort of around 33, 34. There's somebody in here. Can we get you to stand up? And you're between mics, so let me. Yep. Go ahead. Shout it out. What's your name, first of all?
Ryan.
Ryan, I must have you here as well. Never mind. What did you choose?
33, I think.
33? Oh, you did. You are Ryan Lowe.
Yeah.
You are Ryan Lowe. Okay. Good. Go ahead.
I thought similar to Chris, actually, and I also thought that if we got 2/3 and everyone was choosing numbers in between 1 and 100, end up 33 would be around the number. That would
All
come
right.
out
So just to repeat the argument that we just heard, again, you have to shout it out more than that. I'm guessing people didn't hear that in the room, so just let me repeat it to make sure everyone hears it. A reason for choosing a number like 33 might go as follows. If people in the room choose randomly between 1 and 100, then the average is going to be around 50, say, and 2/3 of 50 is around 33. All right, 33 and a third, literally. All right? So that's a pretty good piece of reasoning. All right? What's wrong with that reasoning? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Can we get the guy, the woman in the striped shirt here? Yeah. Sorry. We haven't had a woman for a while, so let's have a woman. Thank you.
That even if everyone else had the same reasoning as you, it's still going to be way too high.
All right. So in particular, if everyone else had the same reasoning as you, it's going to be way too high. All right. So if everyone else reasons that way, then everyone in the room would choose a number like 33 or 34, and in that case, the average would be what? Sorry, the average. Just told that. The 2/3 of the average would be what? 22. Something like 22. All right. So the flaw in the argument that Chris and Ryan had, it isn't a bad argument. It's a good starting point. But the flaw in the argument, mistake in the argument, it was the first sentence in the argument. The first sentence in the argument was, if the people in the room choose random, then they will choose around 50. That's true. The problem is the people in the room aren't going to choose at random. All right? Look around the room a second. Look around yourselves. Do any of you look like a random number generator? Actually, from here I can see some that do. I'm not going to put. All right? All right? All right? So I'm actually looking at some of your answers. Maybe some of you are. Right? On the whole, Yale students are not random number generators. They're trying to win the game. All right? So they're unlikely to choose numbers at random. Right? If they we also, a further argument, if in fact everyone thought that way, and if you figured out everyone was going to think that way, then you would expect everyone to choose a number like 33, and in that case, you should choose a number like 22. How many of you, raise your hand a second, how many of you chose numbers in the range 21 through 23? There's way more of you than that. I'll start reading you out as well. There are actually about 12 of you. Raise your hands. There should be 12 hands going up somewhere. There's 2, 3 hands going up, 4, 5 hands going up. There's actually 12 people who chose exactly 22. So considerably more if we include 23 and 21. All right? So those people, I'm guessing, were thinking this way. Is that right? Let me get one of my 22s up again. Here's a 22. Here's a 22. You want to get this guy? So what's your name, sir? Stand up and shout.
Brian.
Yep. And you chose 22?
I chose 22 because I thought that most people would play the game dividing by 2/3 a couple of times and give numbers averaging around the low 30s.
All right. So if you think people are going to play in a particular way, in particular if you think people are going to choose the strategy of Ryan and Chris and choose around 33, then 22 seems a great answer. But you underestimate your Yale colleagues. In fact, 22 was way too high. All right. Now, again, let's just iterate the point here. Let's just repeat the point here. The point here is when you're playing a game, you want to think about what other people are trying to do to try and predict what they're trying to do. And it's not necessarily a great starting point to assume that the people around you are random number generators. They have aims, trying to win, and they have strategies too. Let me take this back to the board a second. So in particular, are there any strategies here we can really rule out? We said already people are not random. Are there any choices we can just rule out? We know people are not going to choose those choices. Let's have someone here. Can we have the guy in green? I'll just wait for LA. There you go. Good. Stand up. Give me your name.
My name's Nick.
And shout it out so people can hear.
No one is going to choose a number over 50.
No one's going to choose a number over 50. Okay, I was going to. That actually got. Okay, that's fair enough. Some people did. It's fair enough. I was thinking something a little bit less. I mean, that's fine. I was thinking something a little bit less ambitious. Somebody said 66. So let's start analyzing this. All right. So in particular, there's something about these strategy choices that are greater than 67 at any rate. All right. Certainly, I mean, since it's 66, let's go up a little bit. So these numbers bigger than 67, what's wrong with numbers bigger than 67? What's wrong? Raise your hands if you have an answer to that. What's wrong? Yeah, can we get the guy in red who's right close to the microphone? Stand up. Give me your name. Stand up. Shout it out to the crowd.
Peter.
Yep.
And if everyone chooses 100, it would be 67.
All right, good. So even if everyone in the room didn't choose randomly, but they all chose 100, a very unlikely circumstance. But even if everyone chose 100, the highest the average could, the highest 2/3 of the average could possibly be is 66 2/3. Hence, 67 would be a pretty good choice in that case. So numbers bigger than 67 seem pretty crazy choices, but crazy isn't the word I'm looking for here. What can we say about those choices, those strategies, 67 and bigger than 67, 68 and above? What can we say about those choices? There's somebody right behind you, the woman right behind you. Shout it out.
They have no payoffs for the
They have no payoffs? What's the jargon here? Let's use our jargon. Somebody shout it out. What's the jargon about that? They're dominated, all right? So these strategies are dominated. Actually, they're only weakly dominated, but that's okay. They're certainly dominated. Right? In particular, a strategy like 80 is dominated by choosing 67. Right? You will always get a payoff from choosing 67, at least as high and sometimes higher than the payoff you would have got had you chosen 80, no matter what else happened in the room. So these strategies are dominated. We know from the very first lesson of the class last time that no one should choose these strategies. They're dominated strategies. All right. So did anyone choose strategies bigger than 67? Okay, I'm not going to read out names here, but turns out 4 of you did. I'm not going to make you wave it, okay? All right. So, okay, for the 4 of you did, never mind, but, well, yeah, mind, actually, yeah. All right. All right. So once we've eliminated the possibility that anyone in the room is going to choose a strategy bigger than 67, it's as if those numbers 68 through 100 are irrelevant. It's really as if the game is being played where the only choices available on the table are 1 through 67. Is that right? Is that right? We know no one's going to choose 68 and above, so we can just forget them. We can delete those strategies. And once we delete those strategies, all that's left are choices 1 through 67. All right? So can somebody help me out now? What can I conclude now I've concluded that the strategies 68 through 100 essentially don't exist or have been deleted? What can I conclude? Let me see if I can get a mic in here. So stand up and wait for the mic. And here comes the mic. Good. Shout out.
That all strategies 45 and above are thus also ruled out.
Good, good. So your name is?
Henry.
Okay, so Henry is saying, once we've figured out that no one should choose a strategy bigger than 67, then we can go another step and say, if those strategies never existed, then the same argument rules out, or a similar argument, rules out strategies bigger than 45. Let's be careful here. The strategies that are less than 67, but bigger than 45, these strategies are not dominated strategies in the original game. In particular, we just argued that if everyone in the room chose 100, then 67 would be the winning strategy. So it's not the case that the strategies between 45 and 67 are dominated strategies, but it is the case that they're dominated once we delete the dominated strategies, once we delete 67 and above. All right? So these strategies, to be careful here with the word weakly here, these strategies are not weakly dominated in the original game, but they are dominated. They're weakly dominated once we delete 68 through 100. So all the strategies 45 through 67 are gone now. So okay, let's have a look. Did anyone choose? Raise your hands. Be brave here. Did anyone choose a strategy between 45 and 67? Or between 46 and 67? No one's written that, but I know some of you did because I got it in front of me, right? So at least 4 of you did, and I won't read out those names yet, but I might read them out next time. Okay, so four more people chose those strategies. All right? Now notice there's a different part of this. This argument, the argument that eliminates strategies 67 and above, or 68 upwards, that strategy just involves the first lesson of last time. Do not choose a dominated strategy. Admittedly weak here, but still. All right? But this the second slice, strategies 45 through 67, getting rid of those strategies involves a little bit more. You've got to put yourself in the shoes of your fellow classmen and figure out they're not going to choose 67 and above. And so the first argument, that's a straightforward argument. The second argument says I put myself in other people's shoes, I realize they're not going to play a dominated strategy, and therefore, having realized they're not going to play a dominated strategy, I shouldn't play a strategy between 45 and 67. So this argument is an in-shoes argument. Now what? Where can we go now? Yes, so let's have the guy in the beard, but let the mic get to him. All right, and yell out your name.
Carter, you just repeat the same reasoning again and again, and you eventually get down to 1.
All right, well, we'll do that, but let's go one step at a time. So now we've ruled out the possibility that anyone's going to choose a strategy 68 and above because they're weakly dominated, and we've ruled out the possibility that anyone's going to choose a strategy between 46 and 67 because those strategies are dominated once we've ruled out the dominating strategies. So we know no one's choosing any strategies above 45. It's as if the numbers 46 and above don't exist. So we know that the highest anyone could ever choose is 45, and 2/3 of 45 is roughly, someone help me out here, 30, right? Roughly 30, all right? So we know that all the numbers between 45 and 30, these strategies were not dominated, and they weren't dominated even after deleting the dominated strategies. But they are dominated once we deleted not just the dominated strategies, but also the strategies that were dominated once we deleted the dominated strategies. All right? I'm not going to try and write that, but you should try and write it in your notes. All right? So without writing that argument down in detail, notice that we can rule out the strategies 30 through 45, not by just examining our own payoffs, not just by putting ourselves in other people's shoes and realizing they're not going to choose a dominated strategy, but by putting ourselves in other people's shoes while they are putting themselves in someone else's shoes and figuring out what they're going to do. All right? So this is an in-shoes, be careful where we are here, this is an in-shoes argument. At which point you might want to invent the sock. All right? Now, where's this going? So we were told where it's going. We were able to rule out 68 and above, then we were able to rule out 46 and above, now we're able to rule out 31 and above. All right, by the next slice down, we'll be able to eliminate, what is it, about 20 and above. All right, so 30 down to above 20, and this will be an in-shoes, right? These strategies aren't dominated, nor are they dominated once we delete the dominated strategies, nor are we dominated the strategies that are dominated once we delete the dominated strategies, but they are dominated once we delete the strategies that are dominated in the next. You get what I'm doing, okay? All right? So where does this argument going to go? Where's this argument going to go? It's going to go all the way down to 1. It's going to go all the way down to 1. We could repeat this argument all the way down to 1. Notice that once we've deleted the dominated strategies, I said before about 4 people chose this strategy. And in here, about 4 people chose this strategy. But in this range 30 through 45, I had lots of people. Lots. How many of you chose a number between 30 and 45? Right? Well, more than that. I guarantee you, more than that chose a number between 30 and 45. All right? In fact, the people who chose, well, we started off, 33 chose in that range. And a lot more of you chose numbers between 20 and 30. So we're really getting into the meat of the distribution here, and we're seeing that these are choices that perhaps are ruled out by this kind of reasoning. All right. Now, I'm still not going to quite reveal yet who won. I want to take this just one step more abstract. All right? So I want to just discuss this a little bit more. I want to discuss the consequence of rationality in playing games. Slightly philosophical for a few minutes. All right? So I claim that if you are a rational player, by which I mean somebody who's trying to maximize their payoffs by their play of the game, that simply being rational just being a rational player rules out playing these dominated strategies. All right, so the 4 of you who chose numbers bigger than 67, whose names I'm not going to read out, maybe they were making a mistake. All right? However, the next slice down requires more than just rationality. What else does it require? Yes, can I get this guy again? Sorry. Shout out your name again. I've forgotten it.
Nick.
Shout it out.
Nick.
Yep.
The assumption that your opponents are being rational as well.
Good. Good. So to rule out the second slice, I need to be rational myself, and I need to know that others are rational. All right? That's illegible, but never mind. What it says is rational and knowledge that other people are rational. Now, how about the next slice after that? Well, now I need to be rational, I need to know that other people are rational, and I need to know that other people know that other people are rational. All right, so to get this slice, let's get this next slice here, I need rationality. As some of you know, that's widely criticized in the social sciences these days. Are we right to assume that people are rational? But to get this slice, I need rationality. I need knowledge of rationality. Let's call that KR. And I need knowledge of rationality. All right? And as I go down further, I'm going to need rationality. I need to know people are rational. I need to know that people know that people are rational. And I need to know that people know that people know that people are rational. All right? And let's just make this more concrete for you. These people, the 4 people who chose this, they made a mistake. What about the 4 people who chose numbers between 45 and 67? What can we conclude about those people? The people who chose between 45 and 67. Shall I read out their names? No, perhaps I better not. What can we conclude about those people? Yeah, we're never going to get the mic in. Let's try and get the mic in there. Come forward as far as you can and then really shout. Yep.
They think their classmates are pretty dumb.
Right, right. It's not necessarily that the 4 people who chose between 46 and 67 are themselves thick. It's that they think the rest of you are thick. All right? And down here, this doesn't require people to be thick or to think the rest of you are thick. They're just people who think that you think, they're just people who think that you think that they're thick. All right, and so on. Now to get all the way to 1, we're going to need very, very many rounds of knowledge of rationality. Does anyone know what we call it if we assume an infinite sequence of I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know something? What's the expression for that? Technical, believe it or not, technical expression. Technical expression for that in philosophy is common knowledge. Common knowledge. Which I can never spell, so I'm going to wing it. All right? Common knowledge. Common knowledge is I know something, you know it, you know that I know it, I know that you know it, I know that you know that I know it, etc., etc., etc. An infinite sequence. All right? All right, but if we had common knowledge of rationality in this class, then the optimal choice would have been 1. How many of you chose 1? Look around the room. Let's pan the room. So keep your hands up a second. How many of you chose 1? So actually, a lot of you chose 1. 1 was the modal answer in this class. A lot of you chose 1. All right? So those people did pretty well. They must have done, you know, they must be thinking they're about to win. But they didn't win. So it turns out that the average in this class, the average choice, was about 13 1/3, which means 2/3 of the average was 9. 2/3 of the average was 9. And some of you chose 9, so if you're here, stand up. The following people chose 9. That's not right. Where are the people who chose 9? I've got them here somewhere. Sorry, there's so many pages of people. Here we go. The following people chose 9, so stand up if you're here. And if you're that person's roommate if they're not here. All right, so Li Xing Chang, is Li Xing Chang here? Stand up if you're here. And Christopher Barrero, you can stand up if you're here. And William Fischel, are you here? Don't know if he's here. Jed Glickstein, are you here? Jed Glickstein, stand up if you're here. And Jeffrey Green, stand up if you're here. And Alison Hoyt, stand up if you're here. No Alison Hoyt? Okay. And there's John Robinson. John Robinson? All right, so these people, well, can we get stay up a second so the camera can see you? There you go. There you go, all the way around, all the way around. Wave to mum at home. All right. Can we get a round of applause for our winners? So Jed has trustworthily brought back the $5. I'll go to focus for a second just to get it. Here is the $5. We're going to tear this into 9 pieces, except I get arrested and deported if I do that. So we're going to find a way to break this into change later, okay? And come and claim it afterwards. All right, but you're all entitled to whatever that fraction of $5 is. All right. Okay, so why was it, after all that work, why was it that 1 wasn't the winning answer? Why wasn't 1 the winning answer? Let's have someone we haven't had before. Can we, we get a mic in way in the back there? Can we get a mic in there on the row you're on? See if you can point. Actually, yeah, good. Stand up, shout. Stand up, shout. Yeah, go. Shout away.
When would have been the winning answer?
Louder, louder, louder.
When would have been the winning answer had everyone assumed that the average would have been constantly compounded down to 1, but since a couple of people chose not incorrect answers, but the higher averages, then it was pushed up to 13.
So to get all the way, good. So to get all the way, thank you. So to get all the way to 1, we need a lot, right? We need not just that you're all rational players, not just you know each other's rational, but you know everyone else is rational. I mean, I know you all know each other because you've been at Yale, but you also know each other well enough to know that not everyone in the room is rational, and you're pretty sure that not everyone knows that you're rational, and so on and so forth, right? So it's asking a lot to get to 1 here, and in fact, we didn't get to 1. In fact, in previous years, we were even higher. So this was a low this year. In 2003, the average was 18.5, and in 2004, it was 21.5, and in 2005, we had a class that didn't trust each other at all, I guess, because the average was 23, all right, and this year it was 13 1/3. Okay, we're getting better there, I think, all right? One nice thing, by the way, this is just chance, I think. The median answer in the class was 9, which is spot on. So the median hit this bang on, all right? Now, what I want you to do is I want you all to play again. We haven't got time to do this properly, even though I've given you the sheet. So write down, don't talk to your neighbors, write down a number. Don't talk among yourselves, that's cheating. Write down a number. If you haven't got a sheet in front of you, just write it on your notepad. Write down a number. Has everyone written down a number? All right, I'm going to do a show of hands now. How many, right, we'll get the camera on you. How many of you chose a number higher than 67? Oh, it's the spoil makers. Okay. How many of you chose a number higher than 20? How many chose a number higher than 10? How many chose a number between 5 and 10? How many chose a number between 1 and 5? All right. How many of you, excluding the people who chose 1 last time, how many of you chose a number that was lower than the number you chose last time? Now keep your hands up a second. All right. So almost all of you came down. Why? Why are we seeing this massive contraction? I'm guessing the average number in the class now is probably about 3 or 4, maybe even lower. Right? Why are we seeing this massive contraction in the numbers being chosen? The woman in green again. I forgot your name, I'm sorry.
Just that lecture, you've told us we're not being rational if we pick a high number.
All right, so part of it is you yourselves have figured out, some of you, that you shouldn't choose a high number. All right? What else, though? What else? What else is going on here? Let's get somebody. There's a guy waving an arm out there. Yeah. You want to stand up behind the hat there? Yeah, that's you. Yeah.
Because we've repeated the game.
It's true we've repeated it. But what is it about repeating it? What is it about talking about this game that makes a difference? Let me hazard a guess here. I think what makes a difference is not only do you yourselves know better how to play this game now, but you also know that everybody around you knows better how to play the game. Discussing this game raised not just each person's sophistication, but it raised what you know about other people's sophistication. And you know that other people now know that you understand how to play the game. So the main lesson I want you to get from this is that not only does it matter that you need to put yourself in other people's shoes and think about what their payoffs are, you also need to put yourself into other people's shoes and think about how sophisticated are they at playing games. And you need to think about how sophisticated do they think you are at playing games. And you need to think about how sophisticated do they think that you think that they are at playing games, and so on. Right? This level of knowledge, these layers of knowledge lead to very different play in the game. And to make this more concrete, if a firm is competing against a competitor, it can be pretty sure that that competitor is a pretty sophisticated game player and knows that the firm is itself. If a firm is competing against a customer, let's say for a non-prime loan, perhaps that assumption is not quite so safe. It matters in how we take game theory to the real world, and we're going to see more of this as the term progresses. Now I've got 5 minutes. Do I have 5 minutes left? So I've got 5 minutes to just take a little small aside here. We've been talking about knowledge and about common knowledge. And I just want to do a very quick experiment. So everyone stay in their seat. I'm going to get 2 TAs up here. I want to get Ali and Kai up here. And I wanted to show that common knowledge is not such an obvious a concept as I've made it seem on the board. Come up on stage a second. You can leave the mic, it's okay. All right, here we have 2 of our TAs. Actually, these are 2 head TAs. And I want you to face forward so you don't see what I'm doing a second, okay? All right, I'm about to put on their heads a hat. All right? All right, here's a hat on Ali's head. And here's a hat on Kai's head. Let's move them this way so they're in focus. All right? Now, you can all see these hats, and they can see that. And if they turn around to each other, they can see each other's hat. All right? Now, I want to ask you the question here. Here is a fact. All right? So, is it common knowledge? Is it common knowledge that that at least one of these people has a pink hat on their head? Is it common knowledge? So I claim it's not common knowledge. What is known here? Well, I'll reveal the fact to you now that in fact Ali knows that Kai has a pink hat on his head. So it's true that Ali knows that at least one person in the room has a pink hat on their head. And it's true that Kai knows that Ali has a pink hat on his head. They both look absurd, but never mind. But notice that Ali doesn't know the color of the hat on his own head. Right? So even though both people know, even though it is mutual knowledge that there's at least one pink hat in the room, Ali doesn't know what Kai is seeing. So Ali does not know that Kai knows that there's a pink hat in the room. In fact, from Ali's point of view, this could be a blue hat. So again, they both know that someone in the room has a pink hat on their head. It is mutual knowledge that there's a pink hat in the room. But Ali does not know that Kai knows that he's wearing a pink hat. And Kai does not know that Ali knows that Kai is wearing a pink hat. Each of their hats, each of their own hats, might be blue. So notice that common knowledge, thanks guys, common knowledge is a rather subtle thing, thank you. Right? Common knowledge is a subtle thing. Mutual knowledge doesn't imply common knowledge. Common knowledge is a statement about not what I know, it's about what do I know the other person knows that I know that the other person, and so on and so forth. And even in this simple example, where you might think it's obviously common knowledge, it wasn't common knowledge that there was a pink hat in the room. Does anybody have smaller siblings or children of their own? They can have a pink hat at the end of the class. All right, we'll see you on Wednesday. Last time, we talked a lot about the idea, I didn't mention the name, but here's some jargon for you. We talked about the idea of deleting dominated strategies. Looking at a game, figuring out which strategies are dominated, deleting them, looking at the game again, looking at which strategies are now dominated, deleting those, and so on and so forth. And this process is called the iterative deletion of dominated strategies. This is not a great title for Barry's book. You need to do better than that to get the $250, right? This is a boring title, but never mind. Iterative deletion of dominated strategies. The idea, it embodies the idea of putting yourself in someone else's shoes and trying to figure out what they're going to do, and then think about them putting themselves in your shoes, figuring out what you're going to do, and so on and so forth. And last time, we saw already that this is a very powerful idea, all right, in that game last time, but we also saw it's a dangerous idea to take too literally, that sometimes this can get you to overthink the problem, and actually, as in that numbers game last time, the the best choice, the winning choice, might not involve so many rounds. All right, we also saw in that numbers game last time that in some games, but by no means all games, in some games, this process actually converges to a single choice. In that numbers game, it converged to 1. All right, so just to say once again what this idea is you yourself should not play a dominated strategy. Delete those for everyone else. Whereas everyone else is not going to play a dominated strategy. Delete those. Look at the game with all those dominated strategies deleted. See if there are any strategies that are now dominated. Delete those. Look again, etc., etc. All right, I could write that all up. We saw it in practice last time. It's probably just easy to have the idea there. All right. One tip about this. try to identify all the dominated strategies of all players before you delete. Then delete, then look again, try and identify all the dominated strategies of all players again, and then delete. That process will prevent you from getting into trouble. All right, so today I want to be a little bit less abstract, if you like, and I want to look at an application. I want to look at a famous application from politics. All right, so we're going to look at a model of politics. All right, and the idea is going to be this. We're going to imagine that there are two candidates. And what these candidates are doing is they're choosing their political positions for an election. So these are the players, and the strategies are going to be that they're going to choose positions on a spectrum, on a political spectrum. And to make life easy, we're going to assume that this political spectrum has 10 positions. So here are the positions. We'll call them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right, not very difficult. All right, what's the idea here? We haven't finished describing the game. What's the idea? The idea is that these positions are left-wing positions, and these positions are right-wing positions. Can people not see past the podium? Let's get it out of the way. All right. So you could think of these extreme left-wing positions. These are people who, I guess they don't eat anything except for fruit, and they think the trees should have the vote. All right. And these guys out here, these are the extreme right-wing positions. So they think, they think the poor shouldn't have the vote, and they eat immigrants. All right? I'm an immigrant, I don't care. The candidates here are going to try and choose positions. We're going to assume, this is not realistic, we're going to assume for now that there are 10% of the voters at each of these positions. All right? So there's 10% of the voters at each position. So they're uniformly distributed. All right? And we're going to assume that voters will eventually vote for the closest candidate. All right? So voters vote for the closest candidate, or the candidate whose position is closest to their own. And we'll need a tie-breaking assumption, and we'll do the obvious tie-break. If there's a tie, then the voters split. The voters of that position split evenly. All right, so if there's a tie, half the voters at that position go for one of the candidates, and half of them go for the other. All right, so here's a game. I've got the players, that's the candidates. I've got the strategies, that's the political positions. What am I missing? I'm missing payoffs, right? I'm missing payoffs. And it matters in this game a lot how we specify the payoffs, but we're going to assume that the payoffs are that the candidates aim to maximize their share of the vote. Right? Now that's not the only thing we could have assumed. We could have assumed that all they really care about is winning, and that winning gave them a high payoff, and that losing gave them nothing. Right? I'm going to assume a little bit more. I'm going to assume that they haven't spelled maximize right. Max will do. Right? They want to max their share of the vote. Right? The reason this isn't a terrible assumption is you could think that getting a higher share of the vote gives you a mandate, or if this is a primary election, you want, a larger share of the vote gives you a bigger push for the next primary or whatever. All right, so we're going to assume that they're trying to maximize their share of the vote. All right, so we want to know what's going to happen in this game. It seems like a pretty natural, pretty important game. Okay, so given what we've learned so far in the class, a natural first question to ask is, are any of the strategies here, there are 10 strategies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, are any of the strategies dominated? Are any strategies dominated? Let's get some, let me get my microphones up and ready a little bit. So any strategies dominated? How about this gentleman in blue? So stand up and shout. Yep.
Okay. 1 and 10 are both dominated.
All right. So this gentleman whose name is
Stephen.
Stephen says 1 and 10. We'll come back to 10. But you're right. We'll come back to 10. So he says that position 1, strategy 1, choosing the most extreme left-wing position, is a dominated strategy. What dominates it, by the way? Stephen, want to shout out? 2. So, for example, our conjecture here is that 2 dominates 1. 2 dominates 1. That's the claim, right? And let's just be careful here. What does it mean to say that 2 dominates 1? It means that choosing position 2 always gives me a higher share of the vote than choosing position 1, no matter where the other candidate positions herself. Right? It does not mean 2 beats 1. Right? All right. So let's take Stephen's conjecture and see if it's true. All right. All right. So in particular, let's start working out what share of the votes you'd get if you chose position 1 or position 2 against different positions the other guy can choose. All right. Okay. So for example, what we're going to do is we're going to test, does 2 dominate 1? And while we're doing this, we'll figure out how these payoffs work as well. All right. Well, how about versus 1? Right, so suppose the other candidate has chosen position 1. All right, so if the other candidate has chosen position 1, then we're going to compare my payoff from choosing 1 against the other candidate's payoff from choosing 1. We're going to compare this with my payoff from choosing 2 against the other candidate choosing 1. All right, let's figure out what that is. So somebody can shout this out. What's my share of the vote if I choose 1 and the other candidate chooses 1? 50%. That was pretty easy, right? Must be a tie for everybody. So I'll get 50% of the vote. And what's my share of the vote if I choose 2 and the other candidate chooses 1? 90%, right? In fact, he will get, or she will get, all the voters at 1. I'll get everyone else. So I get 90%. So in this case, choosing 2 is better than choosing 1. But of course, we're not done yet. We have to consider other possible positions of my opponent. So suppose my opponent chooses 2. So now we're comparing my choosing 1 when my opponent chooses 2, and the payoff I would get if I choose 2 when my opponent chooses 2. Okay? So what's my payoff if I choose 1 and my opponent chooses 2? I get all the voters right on top of me at position 1, and she gets everyone else. Is that right? So I get 10%. And what about if we both choose 2? 50%, everyone happy with that? All right, so 50% in this case. And once again, 2 did better than 1. Everyone happy with that? So we showed this choice was better and this choice was better, and we're going to keep on going. Against 3. So now we're comparing my choosing 1 versus 3, and my choosing 2 versus 3. If I choose 1 against 3, what share of the vote do I get? I'm going to get all the people at position 1 and half the people at position 2 for a total of 15. And if I choose 2 against 3, what do I get? I get 20. I get all the people at 1 and I get all the people at 2, so I get 20%. So we're okay again. Let's do one more just to see a pattern here. So if I choose 1 against 4, and comparing my choosing 2 against 4, in the former case, if I choose 1 against 4, how many votes do I get? I get all the people at 1 and all the people at 2, right? So I get 20% of the votes. She gets everyone else. And here, if I choose 2 against 4, I get all the people at 1, all the people at 2, and what? Half the people at 3. All right, so that comes out as 25%. And once again, and so on. Now, I could go on right the way through here, but I'm going to stop because it gets a bit boring after a while, right? Because I'm guessing you can see a pattern emerging here. What's the pattern here? What's the pattern here? Somebody? Raise their hand? Somebody raise their hand so I can get a mic out there? we get a mic in this guy in white? Stand up, stand up. Yep. Stand up, stand up. Stand up and shout.
2 is always better than 1.
2 is always better than 1, but we can see more than that in the pattern. That's right, but what's the pattern here? Get Mike back in.
Whatever's closer to 5 is better than what's ever farther away from 5.
That's not quite the pattern I'm looking for. Let's look at the numbers here. We had 15, 20, then this one up to 20, 25, and so on. All right, so what's the pattern here? Yes, Stephen again here.
If your opponent doesn't choose 1 or 2, then you're always going to be 5% better off if you choose 2 than 1.
Exactly. So ignoring these first 2 positions were a bit weird. Choosing 2 always gave me 5% more votes than choosing 1, right? Regardless of what the other person chooses. So I mean, you can, if you want, you can fill in the next, whatever it is, the next 6 positions and see, but you'll see that very clearly that Stephen's right, that choosing 2 will always get me 5% more of the votes than choosing 1 from here on down, and in fact they'll go up in intervals of 5. So in fact it is true, it is in fact true, so we can conclude that 2 dominates. In fact, we can do a bit better than that. We can say strictly dominates 1. Right? 2 strictly dominates 1. All right. Is anything else dominated here? Oh, Stephen already told us that 10 is dominated. I'm not going to go through that argument. Can everyone see that symmetric? Hang on a second. Can everyone see that 10 is going to be dominated by 9 in exactly the same way? Yeah, is that obvious? It's just really the same argument coming the other direction. All right, so similarly, 9 strictly dominates 10. All right, and again, we're not saying choosing 2 beats choosing 1, right? 2 wins against 1, or 9 wins against 10, right? We're saying choosing 2 always does better than choosing 1, regardless of what the other person chooses. And choosing 9 always is better than choosing 10, regardless of what the other person chooses. All right, there was a question. Are we okay? You want to get the mic in for the question? Yep, stand. Shout out, everyone.
I think you may have defined it already, but I couldn't find a definition of strictly in the book we have.
Ah, okay. Well, you have one on the handout. So I think there probably is one in there somewhere, but just in case, there's one. We've had 2 in class. There's one on the handout. Okay, good. All right. So we've concluded that 1 is dominated by 2 and 10 is dominated by 9. Is anything else dominated here? Well, what about thinking about whether 2 is dominated by 3? After all, I've forgotten your name, but what's your name there? Yes. Sudipta had suggested earlier on you want to be close to 5, so 3 is closer to 5 than 2. Is 2 dominated by 3? Anyone else? I've had any other hands? There's a hand here. Can I get this lady here?
Well, once you delete the dominated strategies, then you kind of go through it again, and then 2 is dominated by 3.
All right, good. So you're getting ahead of us. Good. So we'll get there. Hold that thought. But what about right now before we delete anything? Let's check it out. So in particular, let's just try this process. So how about my payoff versus 1, for example? So 2 against 1 gives me 90% of the votes. 3 against 1 gives me what? 85% of the votes. Which is actually lower, right? It's lower. So it's clear that 3 doesn't dominate 2. Right? 3 doesn't dominate 2. In particular, if the other candidate were to choose position 1, I would get a higher share of the vote choosing 2 than I would have done if I'd chosen 3. All right? So in fact, it's not the case that 2 is dominated by 3. But the woman whose name I either didn't get or forgot. Christine. So Christine has pointed something else. So Christine, when do you wait for the mic and point that out again? Right, so we know that 2 is not dominated, in particular not dominated by 3, but, what's the but?
When you delete the dominated strategy of 2 dominating 1, or 1 being dominated, when you delete that and 10, then it is.
All right, so what Christine is arguing is even though it's the case that 2 is not a dominated strategy, if we do the process of iterative deletion of dominated strategies and we delete the dominated strategies, then maybe we should look again and see if it's dominated now. All right, so let's be careful here. We're not saying that we're going to delete the voters at 1 or delete the voters at 10, though we might wish to, right? We're just saying what we're saying is we know that the candidates aren't going to position themselves at 1 and aren't going to position themselves at 10, so in some sense we're deleting those strategies. The voters are still there. All right? All right, so let's try that. So if we, there's a but here, I guess, but if we delete the strategies 1 and 10, which were dominated, then does 3 dominate 2? And once again, we can try it out. All right, so let's try it out. All right, so the payoff from choosing 1, let's start against 2. So the payoff from choosing 2 against 2 is 50%. The payoff from choosing 3 against 2 is what? What's the payoff from choosing 3? Someone can shout out. What's the payoff from choosing 3 against 2? 80%, right? The person at 2 is going to get all the ones at 1 and all the ones at 2, and 3 will get everything else. So this is 80%. All right? Versus 3, the payoff of 2 against 3 is all the people at 1, all the people at 2, so it's 20%. The payoff from choosing 3 against 3 is, of course, 50%. So far, so good. So far, choosing 3 is better. Against 4, the payoff from choosing 2 against 4 is what? What's the payoff from choosing 2 against 4? Again, all the people at 1, all the people at 2, and half the people at 3, so that's 25%. The payoff from choosing 3 against 4 is going to be all the people at 1, all the people at 2, and all the people at 3, for a total of 30%, which again is bigger. Now let's do one more. Versus 5, the payoff from choosing 2, I can afford to raise this a bit, against 5 is all the people at 1, all the people at 2, and all the people at 3, 30%, whereas the payoff from choosing 3 against 5 is all the people at 1, all the people at 2, all the people at 3, and half the people at 4, 35%. And again, you can see exactly the same pattern is going to emerge here. From here on down, if I bothered to do it, we'd find that choosing 3 always gets me 5% more of the vote than I would have had from choosing 2 against any of these higher numbers. Right, the same pattern Stephen pointed out before. So, I've forgotten your name again, I'm sorry. So Christine is correct in saying that once we delete the strategies 1 and 10, once we realize that those positions are not going to be chosen by our sophisticated candidates, then we realize that probably choosing 2 and, of course, 9 isn't a good idea either. All right? So 2 and 9 are not dominated, but they are dominated once we realize 1 and 10 won't be played, or won't be chosen. All right? Okay, so where are we going here? Where are we going? Where is this discussion going to end up? Let's come back to our original game. All right. We've argued that 1 and 10 shouldn't be chosen because they're dominated. we'd argued that once we realized those aren't going to be played, that 2 and 9 aren't going to be played. What's going to end up being played? Well, let's just go slower. So we were able to dominate 1 and 10 in the first round, so we know this won't be played, and we know this won't be played. Remember, the voters are still there, we're just deleting the strategies. Then we ruled out, I'll put double crosses for in the second round, 2 and 9. And then we ruled out 3 and 8. And then we ruled out, we would have done 4 and 7, and that leaves just 5 and 6. All right? So if we do the procedure of iteratively deleting dominated strategies, going back again, looking what's dominated, doing it again, all that's left is 5 and 6. So this procedure leads us to conclude that the candidates will choose positions 5 and 6. Does 5 dominate 6 or 6 dominate 5 or anything like that? No, at that point it's just a tie, right? So at the end, the procedure, so iterative deletion, it's called itdel, leads to deleting all except 5 and 6. 5 and 6. All right. So this was just a simple exercise. I mean, I'm hoping that was a simple exercise. Let me just look out there. Everyone following that okay? That really wasn't meant to be hard. All right. But what's relevant about this exercise is not the fact it's hard. In fact, it isn't hard. What's relevant is the fact it's relevant. All right. It's about the real world. All right. In particular, this is a famous model in political science. Anyone know the name of this model? What's the prediction here? The prediction here is that the candidates are going to be squeezed towards the middle. They're going to choose positions very close to each other and very close to the center. What's that called? Anyone know? Sorry? Hold the thought on that. Hold on that. Someone at the back? Shut. This is the median voter theorem. Thank you. Thank you. So let's have a new board. This one will do fine. So the prediction is candidates crowd the center, and this is called, in political science, the median voter theorem. It's called the median voter theorem because the voters at the center, in this case 5 and 6, actually get to decide not just the election, but decide, therefore, what policies are put in place. All right. How does this do as a prediction of the real world? All right. How does this do as a prediction of the real world? Well, there are examples in American history in which the median voter theorem looks pretty good. They're pretty old examples. They're going to be before you guys were born, but let me mention them anyway. So I think a lot of people, if you go back today and you look at tapes of the Kennedy-Nixon election in 1960, some American help me out here, 60, right? Right, I think it was 60. So in the 1960 election between Kennedy and Nixon, if you go back and look at those tapes, it's amazing how conservative Kennedy looks when you think about his reputation today. Right? They really were crowding the center. And 8 years later, Nixon seemed to have learned his lesson. So if you look at the 68 election, which Nixon won, Nixon sounds, on those tapes, with his policies being put forward in that election, he looks extremely liberal for a Republican. All right? So again, they were crowding that center space. Some people argue that that's exactly what Clinton did in '92. He took the Democratic Party to the right, i.e. towards the center, in order to pick up those central voters and win. So there are examples in American history of elections that in which the median voter theorem seems to do well. All right? And we'll come back and discuss it more in a second, but before I do, let me mention that the same model, exactly the same idea, has an application in economics. Somebody mentioned it already over there. Well, all right. The application in economics is to do with product placement, the thing that Jake's working on. All right. In product placement, you might think, let's think you're placing a gas station. You might think it would be nice if gas stations spread themselves evenly out over the town or out over the road, so that whenever you happen to be, when you ran out of gas, there was a gas station close by. That would be convenient. But unfortunately, gas stations, as we all know, they tend to crowd into the same corners. They tend to be on the same road junctions, right? Why? Because they're competing for voters who happen to be close or running out of gas at those moments, and by crowding together, they avoid being outcompeted by each other in terms of position. I said that a bit quickly, but we'll come back and look at that idea in more detail later on in the class. All right? All right? So in politics, this is about candidates crowding close together towards the center to try and get as many voters who are close to them. And in economics, this is about firms crowding together to try and get shoppers who are close to them. All right? And the people associated with this are a guy called Anthony Downs, who did this in political science in a book in 1957, and in economics, a guy called Hotelling, who wrote a paper about this in 1929. And in political science, they call this simultaneous discovery. I think 1929 is a bit earlier, but never mind. All right. Now, what I want to do now, and I want to do this periodically in the class, we have a model up there, and we've got to analyze it. We've used a bit of game theory to analyze it. I want us to talk about whether we think it's right. What do we think of the strengths and weaknesses of this model? All right? So what I want you to start thinking about is, do you believe this model? Is this a good model of politics? What's it missing? All right, let me come off the stage a second to try and encourage you to get involved in the discussion. How many of you are poli-sci majors? Now, raise your hands if you're poli-sci majors. A bit more. That's a lot of you. By the way, how many of you poli-sci majors have seen this model before? Some of you have seen it before. All right. So what's this model missing? And you all live in America. You all live in a democracy. I mean, you don't all live in America. A lot of you live in a democracy, so you have some idea about this. So what are we missing here? So can we get the woman here, Ali?
Voters are not evenly distributed. 10%, 10%, 10%.
All right. So one thing that seems odd about the way we set up this model is that the voters are not evenly distributed. Let me go and put that up, and I'll be a bit. It'll be tiring, but let me go to and fro a bit. All right. So one thing, what's missing, or wrong, if you like. Well, one thing is the voters are not evenly distributed in the real world. Okay? Good. Anything else? Good. We'll talk about each of these in turn. Can I get the guy over here? Sorry, I'm not making this easy for Jude. Let me just stay down here. I'll collect up a few and then go back to the board.
The model doesn't take into account differences between the groups in voter turnout based on the candidates?
Good. So there's an issue of turnout, right? We assumed here that everyone votes. Is that right? But in fact, not everyone votes. There's always the option of not voting. All right? Remind me to put that one up. That's okay. Not voting. Let's remind me of these. How about the gentleman here in yellow?
There's a difference between the primary and general election.
Good, good. So we assumed we kind of jumped to just one election, and at least in the American system, for better or for worse, I could voice an opinion on that, there are lots of little elections on the way. There are primaries in all these states that you've never, oh, you probably have heard of, states you probably have heard of on the way. All right, anything else? Anything else? Can we get where's the other mic? Can we get the woman in green here?
American voters often vote based on character rather than position.
All right, so there's more than just position. So another way of saying that, so stop me if this is wrong, but one way to say that, we've been assuming that politics is one-dimensional, left-right, and there might be other things involved, character, or even among issues, even among political issues, it could be more than one dimension. It could be that there's a dimension about the environment, and a dimension about foreign policy, and maybe another dimension about redistributed politics. All right, so that's an important idea. Let me get a couple more. Can we get?
The model might not apply with more than 2 candidates.
Good, good. So another issue here is I just assumed that there were 2 candidates. All right, and we know in some elections there was a 3rd candidate. For example, there was Nader in the election in. Well, I guess he was there in the other one as well, but he was particularly there in 2000. So by the way, I don't mean this as a joke. In some sense, there's always a 3rd candidate, and that comes from the point we had earlier, because not voting is always an option. All right? So in principle, in that election in 2000, there was at least 4 candidates, as it were, 4 things you could do with your vote. You could vote for, as it was in that time, Gore, Bush, Nader, or not voting, and I'll leave it to you to decide which of those is equivalent to not voting. Anyone else? Anyone else? There's one other thing I think was really, maybe some small things, but one other really glaring thing here. on the glaring thing. It's one I haven't had yet. Can we, Ali, help me out here. So, let me get this guy here.
Extrapolating from the fact that there are different things which people take into account, not everyone closest to 6 might actually vote for 6. They might be curvature.
That's true, although that may be a question of dimension. I had a different thing in mind. Let me say it, all right? So I think this is important. A candidate could say during an election that I'm a moderate candidate, I'm at position 5, but you might not believe him or her, right? You've got the candidate's track record. Unless that candidate can commit to policies at position 5, you might know full well that the candidate is in fact a position 10 or a position 1 candidate. Is that right? Is that right? So unless the candidate can actually commit to a position, all right, there may be a problem in them simply announcing my position is moderate. So again, let's think of an example here, a couple of examples. In the Bush-Gore election, we saw President Bush, well, candidate Bush as was, saying, I'm not a right-wing candidate, I'm a compassionate conservative, and you guys believed him. No, I don't know, maybe he was, I don't know. His track record in Texas probably did actually look a lot like that. Or today, if you look at both primaries going on now, you're seeing various candidates on both the Republican side and the Democratic side seek to position themselves. But as you all know, those candidates almost all have track records, and not everybody believes that Hillary Clinton is quite so centrist as she now seems, and not everyone believes that the former governor of Massachusetts is quite so conservative as he now seems, right? So it's not clear that you can just choose your position willy-nilly. All right? So let's put some of these up. All right, so I'm going to forget them, so you have to help me out a bit. So we have many candidates. We have many candidates, more than just 2, or we have not voting, which is related to that, actually. And we have choosing your position, the inability to commit to a position. All right, so your position may be not believed. And I want to claim that that's connected to the idea that you can't commit yourself to your policies. And we had some others. We had primaries. And we had other dimensions. So we had high dimensions. Have I got the main ones now? I think I got most of the main ones. So there's lots of things, when we look at this model, there's lots of things are missing. A lot of things are not seeming to be captured by it. And here's where I want to get a little bit more religious, if you like. It's tempting to say, look, we read out this model, it's missing all this stuff, so it must be useless. It's just, we shouldn't model it. You might even go further. You might say, modeling, you're always going to miss stuff out, so let's just not bother. And that, I think, is the wrong conclusion here. The right conclusion, I think, is the reason we write down these models is to try and capture and test our intuitions. In this case, the intuition about crowding towards the center to get votes. But of course, these models abstract from very important parts of reality. And the next step to do is what? Is to say, okay, now let's try to enrich the model, to add more into the model, and see if you get a different result, and if so, why? Right? So you start with your basic model, then you add in, you enrich the model, and you see if the results change, and that'll help you explain why you're getting different results in different settings. All right? So the sort of religious part of today's class is models are always abstractions. You want to use them to see what's missing and then add things back in to see if they make a difference, and if so, how. And let's go through these a little bit. So it turns out that the very first one, voters are not evenly distributed, is certainly true. It's undoubtedly true, but it turns out that if you make the voters distributed more realistically, let's say in a kind of bell curve shape, it makes actually no difference to the result at all. All right? So this is true, but it doesn't actually change the result. So this one we're okay. Whoops, the result survives this change. All right? What about the one about many candidates? Well, clearly that matters a lot, right? We know that there were many candidates in the 92 election and the 2000 election, and we know that not voting is important. So this one I'm going to let you see whether it makes a difference. This one's going to be on the problem set. All right? So I'm actually going to get you to do this. Let's go back to the model, add an extra candidate, and see what happens. Right? So you can learn whether it makes a difference. I'm not going to give it away. The one about committing to policy. This is important. It's really hard for candidates to convince you that they really are a left or a right or a centrist candidate. Let me give a historical example outside of America, but in the real world, in England, in the 80s and 90s, the Labour Party in England had lost election after election after election. And in each election, it would come forward and say, we are not really a left-wing party, we're a centrist party these days, and people would say, we don't believe you. All right? So what Tony Blair, the guy who won the 97 election, did with New Labour policy was he managed to commit to a centrist policy by literally committing to it. He took in England you have to publish your economic and financial plans of the government 5 years ahead. So he took the financial plans of the Conservative government that was then in power 5 years ahead, and he said, these are my financial plans. I'm going to announce these today as my financial plans 5 years ahead. They're exactly the same policies as the Conservative government has. So not only was he choosing a position close to the Conservatives, he was choosing exactly their position. And it came down to what somebody else said here. That left the election on the other dimension, which might have been character or whatever. All right? And that won by a big way. All right? So nevertheless, even having given you that historical example, we're going to come back and we'll look later on in the class at a model in which politicians cannot choose their positions, but rather you know their positions ahead of time. So we'll do this one. We'll do this one later. Right? And these other two, primaries and higher dimensions, they're both great points. We're not going to have time to do them in this course, but if you take a class in the political science department on voting and on elections, on modeling elections, you will see that both of these have been modeled and discussed in great detail. There's even some empirical work on just how high dimensions are really involved in elections. All right? So this is great stuff for this area of political science. All right, so I want to inspire you to take some more advanced courses, albeit in another department. All right, so have I convinced you that there's at least something you can do with iterative deletion? We used iterative deletion in a relatively abstract setting, or not abstractly, but rather a play setting last time, in which which was choosing numbers. And then we talked about it in terms of Hannibal invading Rome, and now we've seen how it applies here in an election game, and I think that's probably enough for iterative deletion. So what I want to do now is I want to switch course and introduce a new tool. This is what we'll do typically in the class. We'll have new tools, we'll see how they apply, we see what we can learn with them, then we'll move on to a new tool. All right? So I'm going to switch to a new tool. Any questions at this point? Everyone happy at this point? Well, happy is too strong. Are people satisfied at this point? All right, okay. All right, so we're going to move away from this example, and I'm going to introduce a new subject. I'll need several boards, I think. So let's collect them. All right, so that little semi-religious speech about modeling, I think economists, those of you who are economics majors, you're thinking, yeah, what's the problem? For those of you who are history majors or political science majors, that's more of an issue, right? So you really want to think about why we're modeling, what do we get for this exercise? All right, I want to move to a different approach now, and the different approach to analyzing games is going to be about what we're going to call best response. And to kick this off, let's look at an example. So here's a game, very simple game with two players. Player 1 is choosing up, middle, or down, and player 2 is choosing left or right. And the payoffs are like as follows. They're nothing very interesting. They're just some numbers thought up for the purpose. 4, 2, and 2, 3. So they're 5, 1, 0, 2, 1, 3, 4, 1, 4, 2, and 2, 3. All right. So first of all, let's try and analyze this game using the tools we've learned so far. So does either player have a dominated strategy? takers. So I claim that neither player has a dominated strategy. Let's just check. So, for example, you might think down is dominated. You might think down is dominated. But if we look carefully, we see that down actually does better than up against right, and down does better than middle against left. Right? And similarly, we can see that right is not dominated because it does better against up than does left, but left isn't dominated because it does better against middle than does right. Right? And so on and so forth. So you can work through this game, and you can check pretty quickly that nothing is dominated. So if the only tool I taught you in this class was dominated strategies and the iterative deletion of dominated strategies, we'd be stuck. Right? Wouldn't be able to get started on this game. Nevertheless, it's a pretty simple game, pretty straightforward game. Imagine you're player 1 in this game. You're player 1 in this game. What do you think you'd do? What would you do if you were player 1? Let's have a show of hands, actually. So let's just see. Look at it a bit. All right, no abstentions. How many of you would choose up? Raise your hand for up. Raise your hands for up. No, somebody, but you keep your hand up. You're an SOM student. You keep your hand up. Oh, your math is wrong. Okay. You took accounting last year. No one's choosing up. No one's choosing up at all. Okay. How about middle? One person chose middle. How about down? Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a massive majority for down. All right. So let's think about this a second. What if you knew that player 2 was going to choose left? What would you choose if you just happened to know that player 2 was going to choose left? Up. Everyone agree? Because 5 is bigger than 1 and 5 is bigger than 4. So up is, and to use a technical term we'll define formally next time, up is the best response to left. Everyone agree with that? All right, so up, as I say, does best against left. And what does best against right? Middle does best against right. After all, 4 is bigger than 0 and 4 is bigger than 2. So middle does best against right. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. All of you chose down, but up does best against left and middle does best against right. Let's just push this a bit harder. Suppose that you work for somebody. Some of you are going to go out of Yale and be your own boss, but most of you are going to, like me, are going to end up working for somebody. And suppose this game came along in your line of work and you'd chosen up. And then your boss came to you and looks rather fiercely at you, so this is Rick Levin or somebody looking rather fiercely at me, and says, why did you choose up? Right? And what can I do? I can say, oh, I chose up because I thought the other guy was going to choose left. Right? I have a way of rationalizing choosing up. If I believe the other guy is going to choose left, I can rationalize choosing up. Is that right? So it might save me from getting fired, at least for now. Similarly, if I'd chosen middle, and President Levin comes along to me and say, why did you choose middle? I can say, okay, I chose middle because I believed that the other guy was going to choose right, and middle was the best thing for me to do against right. And once again, if I'm lucky, I won't get fired. Seems like I've managed to rationalize choosing middle. But down, all of you chose down. Pretty much all of you chose down. Down is going to be a little trickier. How am I going to rationalize choosing down? Can I rationalize choosing down? You all chose it. I'm your boss now. Why did you choose down? Somebody who hasn't said anything yet. Can I get the mics up and perhaps the person right in front of you? Stand up and shout.
It's the safer answer if you can't decide whether or not your opponent's going to choose left or right, because you don't have to worry about having a payoff of 0.
All right. So in some sense, it's safer. It avoids the 0, although, I mean, it's true it avoids the 0, but it also doesn't get the 5 and the 4. But I think the key part of your answer was, I might not know. I might not be sure whether my opponent is choosing left or right. For example, I might believe that it's equally likely that they choose left and right. Is that right? All right. So let's look at something. let's look at my payoffs from choosing these three options, up, middle, and down, if I think it's equally likely that my opponent will choose left and right. Okay? So what we're going to look at is the expected payoff of up versus, let me call it a half-half. A half-half being being equally likely that my opponent chooses left and right. So what's my expected payoff from choosing up, where I believe the other person's going to choose left and right equally likely? It's what? It's a half times 5 plus a half times 0 for a total of 2.5. Is that right? All right. What about my expected payoff from choosing middle against a half-half? So in this case where I think it's equally likely that my opponent's going to choose left or right. All right. So in this case, my expected payoff is a half of 1 plus a half of 4 for a total of, again, 2.5. Right, everyone happy with that? Is my math correct so far? All right. And how about my expected payoff from choosing down versus a half? A half. This is going to equal a half of 4 plus a half of 2, which is a half of 6, so that's 3. Right? So it turns out that, as the gentleman out there said, if I thought it was equally likely that my opponent was going to choose left or right, then actually my best choice, my best response, is to choose down. Right? Not only is it a good compromise, not only is it safe, it's actually the best I can do. It maximizes my expected payoff. All right? All right? Now, we're not quite there yet. We know that up does best against left, we know that middle does best against right, and we know that down does best if I think it was equally likely that the person's going to choose left and right. But that's not the only beliefs I could have. For example, I could believe that it's twice as likely that the person's going to choose left as right. Right? It could be that I think they're twice as likely to choose left as right. So equally likely was probabilities of half and half. What probabilities are associated with thinking it's twice as likely they're going to choose left than right? What probabilities are associated with that? 2/3, 1/3, right? If I thought there was 2/3 probability they'd choose left and 1/3 probability they'd choose right, then I think it's twice as likely they're going to choose left, and I could redo this calculation. And in principle, I could redo this calculation for every single possible probability you could think of, right? But that would get very boring. So rather than do that, let's draw a picture. What I want to do is, I want to draw a picture here all right, in which on the horizontal axis, I'm going to put the probability of the other guy choosing right. Right? It's my belief that the other guy is going to choose right. Think of this as a belief. All right, and on the vertical axis, I'll put two vertical axes in just for the sake of things. On the vertical axis, I'll put my expected payoffs. My expected payoffs. All right, and let's start by considering my payoffs on this picture. Just to help myself a bit, let me put some points in here. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You should probably do the same in your notes. You probably have lined paper. That makes this easier. Okay. Let's start by plotting my expected payoff from choosing the strategy up. So this isn't so hard. We know that if I choose up and there's probability 0 that the other guy is going to choose right, right? That's the same as saying I choose up and the other guy chooses, let's try again. Right? If there's probability 0 that the other guy chooses right, that's the same as saying that the other guy is going to choose left. Okay, so the probability 0 of the other guy choosing left is the same as the probability 0 that they're probability 0 of their choosing right is the same as saying they choose left. So that my payoff from up against that is given by the top box up there. I get 5. All right, so this is my payoff from choosing up against left. All right? And conversely, if there was probability 1 that the other guy is going to choose right and I choose up, then I get 0. So this point here corresponds to my payoff if I choose up and they choose right. And we already know that if I look at probability 1/2, which is here, that the payoff I get from choosing, the expected payoff I get from choosing up against a 1/2 is 2.5. All right, so here's a third point we can use. Okay, and what is this graph going to look like other than these 3 points? What's it going to look like other than these 3 points? It's going to be a straight line. Okay, it's going to be a straight line. Okay, so you can confirm that for yourself at home, but in fact, if I draw a straight line, this will actually be correct. So what is this? This is my expected payoff from choosing up against the probability of the other person choosing right. And what is it actually equal to, just to confirm the equation? It's 1 minus the probability that they choose right. In that case, I'll get payoff of 5 plus the probability that they choose right, in which case I get a payoff of 0. So it doesn't really matter, but that's actually the equation of that line. All right, what about choosing middle? Well, once again, we can plot that point. So if the other person's choosing right with probability 0, that's the same as saying they're going to choose left. And if I chose middle against left, I get what? I get 1. I should use this pointer. I get 1. All right, so that's here. And if I knew they were choosing right for sure, that's probability 1 they're choosing right. And if I choose middle, I get 4. That's here. And we've already agreed that if I think it's equally likely they're going to choose right and left, so if there's probably 1/2 of them choosing right, I get 2.5 from choosing middle. So putting that all together, I know that they must go through here again, and once again, I get a straight line. I think I might have missed slightly, but that's more or less right. So what is this? This is the payoff to player 1 of choosing middle against left. This is the payoff to player 1 of choosing middle against right, and the line in between, this line here, is the expected payoff to player 1 of choosing middle as a function of the probability that other people choose right. And we could write down the equation. It's going to be 1 minus the probability they choose right times 1 plus the probability that they choose right times 4. And again, don't worry too much about the equation. We're not really going to do any math here. I'm just putting it in for completeness. All right, everyone following me so far? Okay. So let's put in now the third of these lines. I really should use a different color already. Let me switch colors. Let's put in the line that corresponds to choosing down. So that third line, not to belabor the point, is going to go through here, through 4, and through 2. Right, so this is the payoff from choosing down against left, and this is the payoff from choosing down against right. And I got those from looking at these payoffs here and here. And in between, once again, it's a straight line. So here's the straight line. And this line is, let's take it out here, this line is the expected payoff to player 1 from choosing down, as it depends on the probability that the other person chooses right. And once again, we can write down the equation. It's 1 minus PR times 4 plus PR times 2. right? And I claim that this picture really tells me everything I could possibly want to know when my boss comes along, when President Levin or Barry Nailbach, who's now walked into the back of the room, when my boss comes along and asks me, why did you do that? Right? Why did you do that? I can now say. So for example, let's put in these crossing points here. For example, what I can say is, if I think it's very likely, let's call this point x, if I think that the probability that the other person is going to choose right is less than x, then the highest payoff I can get corresponds to this line, right? So that's the highest line, and that line corresponds to me choosing up. Right? So if I think the probability that they're going to choose right is less than x, then my best response is to choose up. Conversely, if I think it's more likely than this crossing point y, I think it's very likely they're going to choose right. It's more likely than y. The probability they're going to choose right is more than y. Then the highest line of these three is this one, which corresponds to my choosing middle. So over here, my best response is to choose middle. All right, let's put that in. So over here, my best response is middle. And over here, my best response is up. And in between, it's going to turn out that the highest line, so if my belief that the person is going to choose right is more than x and less than y, then my highest expected payoff comes from that blue line, and in that case, my best response is down. I can rationalize all three of these decisions and hope that Barry won't fire me. And we can do more than that if we're being nerdy, but I'm not going to be this nerdy today. What we could actually do is we could solve out for the x and for the y. How would we go about, I mean, I don't want to do it because I'll probably get it wrong, but if I wanted to solve out for this x and the y, since this is a QR class, let's just talk about it a second, how would I do it? Somebody who's not a math major, tell me how I solve out for the x. I mean, maybe the math majors can't do it, actually, it's too simple. Somebody who is a math major, tell me how I'd solve out for the x and the y. We're going to mic on this person here.
Set the intersection points equal, the equations equal to each other, and solve.
Good, good. To solve out for x, x is when this blue line equals this red line, right? Right. So what we're going to do is take the equations for those two lines. So here's one of those equations, and here's the other one. Right. Set the p in those equations equal to x. I've got two equations and one unknown, so I've got one equation and one unknown. I've set these two things equal to each other. I've got one equation and one unknown, so I can solve out for x. I think I did that at home. If you do that at home, I think, but don't trust me, you'll find out that x is equal to a third. Right, just to repeat, again, I know I've got some math phobics in the audience, so let me just slow down a second. All I'm doing here is I'm saying, look at this equation of the pink line, look at this equation of the blue line. X is when they cross, i.e. they are equal to each other. Take these two equations, put an equal sign between them, replace this PR throughout with x. I'm going to have one equation and one unknown, and that even the math phobics in the audience did in high school. Is that right? All right. Now we're going to use, I'm going a bit slow here, but I'm going to use this method next time to introduce you to the most important the most important game we're going to see in the whole course. In fact, it's the most important game in the world. What is the most important game in the world? Don't go yet, don't go yet. What's the most important game in the world? We're going to use this idea of best response. We're going to think about it. We're going to learn from it in the most important game in the world. What is the most important game in the world? Football. Soccer, actually. Soccer is the most important game. All right? So we're going to show how this technique is going to help us shoot penalty shots in soccer. Before you go, that's Barry Nailbuff at the back. He has copies of the book. It's a great book. Go buy it from him. So last time, we introduced a new idea, and the new idea was that of best response. And what was the idea? The idea was that to think of a strategy that is the best you can do given your belief about what the other people are doing, what your opponents are doing, what other players are doing. And you could think of this as you could think of this belief as the belief that rationalizes that choice. So if you have a boss, you might want to, and he or she is going to ask you why you chose the action you did. If you took a best response to some belief, you can say, I took this action because I believed other people were going to do this, and since that was the best you could do under that belief, you'll hopefully keep your job. All right, and I promised that today we would look at the most important game in the world, and as announced last time, the most important game is the penalty kick game. So this is a game that occurs in soccer. And just to give an idea of how important it is for those people who are unfortunate enough not to be soccer fans here, the last World Cup was decided on penalty kicks. In England's case, England goes out of every single World Cup and every single European competition because it loses on penalty kicks, usually to Germany, it has to be said. And more immediately, this weekend, as all of you are thinking the most important event in the world was whatever was happening in Congress to do with Iraq, actually the most important event in the world was taking place in England, where my favorite team, Portsmouth, were playing Kai, the head TA's favorite team, Liverpool, and about a third of the way through that game, there was a penalty. And I'll let you know what happened later. So keep in the back of your mind that the real world example that matters here is Portsmouth versus Liverpool this weekend. Kai, the head TA, is Scandinavian, so I've got no idea why he's supporting Liverpool anyway, but I think maybe he spells it like this or something, two smashes through it. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at some numbers that approximately are approximately the probabilities of scoring when you kick the penalty kick in different directions. But just make sure everyone, do I need to explain what's going on here? I mean, is everyone familiar with the situation? There's one guy who's going to run up and kick the ball, the goalkeeper is standing in the goal, and the aim is to kick it into the goal. That's probably enough. You've all seen this, right? If you haven't seen this, go see it. Come on, this is, all right, so things you should do in life, read Shakespeare and see a soccer game. Okay, so the rough numbers for this are as follows. And actually later on in the class I'll give you some more accurate numbers, but this will do for now. There are three ways the attacker could kick the ball. He could kick the ball to the left, the middle, or the right. And I shouldn't just say he here, of course. I mean, this is he or she, but if I get that wrong going on, please forgive me for it. And the goalie can dive to the left or the right. In principle, the goalie could stay in the middle. We'll come back and talk about that later. All right, so this is the guy who is shooting. Let's call him the shooter. And this is the goalie. And these are roughly, well, let me put out the payoffs for this game and then I'll explain them. So you'll notice that I'm just going to put in numbers here and then the negative of the number. And the numbers are roughly like this. 4 minus 4. So the numbers are 4 minus 4, 9 minus 9, 6 minus 6, 6 minus 6, 9 minus 9, and 4 minus 4. And the idea here is that the number 4 represents 40% chance of scoring if you shoot the ball to the left of the goal and the goalkeeper dives to the left. All right, so the payoff here is something like U1 of left if the goalkeeper dives to the left is equal to 4, by which I mean there's a 40% chance of scoring. All right, so the number for the payoff for the shooter is his probability of scoring, and the payoff for the goalkeeper is just the negative of that. So keep things simple. Okay? And as I said before, for now, we'll ignore the possibility that the goalkeeper could stay put. All right? So how should we start analyzing this important game? Well, we start with the ideas we learned already several weeks ago now, or more than a week ago, which is the idea of dominant strategies. Does either player here have a dominated strategy? Does either player have a dominated strategy? No, it's kind of clear that they don't. Let's just look at the shooter, for example. So you might think that maybe middle dominates left, but notice the middle has a higher payoff against left for shooting to the left than shooting to the left. It has a lower payoff if the goalie dives to the right. Right, so not surprisingly in this game, it turns out that if the goalie dives to the left, you're best off shooting to the right, second best off shooting to the middle, and worst off shooting to the left. And if the goalie dives to the left and the goalie dives to the right, you're best off shooting to the left, second best off shooting to the middle, and worst off shooting to the right. And that's kind of common sense. Okay? Okay, so if we had stopped the class after the first week, where all we learned to do was to delete dominated strategies, we'd be stuck. We'd have nothing to say about this game. And as I said before, this is the most important game. So that would be bad news for game theory. But luckily, we can do a little bit better than that. Before I do that, let's just take a poll of the class. How many of you, if you were playing for, I guess it's going to be America, which is a sad thing to start with. Never mind. You guys are playing for America, and you're taking this penalty kick, and it's the last kick in the World Cup. How many of you, show of hands, how many of you would shoot to the left? And how many of you would shoot to the middle? And how many of you would shoot to the right? We've got kind of an even split there, pretty much an even split. All right, and we'll assume, again, we're going to assume these are the correct numbers, and we're going to see if that even split is really a good idea or not. All right, so how should we go about thinking about this? What I suggest we do is we do what we did last time, and we start to draw a picture to figure out what my expected payoff is, depending on what I believe the goal is going to do. So this is the same kind of picture we drew last time. So on the horizontal axis is my belief, and my belief is essentially the probability that the goalie dives to the right. Right, now as I did last time, let me put in two axes to make the picture a little easier to draw. So this is 0 and this is 1, and you probably have lines in your notes, but I don't, so let me just help myself a bit. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So this is going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And over here, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. This will be the basis of my picture. All right, so let's start with the possibility of shooting to the left. All right, let's do this in red. All right, so if I shoot to the left and the goalie dives to the left, my payoff is what? Right, it's 4. All right. If I shoot to the left and there's no probability of the goalie diving to the right, which means that they dive to the left, then my payoff is 4, meaning I score 40% of the time. All right. If I shoot to the left and the goalie dives to the right, then I score 90% of the time, so my payoff is 0.9. By the way, why is it 90% of the time and not 100% of the time? I could miss, okay, I could miss. That happens rather often, it turns out, well, 10% of the time. All right, so, and we know this is going to be a straight line in between, so let's put this line in. All right, so watch this. It's the expected payoff to player 1 of shooting to the left as it depends on the probability that the goalkeeper dives to the right. All right, and conversely, we can put in, well, let's do them in order. So middle. So if I shoot to the middle and the goalkeeper dives to the left, then my payoff is 0.6, or is 6, or I score 0.6 of the time. And if I shoot to the middle and the goalie dives to the right, I still score 60% of the time. So, once again, it's a straight line in between. So this line represents the expected payoff of shooting to the middle as a function of the probability that the goalkeeper dives to the right. All right. And finally, let's do it in green. Let's look at the payoffs, expected payoffs, if I shoot to the right. So if I shoot to the right and the goalie dives to the left, then I score with probability 0.9, or my payoff is 9. Conversely, if I shoot to the right and he or she dives to the right, then I score 40% of the time. So here's my payoff point 4, and here's my green line representing my expected payoff as the shooter from shooting to the right as a function of the probability that the goalie dives to the right. All right, does everyone understand how I constructed this picture? It's actually an easier picture than the one we constructed last time. All right. So what does anyone notice from this picture? What's the first thing that jumps out at you from this picture? Assuming these numbers are true, what jumps out at you at this picture? Yeah, can we get some mics up here? So, Ali, can we get this guy, but stand up first, the guy in red. What's your name? Don't hold the mic, just shout.
Stephen. And there's no point at which the 6, at which shooting at the middle gives a higher expected payoff than... Exactly. So the thing that I hope jumps out of you at this picture is this. No great guesses for figuring out this is a half. So if the probability that the goalie is going to jump to the right is less than a half, then the best you can do is represented by this green line, which is shoot to the right. Right? So if the goalie is going to shoot to the right with the probability less than a half, so he's going to dive to the right with probability less than a half, you should shoot to the right. And conversely, if you think the goalie is going to shoot to the right with probability more than a half, then the best you can do is represented by the pink line, and that's shooting to the left. So if you think the goalie is going to dive to the right with probability more than a half, the best you can do, your best response, is to shoot to the left. And there is no belief you could possibly hold, given these numbers in this game, that could ever rationalize shooting the ball to the middle. Is that right? Is that right? All right, so another way, middle is not a best response to any belief I can hold about the goalkeeper, to any belief. All right, so there's a lesson here, and just to make the lesson resonate again, imagine there you are in the World Cup, you're playing for England, all right? You have to justify your actions not only to your teammates, but to your manager and your boss, but to about 60 million rather angry fans, all right? And what's the lesson here? I'm hoping it was going to be obvious. What's the lesson here? The lesson is, all right, lesson, do not shoot to the middle. Right? Do not shoot to the middle. Let me qualify that lesson slightly. Unless you're German. All right? Germans can do whatever they like. All right? All right? Now, it turns out that about a third of the game between my team, Portsmouth, and Kai's team, Liverpool, this weekend, there was a penalty. Portsmouth had a penalty, and the guy who was going to take the penalty came up to kick the penalty, and he kicked it to the middle, and it was saved. All right, so just confirming these actions, not only did that spoil my weekend, but it also spoiled my opportunity to make fun of Kai all week, so it was really a big deal. All right, so this weekend, a penalty was missed exactly by somebody ignoring this rule. All right, there's a more general lesson here, and the more general lesson is, of course, do not choose a strategy that is never a best response to anything you could believe. Right, the more general lesson. Do not choose a strategy. Do not choose a strategy that is never a best response to any belief. And notice here, just to underline something which came up at the end last time, that doesn't mean beliefs of the form the goalie is going to dive left or the goalie is going to dive right. It means all probabilities in between. All right, so we're allowing you to, for example, to hold the belief that it's equally likely that the goalie dives left or dives right. All right, but if there's no belief that could possibly justify it, don't do it. And to underline what arises in this game, notice that in this game we're able to eliminate one of the strategies, in this case the strategy of shooting to the middle, even though nothing was dominated.
All right, so when we looked at domination and deleted dominated strategies, we got nowhere here. Here, at least, we've got somewhere. We got rid of the idea of shooting to the middle. Now, if you can just persuade the English and Portsmouth soccer players of this lesson, I'd be very happy. All right? Now, before we leave it, I've been making a point in this class of coming back to reality from time to time. So this is a very simple model of the soccer game in reality. And let's just try. Any of you on the Yale soccer team? No? Any of you play soccer for your college? One or two play soccer for college. Have you ever played soccer? How many of you have ever played soccer? Oh, okay, good. Phew. Okay, I was getting worried there for a second. All right. So one thing we said last time was when we put up a model and try and draw lessons from it, we should just take a step back and say, what's missing here? What's missing here? So let's try and get some kind of, I'll come off the stage to make it easier for Jude. What's missing here? What's missing in this model of this piece of soccer, this game within a game? What's missing here? Why is this not necessarily a 100% accurate model? I'll need some mics up here. Mercer, you have to really shout because you're miles from the mic there.
You might be better at kicking to the left or to the right, depending on whether you're right-handed or left-handed.
Good, good. So one thing that's clearly missing here is I'm ignoring that, in fact, right-footed players find it easier to shoot to their left, which is actually the goal is right. All right, so right-footed players find it easier to shoot to the left as facing them, to shoot across the goal. All right, is that true? Everyone confirm that's true? Yeah, everyone who's ever tried to do this? It's a little easier to hit the ball hard to the opposite side from the side which is your foot. And that's the same principle in baseball. It's a little bit easier to pull the ball hard than it is to hit the ball to the opposite field. All right, yes.
Don't make their decision before and then just stick with it necessarily.
All right, so players are making the decision as they're running up. I think that's okay here, right? We could think of this as the decision happening at the instant to which you kicked. All right, so you're right that you could have made your decision back in the locker room, or you could have made the decision at halftime, but ultimately what matters. Are we getting that off this, or? Okay. Let's hope that goes away. Okay. We're sure it's not off my mic. Just in case, I'll move my mic a bit lower. All right. So I'm going to shout louder because my mic is now lower. It doesn't really matter exactly when the decision is made. All right. At the end of the day, the goalie doesn't know the decision of the shooter, and the shooter doesn't know the decision of the goalie. So it's as if that decision is made instantaneously as the shooter is running up. All right. What else? What else? Yeah, can we get this, can you get this guy here? Stand up, stand up. Shout out.
The goalie might stay in the middle.
The goalie might stay in the middle. That's a good point, and of course I've abstracted from that here. And in fact, we'll come back. I think I'll try and put that onto our problem set, but I think you're right. It is an issue here. It is an issue here. Anything else? Well, let me put up some real numbers, and we'll see how much it corresponds to what we've got here. So I gave you some numbers I made up actually a long time ago, but since I've been using this game in class, somebody went out and checked, and it turns out that ignoring middle for a second, so these are real numbers, and these numbers come from a paper in the AER by Chiapori and some co-authors, and for everyone at Yale, I'll make that paper available to you through JSTOR, through the Yale library, so you can go look at it if you like. What they worked out was the following table, again, we'll be a little bit careful here. So I'm going to put the left and right in inverted commas here because actually what they did was they corrected for people's natural direction and not natural direction. So the idea here is shooting to the left if you're right-footed is the natural direction. So left here means the natural direction. Of course, if you're left-footed, it goes the other way, but they've corrected for that. All right? And it turns out that the probabilities of scoring here are as follows: 63.6, 94.4, 89.3, and 43.7. All right, so things are not, and I haven't given you the numbers for the middle, but so you can see that whoever it was who said you're slightly better off, you score with slightly higher probabilities when you kick to your natural side, is exactly right. Things still aren't dominated, and we could still have done exactly the same analysis. And actually, you can see I'm not very far off in the numbers I made up. Right? But things are not perfectly symmetric. All right? I forget who it was who said that, but that does turn out to be true. All right? Certainly the goalie staying put is an issue. Well, as I said, we'll deal with that in the problem set. But there's another issue here. Let me just raise one more issue. One more issue is you have another decision when you run up to hit the penalty other than just left and right. Someone who's played the game. What's the other decision you really face? Can you get the woman here? What's the other decision you face?
Can you kick like up to the top corner or the lower corner?
Okay, you could kick up and down. That's true. Okay, that's true actually. That's true. But I meant something else. That's right. But I meant something else. What else is there? Let's try this guy here.
Spin.
Well, that's getting subtle here.
Okay.
That's getting subtle. It's a much more basic thing. What's a more basic thing? What's a more basic thing here? Can you get there right in front of you? Yeah.
Speed.
Speed, right? So another decision you face is, do you just try and kick this ball as hard as you can, or do you try and place it? All right, that's probably as important a decision as placing it, as deciding which direction to hit, and it turns out to matter. So, for example, if you're the kind of person, which is, I have to say, all I ever was, if you're the kind of person who can kick the ball fairly hard but not very accurately, right, then it actually might change these numbers. Right? If you can kick the ball very hard but not very accurately, then if you try and shoot to the left or right, you're slightly more likely to miss. On the other hand, as you shoot to the middle, since you're kicking the ball hard, you're slightly more likely to score. Now, if this all seems like arcane and irrelevant detail, let's just see why this matters in the picture. And then we'll leave soccer, at least for today. All right? So if you're the kind of person who can kick the ball hard but not accurately, then it's going to lower the probabilities of scoring as you kick towards the right, because you might miss. And it's going to lower the probability of scoring as you hit towards the left, because you're likely to miss. And it might actually raise the probability of your scoring as you hit towards the middle, because you hit the ball so hard, it's really pretty hard for the goalkeeper to stop it. All right, and here it goes in the middle. If you look carefully there, didn't really make it clear enough, you can see suddenly a strategy that looks crazy, shooting to the middle, has suddenly started to seem okay. All right, it turns out if you look at those dotted lines, there's an area in the middle, which is the area between here and here, and this little area here, you actually might be just fine shooting to the middle. All right? So in reality, we need to take into account a little bit more, and in particular, we need to take into account the abilities of players to hit the ball accurately and or hard. And if those people, if you're interested in that, and I realize at this point I've probably lost the interest of most Americans in the room, but for the non-Americans in the room, the people who are interested in the real world, as I said before, I'll put that article online, and that goes through all the gory detail of this. All right? And I should just say that the data I just gave you is real data, but it's actually mixed ability data. This data comes half from the Italian league, which is pretty good, and half from the French league, which sucks. So, so who knows how much we should trust it. All right. Okay, so that was our example for the day and our first brush with reality for the day. Let's clean the board and do some work, do some bit more formal stuff here. So here we have an example, but I want to go back to the generality and to a bit of formalism. Oh, by the way, I should tell you that the game ended 0-0, or 0-0 in that game. It's a moral victory for me, I think. All right. So I want to be formal about these things I've been mentioning informally, and in particular, I want to be formal about the definition of best response. And I'm going to put down two different definitions of best response, one of which corresponds to best response to somebody else playing a particular strategy like left and right, and the other which is going to correspond to the more general idea of a best response to a belief. All right? And it'll allow us to use our notation and just be a little bit more nerdy. So player I's strategy SI hat, give me a hat to single it out, is a best response, always abbreviated BR, to the strategy S minus I of the other players if, and here's our real excuse to use our strategy, our notation, if the payoff from player I from choosing Si hat against S minus I is weakly bigger than her payoff from choosing some other strategy, Si prime against S minus I, and this better hold for all Si prime available to player I. All right, so in previous definitions, we've seen the qualifier for all be on the other player's strategy. Here the qualifier for all is on my strategy. All right, so strategy Si hat is the best response to the strategy S minus I of the other players if my payoff from choosing Si hat against S minus I is weakly bigger than that from choosing Si prime against S minus I, and this better hold for all possible other strategies I could choose. And there's another way of writing that that's kind of useful, or equivalently, Si hat solves the following. It maximizes my payoff against S minus I. All right, so you're used to, I'm hoping everyone is used to seeing the term max. So Si solves the maximization problem. How do I maximize my payoff given that other people are choosing S minus I? All right, and again, for the math phobics in the room, don't panic. This is just writing down in words what we've already seen a couple of times already today. Well, today and last time. Let's generalize this definition a little bit, since we want it to allow for more general beliefs. So just rewriting player I's strategy, same thing, Si hat is a best response, but now let's be careful, best response to the belief P about the other players' choices if, and it's going to look remarkably similar, except now I'm going to have an expectation. If the expected payoff to player I from choosing Si hat, given that she holds this belief P, is bigger than her expected payoff from choosing any other strategy, given she holds this belief P, and this better hold for all Si prime that she could choose. All right, so very similar idea. Now the only thing is I'm slightly abusing notation here by saying that my payoff depends on my strategy and a belief, but what I really mean is my expected payoff. This is the expectation given this belief. All right, and once again we can write it the other way, or Si hat solves max, when I choose Si, to maximize my expected payoff this time from choosing Si against S minus I. And what do I mean by expected payoff, just in our example? So just to make clear what that expectation means, so for example, the expected payoff to player 1 in the game above from choosing left, given she holds the belief P, is equal to the probability that the goalkeeper dives to the left times player 1's payoff from choosing left against left, plus the probability that the goalkeeper dives to the right times player 1's expected payoff from choosing left against right. Okay, so expectation with respect to P just means exactly what you expect it to mean. All right, so this is a little bit of math, a little bit of formality, but is everyone okay with that? I haven't done anything here. All I've done is write down, slightly boringly and nerdily, exactly what we already saw in a couple of occasions. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thank you. All right. So that right now is going to seem a little bit like a sudden blast of notation. So let's just remind ourselves what we really care about is the ideas, not the notation, and let's spend the next half hour applying these ideas to an application. So this application is not as important as soccer, but it's a bit more economicsy, so I can justify it under the economics title of the class. All right, so clearing off my soccer game. So imagine what we're going to look at is a game involving a partnership. It's a partnership game, and I believe this game is covered in some detail in the Watson textbook, or something very close to it is if you're having trouble. The idea is this: there are two individuals who are going to supply an input to a joint project. So that could be a firm, it could be a law firm, for example, and they're going to share equally in the profits. All right? So one example would be a firm that they both own, and another example would be two of you working as a study group on my homework assignment. All right? All right, so you're going to share equally in the profits of this firm, or this joint project, but you're going to supply efforts individually. All right, so let's just be a bit more formal. So the players are going to be the two agents, and they own this firm, let's call it. They own this firm jointly, and they split the profits. So they share 50% of the profits each. All right, so it's a profit-sharing partnership. And each agent is going to choose her effort level to put into this firm. So it could be that you're deciding as a lawyer how many hours you're going to spend on the job. So for most of you, these decisions will be a question of whether you spend 20 hours a day at the firm or 21 hours a day at the firm, something like that. For most of you on your homework assignment, I'm hoping it's a little less than that, but not much less than that. All right? So the strategy choice is we're not going to do it in hours. Let's just normalize and regard these choices as living in 0 to 4. Right? And you can choose any number of hours between 0 and 4. All right? And just to mention as we go past it, a novelty here, every game we've seen in the class so far has had a discrete number of strategies. Even the game when you chose numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 100. There were 100 strategies. Here, there's a continuum of strategies. You could choose any real number in the interval 0, 4. Right? So you have a continuum of possible choices. That's not going to bother us, but let's just point out it's there. So there's a continuum of strategies. In principle, you could bill your clients for fractions of a second or fractions of a minute. All right? And let's wonder what the firm's profit is given by. So this partnership, this law firm, its profit is given by the following expression: 4 times the effort of player 1 plus the effort of player 2 plus a parameter I'll call B times the product of their efforts. All right, this is their profits. And I won't tell you what B is for now, but let's just, I won't tell you exactly what it is, but I'll explain it. We'll assume that B lives between 0 and a quarter, and it's known. I just want to be able to vary it later. All right, so what's the idea here? The idea is player 1 directly contributes profits to the firm by working, as does player 2, but they also contribute through this interaction term. How do we think of that interaction term? How do we think of that term B S1 S2? When you're working on your homework assignments, if your product, the thing you hand in, was just S1 plus S2, then you might think what? You might think there's no point working in a study group at all, right? If the product is just the sum or a multiple of a sum of the inputs, there wouldn't be much point working in a team at all. It's the fact you're getting this extra benefit from working with someone else that makes it worthwhile working as a team to start with. Is that right? So we could think of this term as to do with complementarity. Complementarity. Or synergy, a very unpopular word these days, but still, synergy. So we're going to assume that when you work together, there are some synergies. Some of you are good at some parts of the homework, some of them are good at other parts of the homework. And similarly in this law firm, one of these guys is an expert on intellectual property, and the other one on fraud or something. All right. So I've got the agents, I've got the strategy set, I know something about the profit of the firm, I need to tell you about their payoffs. All right, so the payoff for player 1 is going to depend, of course, on her choice and on the choice of her partner. And it's going to equal a half, because they're splitting the profits, so a half of the profit, so a half of 4 times S1 plus S2 plus BS1 S2. Right? She gets half of those profits, but it also costs her, it costs her S1 squared. So S1 squared is her effort costs. It's her input costs. This is the effort cost. All right, and similarly, player 2, everything's symmetric here, player 2's payoff is the same thing. So this term is the same, except we're going to subtract off player 2's effort squared, S2 squared. Right? So you get the profits of the firm minus the disutility of having missed all that sleep. There's a guy in about the 5th row there who's missed too much sleep, so somebody just nudge him. That's it, good. Nudge him. We won't put him on camera, just nudge him. That's it, good. There you go. Next time we'll use the camera for that, okay? All right. Whoops, that's my other slide. All right, so now we have everything we want to analyze this firm and to analyze how things are going to work either when you're working on a homework assignment or in the law partnership. And again, just to make this relevant to you, I mean, this is very stylized, of course, but a huge number of businesses out there are partnerships and do have this kind of profit-sharing rule and do have synergies. So this is a relevant issue in a lot of businesses. All right. Now we're going to analyze this, no secret here, we're going to analyze this using the idea of best response. Right? That's not a surprise to any of you since that's where we started the day. All right? So in particular, I want to figure out what is player 1's best response to each possible choice of player 2. I want to figure out what's player 1's best response for each possible choice, S2, of player 2. How should I go about doing that? How should I do that? So here, what we did before was we drew these graphs with probabilities, at least with beliefs of player 1. And the problem here is, previously we had a nice simple graph to draw because there were just 2 strategies for player 2. Player 2 was a goalie, could dive to the left and the right. Problem is here that player 2 has a continuum of strategies, and trying to draw all possible probabilities over an infinite number of objects on the board is more than my drawing can do, right? It's too hard. Right? So we need some other technique. How are we going to find out player 1's best response? Somebody? Wave your hands in the air. Way, 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 way back in the corner. Can we? Yeah. Let's get the camera. Let's get the mic. Yeah. Wait. Stand up, but wait for the mic to come to you. How are we going to do it? How are we going to figure out what player 1's best response is? Shout loudly.
You can find player 1's payoffs as a function of player 2's of what player 2's effort is.
Good. Okay. Okay. So that's certainly the first step. We've got that, right? Actually, we've got that. So here's player 1's payoff as a function of what player 2 chooses and what player 1 chooses. So we have that already. We have player 1's payoff as a function of the 2 efforts. And now I want to find out what is player 1's best effort given a particular choice of S2?
Take the derivative with response to, derivative of S1.
Good. Take a derivative and?
Set it equal to 0.
Okay, good. So we're going to use calculus. All right, we're going to use calculus of one variable. All right, we're just changing one variable, S1. How many of you, we won't let the camera show you, how many of you have not, no, I'm not going to show hands at all. If you have not seen the calculus that I'm about to use on the board, or more likely, if you've forgotten it since high school, don't panic. All right? There is a chapter in the back of the book, I think it's chapter 25, that goes over this, that refreshes your memory of such calculus. And if you've never seen it before, if you haven't taken, for example, the equivalent of Math 112, come and see us. We'll probably try and line up a quick calculus lesson, a special section for those people. All right? So if what I'm going to do now is scary, come and see us and we'll deal with it. All right. So, all right, what we're going to do, we want to take a derivative of this thing. All right, what we're going to do is we're asking the question, what is the maximum, choosing S1, of this profit? Can I multiply the half by the 4 to save myself some time? So the profit is 2 S1 plus S2 plus B S1 S2 minus S1 squared. Right, we're asking the question, taking S2 as given, what S1 maximizes this expression. All right? And as the gentleman at the back said, I'm going to differentiate, and then I'm going to set the thing equal to 0. So I'm almost bound to get this wrong on the board. So can you all watch me like a hawk a second? All right, so if I differentiate this object, I'm going to find a first order condition in a second. All right, so differentiate, I'm going to have 2 still, and then this S1 is going to become a 1. All right, and this S1 here is going to become a plus B S2. Everyone happy with that? And this S1 squared is going to become a minus 2 S1. All right, that was just differentiating. Everyone happy with the way I differentiated? Is this coming back from high school? The cogs are spinning now? Yeah? And to make this a first order condition, I'm going to say at the best response, put a hat over the 1, at the best response, this is equal to 0. All right? Yeah, can you get the guy again?
Shouldn't that be 2? Oh, sorry, never mind.
Okay. It's quite, you're right to share it, because doing it on the board, I'm very like to make mistakes, but okay. So I differentiated this object, this is my first derivative, and I said equal to 0. Now in a second I'm going to work with that, but I want to make sure I'm going to find a maximum and not a minimum. So how do I make sure I'm finding a maximum and not a minimum? I look at the second derivative, all right, look at the second derivative, which is the second order condition. So I'm going to differentiate this object again with respect to S1, pretend the hat isn't there a second, and none of this has an S1 in it, so that all goes away, and I'm going to get minus 2. Right, minus 2, which came from here, minus 2. And that is, in fact, negative, which is what I wanted to know. Right? To find a maximum, I want the second derivative to be negative. All right? So here it is. I've got my first order condition. It tells me that the best response to S2, is the S1 hat that solves this equation, that solves this first order condition. All right? And we can just rewrite that. If I divide through by 2 and rearrange, it's going to tell me that S1 hat, or if you like, S1 hat is equal to 1 plus B S2. 1 plus B S2. So this thing is equal to player 1's best response given S2. All right? Now I could go through again and do exactly the same thing for player 2, but I'm not going to do that because everything's symmetric. Okay, so everyone happy with that? So I could do the same kind of analysis, but we know I'll get the same answer. So similarly, I would find that S2 hat equals 1 plus B S1 and this is the best response of player 2 as it depends on player 1's choice of effort, S1. Okay, now I've found out what player 1's best response is to player 2, and what player 2's best response is to player 1 for each possible choice of player 2 up here and for each possible choice of player 1 down there. All right? Now, let's see if we can get a bit further. And to get a bit further, let's draw a picture. All right, what I'm going to do is I want to draw the two functions we just found and see what they look like. All right, so this is all in your notes already. I can get rid of it. What I could do with is some more chalk. There we go. Excuse me. All right. So what I'm going to do is let's draw a picture that has S1 on the horizontal axis and S2 on the vertical axis. All right, and there are different choices here, 1, 2, 3, and 4 for player 1, and here's the 45-degree line. I'm careful, I should get this right. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the possible choices. For player 1. Okay. Now, before I draw it, I better decide what B is going to be. Okay, so I'm going to draw for the case. I'm going to draw the best response of player 1, and I'm going to draw the best response of player 2 in a minute for the case B equals a quarter. Okay, so we said B was somewhere between 0 and a quarter. Let's draw the case for B equals a quarter. All right, so the expression I want to draw first of all is the best response of player 1 as a function of S2, and we agreed that that was given by 1 plus a quarter now. 1 plus a quarter S2. All right, so for each possible choice of S2, I'm going to draw player 1's best response, and we'll do it in red. So if player 2 chooses 0, what is player 1's best response? Somebody shout out. 1, okay, so 1 plus a quarter of 0 is 1. So if player 2 chooses 0, player 1's best response is to choose 1. All right? What if player 2 chooses 4? If player 2 chooses 4, what will be player 1's best response? All right, so it'll be 1 plus a quarter times 4. A quarter times 4 is 1, so 1 plus 1 is 2. So player 2's best response in that case will be 2. So if player 1 chooses 4, player 2 should choose. If player 2 chooses 4, player 1 should choose 2. All right, and this is a straight line in between. So the line I've just drawn is the best response for player 1 as it depends on player 2's choice. Everyone happy with how I drew that? I mean, I'm assuming you're taking on faith that it's a straight line in between, but it is. All right? And the way we read this graph is you give me an S2, I read across to the pink line and drop down, and that tells me the best response for player 1. Okay? Now we can do the same for player 2. We can draw player 2's best response as it depends on the choices of player 1. But rather than go through any math, I already know what that line is going to look like. What does that line look like? Somebody raise your hand. Somebody? What will player 2's best response look like as a function of player 1's choice? On the same picture. Someone we haven't had before. We had all these guys before. Someone else. Yeah, there's a guy in the middle. Can we get into him? Oh, yeah. Maybe it's easier from that side. That's probably right. Shout out loud so the mic can hear you.
It should be a reflection across the 45-degree line.
Right, exactly. So if I drew the equivalent line for player 2, which is player 2's best response for each choice of player 1, we're simply flipping the identities of the players, which means we'll be reflecting everything in that 45-degree line. So it'll go from 1 here. So if 2 here, it'll look like this. So this is the best response for player 2 for every possible choice of player 1. And just to make sure we understand it, what this blue line tells me is you give me an S1, an effort level of player 1, I read up to the blue line and go across, and that tells me player 2's best response. Okay, now we're making some progress. What do we notice? Remember we said one of the lessons of today's class, the second lesson, the first lesson was don't shoot towards the middle of the goal, and the second more general lesson was what? It was don't ever play a strategy that is not a best response to everything. Now, I admit I'm cheating a little bit here because I'm ignoring beliefs, but trust me, that's okay in this game. All right? So are there strategies here that are never a best response to anything? Are there strategies here that, or put another way, what strategies of player 1's are ever a best response? Anybody? Well, let's have a look. All right? If player 2 chooses 0, then player 1's best response is 1, and that's as low as he ever goes. It's as low as he ever goes. So these strategies down here, less than 1, are never a best response for player 1. Right? And if player 2 chooses 4, right, then the synergy leads player 1 to raise his best response all the way up to 2, but these strategies up here above 2 are never a best response for player 1. Is that right? So the strategies below 1 and above 2 are never a best response for player 1. And similarly for player 2, the lowest player 1 could ever do is choose 0, in which case player 2 would want to choose 1. So the strategies below 1 are never a best response for player 2, and the strategies above 2 were never a best response for player 2. All right? So let's actually, you might want to be a little bit gentle in your own notebook, but on my board, let's get rid of all these strategies that are never a best response. All right? So all these strategies for player 1 are gone, and all of these strategies for player 1 are gone. You might want to not scribble quite so much on your own notebook, but still. All right? And all these strategies for player 2 are gone, and all these strategies for player 2 are gone. And what's left? A lot of scribble is left. What's left? So I claim, if you look carefully, there's a little box in here. Little box in here that's still alive. Right? I've deleted all the strategies that are never best response for player 1, and all the strategies that are never best response for player 2, and what I've got left is that little box. But I can't see that little box, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to redraw that little box. So let's redraw it. So it goes from 1 to 2 this time. I'm going to blow up that box. So this now is 1, 1, and up here is 2, 2. And let's put in numbers of quarters. So this will be what will it be? It'll be 5 quarters, 6 quarters, and 7 quarters. And over here it'll be 5 quarters, and 6 quarters, and 7 quarters. And let's just draw how that pink and blue line look in that box. This is just a picture of that little box. So it's going to turn out it goes from, the pink line goes from here to here. And the blue line goes from here to here. We can work it out at home and check carefully, but this is in fact correct. All right. All right. So what I've done is I've redrawn the picture we just had and blown it up. And have any of you seen that picture before? Anyone here seen that picture before? That's the picture we just had, right? Except I've changed the numbers a bit. All right? Once I deleted all the strategies that were never a best response and just focused on that little box of strategies that survived, the picture looked exactly the same as it did before, albeit blown up and the numbers changed. All right? So what have we done so far? We said players should never play a strategy that's never a best response to anything. So we threw those away. All right? Now what's left? Well, what do we do now? So some of the strategies that we didn't throw away were best responses to things, but the things they were best responses to have now been thrown away. Is that right? This should be something familiar from when we were deleting dominated strategies. The strategies I'm about to throw away now, they're not, it isn't that they're not best responses, they are best responses to something. But the things they were best responses to, we know are not going to be played because they themselves were not best responses to anything. Right? So what strategies do I have in mind? What strategies am I about to throw away? Well, for example, for player 1, we know now that player 2 is never going to choose any strategy below 1. All right? And so the lowest player 2 will ever choose is 1. And it turns out that the lowest player 2 would ever do in response to anything, anything 1 and above never leads player 1 to choose a strategy less than 5 quarters. And the highest player 2 ever chooses is 2. And the highest response that player 1 ever makes to any strategy 2 or less is 6 quarters. So all these things bigger than 6 quarters can go. Let's be careful here. These strategies I'm about to delete, it isn't that they're never best responses. They were best responses to things. But the things they were best responses to are things that are never going to be played, so they're irrelevant. All right? So we're throwing away all of the strategies less than 5 quarters for player 1 and bigger than 6 quarters for player 1, which is 1.5 player 1, and similarly for player 2. And if I did this, and again, don't scribble too much in your notes, but if we just make clear what's going on here, and I actually delete these strategies, since they're never going to be played, I end up with a little box again. All right? All right, so everyone see what I did? I started with the game. I found out what player 1's best response was for every possible choice of player 2, and I found out what player 2's best response was for every possible strategy of player 1. I threw away all strategies that were never a best response. Then I looked at the strategies that were left. I said, those strategies that were best response to things that have now been thrown away, but not best response otherwise, I can throw those away too. And when I threw those away, I was left once again with this little box. And I could do it again and again and again. I could do it again and again. If I go on doing this exercise again and again and again, what am I going to end up with? Shout it out, what am I going to end up with? The intersection, right? If I keep on constructing these boxes within boxes, so that next box would be a little box in here. I can't even draw it, but it's something like this. If I keep on doing boxes within boxes, I'm going to converge in on that intersection. So if we know people are not going to play something which is never a best response, and we know if people are not going to play something which is never a best response, something which is never a best response, and we know people are not going to play something which is not a best response, which is not best, etc., etc., etc. All right, we're going to converge in this game to just one strategy for each player, which is where they intersect. All right? So what we're going to converge in onto is that S1 star, let's call it in this case, is equal to 1 plus B S2 star, and that S2 star is equal to 1 plus B S1 star. All right? We can do it a little better than that since we know the game is symmetric. We know that S1 star is actually equal to S2 star. All right? All right, so taking advantage of the fact that we know S1 is equal to S2 because we're relying on the 45-degree line, I can simplify things by making S1 star equal to S2 star. All right? So now I've got, actually it looks like 3 equations, it's really just 2 equations because one of them implies the other. All right, and I can solve them. And if I solve them out, I'm going to get something like, let me just be careful, I'm going to get something like 1 minus B S1 star is equal to 1, or S1 star equals S2 star is equal to 1 over 1 minus B. And again, anytime I'm doing algebra on the board, someone should check me at home. So just have a quick look at that. Is that right? I think that's right. All right. So that my algebra, which is often wrong, suggests that the solution is S1 star equals S2 star, equals 1 over 1 minus b. All right? All I'm doing, this is just math. There's nothing interesting going on. I'm just trying to solve out for the equation at this point. Okay. So what do we learn here? We learned that in this game, deleting strategies that are never best response, and then deleting strategies that are never best response to anything that's a best response, and so on and so forth, yielded a single strategy for each player. Just one strategy for each player. And that strategy was given by this equation. So if we were a management consultant working for McKinsey or something, and we were brought in to advise you on your homework assignments or this law partnership on their work practices, we would come down with a prediction that this is how much work you're going to get. All right? Question. Is this amount of work a good amount of work or a bad amount of work? Is this a good, you're working for McKinsey, you've been hired by Joe Smith and Ann Bloggs to figure out their strategy and working in a team on working on my homework assignment. You've figured out how much work they're going to contribute. Is this a good amount of work? Are they contributing too much, too little? Well, of course, the answer to it is depends on compared to what, right? Compared to what? So let me rephrase. Are these pair of partners in the firm or two students working on their homework assignment, are they working more or less than an efficient level? Let's have a poll. Who thinks more? Who thinks more? Let's turn the camera around to the audience. Let's have a look. Who thinks more? Who thinks they're working just right? Who thinks less? A lot of abstentions here. I think they're working too little here. I think they're working too little here compared to what's efficient. I'll get you to solve it out on a homework assignment, so you can actually prove that. You can prove that, in fact, if you're writing a contract or if there's a social planner, you'd work more. But let's try and get to grips why. Why is it that when we see these law partners, or medical partners, or whatever it happens to be, or students working together on a homework assignment, why is it we tend to get inefficiently little effort when we start figuring out the strategy and working through the game? So I'm conceding the answer. I'm telling you that they're going to work too little. Why do they end up not working hard enough? The takers? Can we get a mic in here? Yeah.
I guess because if they work any harder than that, then the other person's just going to slack off instead.
All right, so there's something about that. There's something, on the other hand, this isn't really the intuition you're giving me is kind of a prisoner's dilemma intuition, right? Saying, I'm going to let the other guy work and I'll shirk. But there's something in that, but there's a little bit more going on here. What more is going on? I think that's a good first step, and there is something of that. Yeah.
If there are two people working together, there's about half as much work for each person to do.
That's true, but that would suggest it doesn't matter if they slack off. What's going on here? So go back to your Economics 115 or 150 if you took either of those courses. What's the problem here? What's underlying the problem? Let's get this guy in pink down here.
They only captured 50% of their marginal effort, the benefit of the marginal effort.
Good. Well, your name is? So Patrick is giving what I think is the correct answer here. The problem here isn't really about the amount of work. It isn't even, by the way, about the synergy. Right? You might think it's because of this synergy that they don't take into account correctly. That isn't the problem here. It turns out even without the synergy, this problem would be there. The problem is what Patrick said. The problem is that at the margin, I, a worker in this firm, be it a law partnership or a homework solving group, I bear the cost at the margin. I bear the full cost at the margin for any extra unit of effort I put in, but I only reap half the benefits. Right? At the margin, I'm bearing the cost for the extra unit of effort I contribute, but I'm only reaping half of the induced profits of the firm because of profit sharing. All right? And that leads all of us to put in too little effort. What's the general term that captures all such situations in economics? It's an externality. It's an externality. There's an externality here. There's an externality. When I'm figuring out how much effort to contribute to this firm, I don't take into account that other half of profits that goes to you. So this isn't to do with this, with the synergy. It isn't to do with something complicated. It's something you knew back in 115. Right? If you have profit sharing in a firm, or profit sharing in homework assignment, or any joint project, you have to worry about too little effort being contributed because there's an externality. My effort benefits you, not just me. All right? Now, while we've got this on the board, let's just think a little bit more. What would happen if we changed the degree of the synergy? What would happen if we lowered B? So B is the degree to which the synergy across these workers. If we lowered B, what would happen to our picture? Let me redraw our picture unscribbled. We had a picture that looked something like this. All right, this was S1 and this was S2. If we lowered the degree of synergy, what would happen to the effort level that we'd find by this method? What would happen? What would happen to the picture? Anyway, again, this is a real 115 kind of exercise. We're going to be moving lines around. Yeah, Henry, isn't it? So get a mic into Henry.
The lines will get shallower and eventually become horizontal and vertical, respectively.
All right, good. So the pink line is actually going to get steeper, but I know what you mean. All right, so the pink line is going to move towards the vertical, and the blue line is going to move towards the horizontal. And notice that the amount of effort that we generate goes down dramatically. Goes down in this direction. All right? So if we lower the synergy here, not only do I contribute less effort, but you know I contribute less effort, and therefore you contribute less effort, and so on. All right? So we get this scissors effect of taking effort this way. All right. We could draw other lessons from this, but let me try and move on a little bit. We decided in this game to solve it by looking at best responses, deleting things that were never a best response, looking again, deleting things that were never a best response, and so on and so forth. And luckily, in this particular game, things converged, and they converged to the point where the pink and the blue line crossed. All right? What do we call that point? What do we call the point where the pink and the blue line cross? Right? That's an important idea for this class. That's going to turn out to be what's called a Nash equilibrium. All right, so we know what it's called. How many of you have heard the term Nash equilibrium before? How many of you saw the movie about Nash? All right, we'll come back and talk about that a bit next time. All right, so this is a Nash equilibrium, but okay, we know what it is in jargon, and we kind of knew that was going to be an important point, because most of you have taken economics courses before, and you know that whenever lines cross in economics, it's important, right? But what does it mean here? Why is it, what's going on at that line? What does it tell us? What does it tell us that the pink and the blue line cross? What makes that point special? Why, what does it mean to say the pink and the blue line cross? There's a guy, can I get the guy way, like three rows behind you in purple? Shout out again.
It means that neither player has an incentive to deviate from that point.
All right, well, that's correct. That's correct. So let's try and read that through. So I don't know your name. Your name is? Alan. So Alan is saying if player one is choosing this strategy and player 2 is choosing her corresponding strategy here, neither player has an incentive to deviate. Or another way of saying it is, neither player wants to move away. All right, so if player 1 chooses S1 star, player 2 will want to choose S2 star, since that's her best response. And if player 2 is playing S2 star, player 1 will want to play S1 star, since that's his best response. Right? Neither of them has any incentive to move away. All right? So more succinctly, player 1 and player 2, at this point where the lines cross, player 1 and player 2 are playing a best response to each other. right? The players are playing a best response to each other. Playing a best response to each other. All right. So clearly in this game, it's where the lines cross. Let's go back to the game we played with the numbers. Right? Everyone had to choose a number, and the winner was going to be the person who was closest to 2/3 of the average. And by the way, the winners never picked up their winnings for that, so they still can. All right. So in that game, what's the Nash equilibrium in that game? Yeah, everyone choosing 1. Everyone choosing 1. How do we know that's the Nash equilibrium of that game? How do we know that everyone choosing 1 is the Nash equilibrium in the game where you all chose numbers? Well, let's just use the definition. If everybody chose a 1, right, the average in the class would be 1. 2/3 of that would be 2/3. You can't go down below 1. So everyone's best response would be to choose 1. Right, so again, so if everyone chose 1, then everyone's best response would be to choose 1. Right, so that would be a Nash equilibrium. Right? Did people play Nash equilibrium when we played that game? No, they didn't, not initially at any rate. But notice as we played the game repeatedly, what happened? As we played the game repeatedly, we noticed that play seemed to converge down towards 1. Is that right? And in this game, when we analyzed the game repeatedly, it seemed like our analysis converged towards the equilibrium. Now, that's not always going to happen, but it's kind of a nice feature about Nash equilibrium. Sometimes play tends to converge there. Nash equilibrium is going to be a huge idea from now to the midterm exam, and we're going to pick it up and see more examples on Wednesday. Okay, so last time we came across a new idea, although it wasn't really new for a lot of you, and that was the idea of Nash equilibrium. And what I want to do today is discuss Nash equilibrium, see how we find Nash equilibrium in some rather simple examples, and then in the second half of today, I want to look at an application where we actually have some fun and play a game. At least I hope it's fun. All right, but let's start by putting down a formal definition. We only used a rather informal one last week. So here's a formal one. A strategy profile, remember a profile is one strategy for each player, so it's going to be S1 star, S2 star, all the way up to Sn star if there are n players playing the game. So this profile is a Nash equilibrium, and I'm just going to write Ne in this class for Nash equilibrium from now on. If for each I, so for each player I, her choice, so her choice here is Si star, that's I is part of that profile, is a best response, is the best response to the other player's choices, the other player's choices. And of course, the other player's choices here are S minus I star. So everyone is playing a best response to everyone else. All right? Now, this is by far the most commonly used solution concept in game theory. So those of you who are interviewing for McKinsey or something, you're going to find that they're going to expect you to know what this is. All right? So one reason for knowing what it is because it's in the textbooks, it's going to be used in lots of applications, it's going to be used in your McKinsey interview. That's not a very good reason, right? And I certainly don't want you to jump to the conclusion that now we've got to Nash equilibrium, everything we've done up to now is somehow, in some sense, irrelevant. That's not the case. It's not always going to be the case that people always play a Nash equilibrium. For example, when we played the numbers game, the game when you chose a number, we've already discussed last week, or last time, that the equilibrium in that game is for everyone to choose 1. But when we actually played the game, the average was much higher than that. The average was about 13. It is true that when we played it repeatedly, it seemed to converge towards 1. But the play of the game when we played it just one shot, first time, wasn't a Nash equilibrium. Right? So we shouldn't fall into the mistake of thinking people always play Nash equilibrium, or people, if they're rational, play Nash equilibrium. Neither of those statements are true. Nevertheless, there are some good reasons for thinking about Nash equilibrium other than the fact it's used by other people, and let's talk about those a bit. So I want to put down some motivations here. All right, the first motivation we already discussed last time. In fact, somebody in the audience mentioned it, and it's the idea of no regrets. So what is this idea? It says, suppose we're looking at a Nash equilibrium. If we hold the strategies of everyone else fixed, no individual I has an incentive to deviate, to move away. All right, so again, holding everyone else's actions fixed, no individual has any incentive to move away. And let me be a little bit more careful here. No individual has any strict incentive to move away. All right, we'll see that that actually matters. Right, so no individual can do strictly better by moving away. All right? No individual can do strictly better by deviating, comma, holding everyone else fixed. All right? So what I call that no regret, it means having played the game, suppose you did in fact play a Nash equilibrium, and then you look back at what you've done, and now you know what everyone else has done, and you say, do I regret my actions? And the answer is, no, I don't regret my actions, because I did the best I could given what they did. All right? So that seems like a fairly important sort of central idea for why we should care about Nash equilibrium. Here's a second idea, and we'll see others arise in the course of today. A second idea is that a Nash equilibrium can be thought of as self-fulfilling beliefs. So in the last week or so, we've talked a fair amount about beliefs. If I believe the goalkeeper is going to dive this way, I should shoot that way, and so on. All right? But of course, we didn't talk about any beliefs in particular. These beliefs, if I believe that, if everyone in the game believes that everyone else is going to play their part of a particular Nash equilibrium, then everyone will in fact play their part of that Nash equilibrium. All right? Now why? Why? Why is it the case that if everyone believes that everyone else is playing their part of this particular Nash equilibrium, that that's self-fulfilling and people actually will play that way? Why is that the case? Anybody? Yeah, can we get this guy in red? Yep.
Because your own Nash equilibrium strategy is the best response against those.
Exactly, exactly. So it's almost a repeat of the first thing. If I think everyone else is going to play their particular, if I think players 2 through n are going to play S2 star through Sn star, then by definition, my best response is to play S1 star, so I will in fact play my part of the Nash equilibrium. All right, good, good. All right, so as part of the definition, we can see these are self-fulfilling beliefs. Let's just remind ourselves how that arose in the example we looked at the end last time. I'm not going to go back and reanalyze it, but I just want to sort of make sure that we followed it. So we had this picture last time in the partnership game in which people were choosing effort levels. And this line was the best response for player 1 as a function of player 2's choice, and this line was the best response of player 2 as a function of player 1's choice. All right, this was the picture we saw last time. And let's just look at how those, it's no secret here what the Nash equilibrium is. Nash equilibrium is where the lines cross, but let's just see how it maps up to those two motivations we just said. So how about self-fulfilling beliefs? Well, if player, sorry, I've put a 1 there, it should be 2. If player 1 believes that player 2 is going to choose this strategy, then player 1 should choose this strategy. If player 1 thinks player 2 is choosing this strategy, then player 1 should choose this strategy. If player 1 thinks player 2 is choosing this strategy, then player 1 should choose this strategy, and so on. That's what it means to be a best response. But if player 1 thinks that player 2 is playing exactly her Nash strategy, then player 1's best response is to respond by playing his Nash strategy. And conversely, if player 2 thinks player 1 is playing his Nash strategy, then player 2's best response, indeed, is to play her Nash strategy. All right, so you can see that's a self-fulfilling belief. If both people think that's what's going to happen, that is indeed what's going to happen. All right, how about the idea of no regrets? So here's player one. She wakes up the next morning. Oh, sorry, it was he, wasn't it? He wakes up the next morning and he says, I chose S1 star. Do I regret this? Well, now he knows what player two chose. Player two chose S2 star. And he says, no, that's the best I could have done. Given that player two did in fact choose S2 star, I have no regrets about choosing S1 star. That in fact was my best response. And notice that wouldn't be true at some other outcome. So for example, if player one had chosen S1 star, but player two had chosen some other strategy, let's say S2 prime, then player one would have regrets. Right? Player one would wake up the next morning and say, oh, I thought player one was going to play S2 star. In fact, she chose S2 prime. I regret having chosen S1 star. I would have rather chosen S1 prime. Right? So only at the Nash equilibrium are there no regrets. All right? Everyone okay with that? This is just revisiting really what we did last time and underlining these points. All right. So I want to spend quite a lot of time today just getting used to the idea of Nash equilibrium and trying to find Nash equilibrium. I'm going to turn off that projector that's in the way there, if I can. There we go. Is that going to upset the lights a lot? All right. So, okay. So what I want to do is I want to look at some very simple games with a small number of players to start with and a small number of strategies. And I want us to get used to how we would find the Nash equilibria in those simple games. Okay? We'll start slowly, and then we'll get a little faster. Okay, so let's start with this game. Very simple game with two players. Each player has three strategies. And I'm not going to motivate this game. It's just some random game. Player one can choose up, middle, or down. And player two can choose left, center, and right. And the payoffs are as follows: 0, 4, 4, 0, 5, 3, 4, 0, 0, 4, 5, 3 again, 3, 5, 3, 5, and 6, 6. All right? So we could discuss, if we had more time, we could actually play this game, but it isn't a particularly exciting game, so let's leave our playing for later. And instead, let's try and figure out what are the Nash equilibria in this game and how we're going to go about finding them. Right? And the way we're going to go out finding them is going to mimic what we did last time. Last time, we had a more complicated game in which was two players with a continuum of strategies, and what we did was we figured out player one's best responses and player two's best responses, player one's best response to what player two's doing, and player two's best response to what player one's doing, and then we looked where they coincided, and that was the Nash equilibrium. And we're going to do exactly the same in this simple game here. So we're going to start off by figuring out what player one's best response looks like. All right? So in particular, what would be player one's best response if player two chooses left? What would be player one's best response if player two chooses left? Let's get the mics up so I can sort of challenge people. Anybody? Not such a hard question. Do you want to try the woman in the middle? Who's closer to the woman in the middle? Yeah.
Middle, M.
Okay, so player one's best response in this case is middle, all right, because 4 is bigger than 0 and is bigger than 3, all right? So to mark that fact, what we can do is let's put a circle, if like in green, let's put a circle round that 4. Okay? All right, not hard, right? So let's do it again. What is player one's best response if player two chooses center? What is player one's best response if player two chooses center? Let's get somebody on the other side. So you should feel free to cold call somebody here. So how about cold calling the guy with the Yale football shirt on? Here we go.
Up.
All right, so up is the correct answer. All right, so that's one triumph for Yale football. Okay, so all right, so 4 is bigger than 3, bigger than 0. All right, so good. Thank you. All right, and Ali, why don't you do the same? Why don't you cold call somebody who's going to tell me what's the best response for player one to right?
Down.
Shout it out.
Down.
Down, okay, okay, so best response is down because 6 is bigger than 5, which is bigger than 5. I mean, 6 is bigger than 5, okay? All right, so what we've done here is we've found player 1's best response to left, best response to center, and best response to right. And in passing, notice that each of player 1's strategies is the best response to something, so nothing would be knocked out by our domination arguments here, and nothing would be knocked out by our never a best response arguments here for player 1. Okay? Okay, let's do the same for player 2. So why don't I keep the mics doing some cold calling? So do you want to cold call somebody at the back to tell me what is player 2's best response against up? What's player 2's best response against up? I'm struggling on that.
Yeah, left.
All right, so the gentleman in blue says left because 4 is bigger than 3 is bigger than 0. Let's switch colors and switch polygons and put squares around these, okay? Right. I don't insist on the circles and the squares. If you have a thing for hexagons, you can do that too, right? Whatever you want. All right. All right, what's player 2's, let's write it in here, the answer. The answer was that the best response was left, all right? And player 2's best response to middle, so Merton, do you want to grab somebody over there?
Center.
Shout it out.
Center.
All right, because 4 is bigger than 3, which is bigger than 0, so that's center. And in my color coding, that gives me a square here. And finally, player 2's best response to down. And your turn, Ali. Let's grab somebody.
Is left. I'm sorry, right.
Okay, right. Okay, good, because 6 is bigger than 5 again. Okay, so here we go. All right, so what we've done now is found player 1's best response function. That was just the analog of finding the best response line we did here. Here we drew it as a straight line in white, but we could have drawn it as a sequence of little circles in green. It would have looked like this, right? The same idea. We're not going to do the whole thing, right? It would be a whole bunch of circles looking like this. And then we found player 2's best response for each choice of player 1, and we used pink rectangles, and that's the same idea as we did over here. Here we did it in a continuum strategy using calculus, but it's the same idea. So imagine I'm drawing lots of pink rectangles, and again, I'm not going to do it, but you can do it in your notes, okay? All right, same basic idea. And just as the Nash equilibrium must be where these best response lines coincided here, because that's the point at which each player is playing a best response to each other. All right, so the Nash equilibrium over here is, drum roll, do you want to cold call somebody? Do you want to just grab somebody in the row behind you or something, whatever? Yeah? Anybody? All right. Yeah, I think you were in Italia soccer shirt, you're going to get picked on. So what's the Nash equilibrium here?
The bottom right square.
All right, so the down right square. So the Nash equilibrium here is no prizes, no World Cup for that one, is down right. All right? All right. So why is that the Nash equilibrium? Because at that point, player 1 is playing a best response to player 2, and player 2 is playing a best response to player 1. Right? Now I want to try and convince you, particularly those of you who are worried by the homework assignment, that that was not rocket science. Right? Right? It's not hard to find Nash equilibria in games. All right? Well, it didn't take us very long, and we went pretty slow, actually. All right. So let's look at another example. Oh, before I do, notice that before I leave this game, let's make one other remark. Notice that in this game that each strategy of player 1 is a best response to something, and each strategy of player 2 is a best response to something. So had we used the methods of the earlier on in the class, that's to say deleting dominated strategies, or deleting strategies that are never a best response, we'd have got nowhere in this game. All right? All right? So Nash equilibrium has got us a little further in narrowing down our predictions. But we also learned something from that. We argued last time and in the last few weeks that rationality, or even mutual knowledge of rationality, or even common knowledge of rationality, couldn't really get as much further than deleting dominated strategies, or if you like, deleting strategies that are never best responses. All right? So here we've concluded that the Nash equilibrium of this game is down right, a very particular prediction. But notice, a perfectly rational player could choose middle. the reason they could choose middle, player 1 could choose middle, could be that if they say rationally they should choose middle because they think player 2 is choosing left. And you say, well, why would you think player 2 is going to choose left? And player 1 can say, I think player 2 is going to choose left because player 2 thinks I'm going to play up. And then you say, but how could player 2 possibly think that you're going to play up? And then player 1 would say, I think player 2 thinks I'm going to play up because player 2 thinks that I think that he's going to play center. And then you could say, how could player 2, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you can see you could work yourself around a little cycle there. Nobody would be irrational about anything. Everything would be perfectly well justified in terms of beliefs. It's just we wouldn't have a nice fixed point. We wouldn't have a nice point where it's a simple argument. In the case of down right, player 1 thinks it's okay to play down because he thinks 2 is going to play right, and player 2 thinks it's okay to play right because he thinks player 1 is going to play down. Right? So just to underline what I'm saying rather messily there, rationality and those kind of arguments should not lead us to the conclusion that people necessarily play Nash equilibrium. All right? We need a little bit more. We need a little bit more than that. Nevertheless, we are going to focus on Nash equilibrium in the course. All right, let's have a look at another example. And again, we'll keep it simple for now, and we'll keep to a 2-player, 3-strategy game. Up, middle, down, left, center, right. And this time the payoffs are as follows. 0-2, 2-3, 4-3, 11-1, 3-2, 0-0, 0-3, 1-0, and 8-0. So this is a slightly messier game. The numbers were really just whatever came into my head when I was writing it down. And once again, we want to find out what the Nash equilibrium is in this game. And our method is exactly the same. We're going to, for each player, figure out their best responses for each possible choice of the other player. So rather than write it out in 4, let me just go straight to my green circles and red squares. And let me get my mics up again, all right, so we can cold call people a bit. All right, can we get the, where's the mic? Oh, thank you. All right, so Ali, do you want to just grab somebody and ask them what's the best response against left? You can grab anybody. What's the best response against left?
Middle.
Middle, okay, good. So middle is the best response against left because 11 is bigger than 0. All right, Merton, you want to grab somebody? What's the best response against center?
Middle.
Middle again, because 3 is bigger than 2 is bigger than 1. And grab somebody at the back and tell me what the best response is against right. Anybody? Just dive in. Yep.
Down.
Okay, down. Good. All right, and let's do the same for the column player. So watch the column player's Ali, find somebody, take the guy who's 2 rows behind you who's about to fall asleep and ask him, what's the best response to up?
The best response would be, for which player?
For player 2. So what's player 2's best response for up? Sorry,
I'm going to...
Pick on someone else, that's right. Pick on the guy right behind you. Okay. What's the best response for up?
C and R are tied. So C or R.
All right, so this is a slightly more tricky one, right? The best response to up is either C or R. This is why we got you to sign those legal forms, right? Okay. Best response to up is either C or R. The best response to middle, yeah, madam?
Center.
Is center, thank you. And the best response to down?
Left.
All right, so the best response to down is left. And here again, it didn't take us very long. We're getting quicker at this. The Nash equilibrium in this case is the Nash equilibrium. Let's go back to the guy who is asleep and give him an easier question this time. So the Nash equilibrium in this case is?
Nash equilibrium would be the 3-2 combination?
Exactly. Okay, so the middle center. All right? And notice this is a Nash equilibrium. Why is it a Nash equilibrium? Because each player is playing a best response to each other. Right? If I'm player 1 and I think that player 2 is playing center, I should play middle. If I'm player 2, I think player 1 is playing middle, I should play center. If, in fact, we play this way, neither person has any regrets. Notice they didn't do particularly well in this game. In particular, player 1 would have liked to get this 11 and this 8, right? But they don't regret their action because given that player 2 played center, the best they could have got was 3, which they got by playing middle, right? Notice in passing in this game, that best responses needn't be unique, right? Sometimes there can be a tie in your best response, okay? That can happen. All right, so what have we seen? We've seen how to find Nash equilibrium, and clearly it's very closely related to the idea of best response, which is an idea we've been developing over the last week or so. All right, but let's go back earlier in the course and ask, how does it relate to the idea of dominance, right? This is really our third concept in this course, right? We had a concept about dominance, we had a concept about best response, and now we're at Nash equilibrium. It's, I think, obvious how it relates to best response. It's when best responses coincide. How about how it relates to dominance? Well, to do that, let's go back. So what we're going to do is we're going to relate Nash equilibrium to our idea of dominance, or of domination, all right? And to do that, an obvious place to start is to go back to a game that we've seen before. So here's a game where player 1 and player 2 are choosing alpha and beta, and the payoffs are 0, 0, 3, minus 1, minus 1, 3, and 1, 1. All right, so this is the game we saw the first time. This is the prisoner's dilemma. All right, and we know in this game, I'm not going to bother to cold call people for it, we know in this game that beta is dominated, is strictly dominated by alpha. All right, so we learned the very first time. All right, just to check. All right, so against alpha, choosing alpha gets you 0, beta gets you minus 1. Against beta, choosing alpha gets you 3, beta gets you 1. In either case, alpha is strictly better, so alpha strictly dominates beta. And of course, it's the same for the column player, since the game's completely symmetric. All right, so now let's find the Nash equilibrium in this game. I think we know what it's going to be, all right, but let's just do it in a sort of slow way. All right, so the best response to alpha must be alpha. The best response to beta must be alpha. And for the column player, the best response to alpha, I was doing it in pink, wasn't I? The best response to alpha must be alpha, and the best response to beta must be alpha. Everyone okay with that? I'm rushing it a bit because it's kind of obvious. Is that right? Okay. And so the Nash equilibrium in this game, the Nash equilibrium is alpha alpha. In other words, it's what we would have arrived at had we just deleted strictly dominated strategies. Right, so here's a case where alpha strictly dominates beta, and sure enough, Nash equilibrium coincides. It gives us the same answer. Both people choose alpha in this game. All right, so there's no news here. I'm just checking that we're not getting anything weird going on. All right, so let's just be a bit more careful. All right, how do we know it's the case? So I'm going to claim it's the case that no strictly dominated strategy, in this case beta, no strictly dominated strategy could ever be played in a Nash equilibrium. So I claim that's a good thing, right? Because we want these ideas to coincide. I claim that no strictly dominated strategy could ever be played in a Nash equilibrium. Why is that the case? Yeah, there's a guy up here, yeah?
A strictly dominated strategy isn't the best response to anything, so
Good.
It couldn't be the best response to their playing the Nash equilibrium.
Good, very good. So a strictly dominated strategy is never a best response to anything. In particular, the thing that dominates it always does better. All right? So in particular, it can't be a best response to the thing being played in Nash equilibrium. All right? So that's actually a very good proof. That proves that no strictly dominated strategy could ever be played in a Nash equilibrium. But now we have, unfortunately, a little wrinkle. And the wrinkle, unfortunately, is weakly dominated, is weak domination. So we've argued, in fact it was fairly easy to argue, that no strictly dominated strategy is ever going to reappear, annoyingly, in a Nash equilibrium. But unfortunately, the same is not true about weakly dominated strategies. And in some sense, you had a foreshadowing of this problem a little bit on the homework assignment, where you saw one of the problems, I think it was the second problem on the homework assignment, that deleting weakly dominated strategies can lead you to do things that might make you feel a little bit uneasy. All right? So weak domination is really not such a secure notion as strict domination, and we'll see here a trivial example of that in a game. So here's a trivial example, not an interesting example, but it just makes the point. So here's a 2x2 game. Player 1 can choose up or down, and player 2 can choose left or right. And the payoffs are really trivial. 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All right? So let's figure out what the Nash equilibrium is in this game, and I'm not going to bother cold calling because it's too easy. So the best response for player 1 if player 2 plays left is clearly to choose up. And the best response of player 1 if player 2 chooses right is, well, either up or down will do, right? Because either way he gets or she gets 0. So these are both best responses. Is that correct? They're both best responses. They both do equally well. All right? And conversely, player 2's best response if player 1 chooses up is sure enough to choose left. And that's kind of the answer we'd like to have. But unfortunately, when player 1 plays down, player 2's best response is either left or right. It makes no difference. They get 0 either way. All right? Okay. So what are the Nash equilibria in this game? What are the Nash equilibria in this game? So notice first observation is there's more than one Nash equilibrium in this game. Right? We haven't seen that before. All right? There's a Nash equilibrium with everybody in the room, I hope, thinks is kind of the sensible prediction in this game. Right? In this game, I think all of you, I hope, all of you if you're player 1 would choose up, and all of you if player 2 would choose left. Is that right? Is that correct? Right? It's hard to imagine coming up with an argument that wouldn't lead you to choose up and left in this game. All right? However, unfortunately, this isn't unfortunate. Up left is a Nash equilibrium, but so is down right. Right? If player 2 is choosing right, your best response, weakly, is to choose down. If player 1 is choosing down, player 2's best response, weakly, is to choose right. All right? And this is arriving because of the definition of Nash. It's a very definite definition. When we looked at the, I've deleted it now, never mind. When we looked at the definition, we said something is a Nash equilibrium as each person is playing a best response to each other. Another way of saying that is no player has a strict incentive to deviate. No player can do strictly better by moving away. So here at down right, player 1 doesn't do strictly better, it's just a tie if she moves away. And player 2 doesn't do strictly better if he moves away, it's a tie, he gets 0 either way. So here we have something which is going to worry us going on in the course. Sometimes we're getting, not only are we getting many Nash equilibria, that's something which just shouldn't worry us, it's a fact of life, but in this case, one of the Nash equilibria seems silly. Right? I mean, if you went and tried to explain to your roommates and said, you know, I predict both of these outcomes in this game, they'd laugh at you. It's obvious in some sense that this has to be the sensible prediction. All right? So just a sort of worrying note before we move on. Okay. So this was pretty formal and kind of not very exciting so far. So let's try and move on to something a little bit more fun. Okay? So what I want to do now is I want to look at a different game. Again, we're going to try and find Nash equilibria in this game, but we're going to do more than that. We're going to talk about the game a bit. And a feature of this game, which is to distinguish it from what we've done so far, is the game we're about to look at involves many players, although each player only has few strategies. All right, so what I want to do is I want to convince you how to find, I want to discuss how to find Nash equilibria in a game which, unlike these games, doesn't just have 2 players, it has many players, but fortunately not many strategies per player. All right? So let me use this board. All right? So this is going to be called the investment game. and we're going to play this game, although not for real. All right, so the players in this game, as I've just suggested, the players are going to be you. All right, so everyone who was getting sleepy just looking at this kind of analysis should wake up now. You have to play. All right, and the strategies in this game are very simple, the strategy sets, or the strategy alternatives. Each of you can choose between investing nothing in a class project, 0, or invest $10. All right? So I'm sometimes going to refer to investing nothing as not investing. Is that okay? Right? It seems like a natural thing. So you're either going to invest $10 or nothing, i.e. you're not going to invest. All right? So that's the players, and those are the strategies. So as usual, we're missing something. What we're missing are the payoffs. All right? So here are the payoffs. So the payoffs are as follows. If you don't invest, if you do not invest, i.e. you invest nothing, then your payoff is 0. All right, so nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? Natural thing. All right? But if you do invest, so if you invest $10, remember each of you is going to be investing $10, then your individual payoffs are as follows. Here's the good news. You're going to get a profit of $5. The way this is going to work is you're going to have invested $10, so you'll make a gross profit of 15 minus the 10 you originally invested for a net of 5. Everyone understand, right? So a net profit, so $5 net profit. That's the good news, but that requires more than 90% of the class to invest. Greater than or equal to 90% of the class to invest. If more than 90% of the class invest, you're going to make essentially 50% profit. And unfortunately, the bad news is you're going to lose your $10, get nothing back, right? So this is a net loss if fewer than 90% of the class invest. All right, and we need a key rule here. You're not allowed to talk to each other. Right? No communication in the class. No hand signals, no secret winks. Right? Nothing else. All right? Okay? So everyone understand the game? Including up on the balcony. Everyone understand the game? All right? So what I want you to do, I should say first of all, we can't play this game for real because there's something like 250 of you and I don't have that kind of cash lying around. Right? So pretend we're playing this for real, okay? Pretend we're playing this for real. Right? So without communicating, I want each of you to write on the corner of your notepad whether you're going to invest or not. So you can write Y if you're going to invest and N if you're not going to invest. Don't discuss it with each other, just write down on the corner of your notepad Y if you're going to invest and N if you're not going to invest. Don't discuss it, guys. Don't discuss it. All right, and now show your neighbor what you did, just so you can your neighbor can make you honest. All right. Now, okay, let's have a show of hands. All right. So what I want to do is I want to have a show of hands. Everybody who invested. Everyone who invested. Don't look around. Just raise your hands. Everyone who invested and everyone who didn't invest. Oh, that's more than 10%. All right, let's do that again. So everyone who invested, raise their hands. Raise their hands. And everyone who didn't invest, raise their hands. So I don't know what that is. Maybe it's about half. About half. So now I'm thinking we should play this game for real. I want to just get some discussion going about this. Right? I'm quite willing to discuss this for a while. There's a lot to be said about this game. Let me borrow that. Can I borrow this? All right. So this guy. Okay, so what did you do?
I invested.
Why did you invest?
Because I think I can lose $10.
All right. So he's rich. That's okay. It's okay. You can pay for lunch. That's all right. That's all right. All right. Who didn't invest? Non-investors. Yeah. So here's one. So okay. So why didn't you invest? Shout it out so everyone can hear.
I didn't invest because to make a profit, there needs to be at least a 2-to-1 chance that everyone else, that 90% invests.
All right. You mean to make an expected profit?
Yeah. You only get half back, but you'd lose the whole thing.
I see. Okay. So you're doing some kind of expected calculation. Other reasons out there? What did you do?
I invested.
You invested. We have I'm finding the suckers on the run. Okay, so you invested. And why?
Because you stand to gain something. I don't see why anybody would just not invest, because they would never gain anything.
All right. So your name is?
Clayton.
So Clayton's saying only by investing can I gain something here. Not investing seems kind of, doesn't seem brave in some sense. Anyone else? Yeah.
It's basically the same game as the 1-1-0-0 game in terms they're both Nash equilibria, but the payoffs aren't like the same scale. Yeah, you'd have to be really risk averse not to invest. So I thought people would be. So
you invested?
I invested. Yeah.
All right. So let me give this to Ali before I screw up the sound system here. Okay. So we've got different answers out there. Can people hear each other's answers a bit? Yeah. Yeah. So we have lots of different views out here. We have half the people investing and half the people not investing, roughly. And I think you can make arguments either way. All right. So we'll come back to whether it's exactly the same as the game we just saw. So the argument that I'm sorry, your name. That Patrick made is it looks a lot like the game we saw before. And we'll see it is related. Clearly, it's related in one sense, which we'll discuss now. So, maybe I need this thing again. Sorry. So, what are the Nash equilibria in this game? What are the Nash equilibria in this game? All right, we can record someone's phone message, but in the meantime, what are the Nash equilibria in this game? Yeah, let me get the woman up here.
No one invests and everyone's happy that they didn't lose anything, or everyone invests and everyone's happy?
Good. So I've gotten your name. Kate. So Kate's saying that there are two Nash equilibria, and with apologies to Jude, I'm going to put this on the board. All right, there are two Nash equilibria here. All right, one is all invest, and another one is no one invest. All right, these are both Nash equilibria in this game. Let's just check that they are. Exactly the argument that Kate said, that if everyone invests, then no one would have any regrets. Everyone's best response would be to invest. And if nobody invests, then everyone would be happy not to have invested. That would be a best response. It's just in terms of what Patrick said, it is a game with two equilibria like the previous game, and that there are other similarities to the previous game, but it's a little bit of, the equilibria in this case are not quite the same as the other game. And the other game, that other equilibrium, the 0-0 equilibrium, seemed like a silly equilibrium. It isn't like we'd ever predicted happening. Whereas here, the equilibrium with nobody investing, right, actually is quite a plausible equilibrium. Right? If I think no one else is investing, then I strictly prefer not to invest. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. So two remarks about this. I want to do more before I do two remarks. Yeah, well, let's have one remark at least. How did we find those Nash equilibria? What was our sophisticated mathematical technique for finding the Nash equilibria in this game? So we should take. Can you get the mic on? Is it Kate? Kate, is that right? Yeah. So how did you find the Nash equilibria?
I looked for the only two places where there's no regrets.
All right. So in principle, you could have something. I mean, that works, but in principle, you could have looked at every possible combination, and there's lots of possible combinations. It could have been a combination where 1% invested and 99% didn't, and 2% invested and 98% didn't, and so on and so forth. Right? We could have checked rigorously what everyone's best response was in each case. But what do we actually end up doing in this game? What's the method? Yeah, we get the guy in. Yeah?
You only consider situations where your action can have a different outcome, and those only occur when everyone's investing or no one's investing.
That's true, so that certainly makes it easier. I claim, however, I mean, you're both of you being more rigorous and more mathematical than I'm tempted to be here. I think the easy method here, the easy sophisticated math here, is to guess. All right? My guess is the easy thing to do is just to guess what's likely to be in equilibrium here, and then what? And then check. All right? So a good method here in these games is to guess and check. And guess and check is really not a bad way to try and find Nash equilibria. The reason it's not a bad way is because checking is fairly easy. Right? Guessing is hard. You might miss something. There might be a Nash equilibrium hidden under a stone somewhere. Oh, no, it's not a stone. In America, it's a rock. It's hidden under a rock somewhere. All right? All right? But checking that something which you some putative equilibrium, some candidate equilibrium, checking whether it is an equilibrium is easy, because all you have to do is check that nobody wants to move away and everyone wants to deviate. Right? So I think in practice, that's what you're going to end up doing in this game. And it turns out to be very easy to guess and check, which is why you were able to find it. Right? So guess and check is a very useful method in these games where there are lots and lots of players, but not many strategies per player. It works pretty well. All right. OK. Now, we've got this game up on the board. I want to spend a while discussing it because it's kind of important. So what I want to do now is I want to remind ourselves what happened just now. So what happened just now? Can we raise the yeses again? The invest again? And raise the not invested? Not invest? And I want to remind you guys you all owe me $10, all right? All right? And what I want to do is I want to play it again. Right? No communication. Write down again on the corner of your notepad what you're going to do. Don't communicate, you guys. All right, show your neighbor. All right, and now we're going to poll again. So, ready? Without cheating, without looking around you. If you invested, all right, let Jude get a good view of you. If you invested, raise your hand now. And if you didn't invest, okay. All right, can I look at the investors again? Just raise your hands, honestly. All right, we've got a few investors still. So these guys really owe me money now. That's good. All right, let's do it again. All right, third time. Third time, hang on a second. So third time, write down. And pretend this is real cash. All right, now, if you invested the third time, raise your hand. All right, all right, there's a few suckers born every day, but basically, all right. So where are we heading here? Where are we heading pretty rapidly? Right, we're heading towards an equilibrium. Right, let's make sure let's confirm that. So everyone who didn't invest that third time, raise your hands. Right, that's pretty close. That show of hands is pretty close to a Nash equilibrium strategy. Is that right? Is that right? So here's an example of a third reason, something we already mentioned last time, but a third reason why we might be interested in Nash equilibria. There are certain circumstances in which play converges in a natural sense, not in a formal sense, but in a natural sense, to an equilibrium. Right? And we were, with the exception of a few dogged people who want to pay for my lunch, almost everyone else was converging to an equilibrium there. All right? So play converged fairly rapidly to the Nash equilibrium. All right? What we discussed, there were two Nash equilibria in this game. Is one of these Nash equilibria, ignoring me for a second, is one of these Nash equilibria better than the other? Yeah, clearly everyone investing Nash equilibrium is the better one. Is that right? Everyone agree? Everyone investing is a better Nash equilibrium for everyone in the class than everyone not investing. Is that correct? Is that correct? Nevertheless, where we were converging, in this case, was what? Where we were converging was the bad equilibrium. Right? We were converging rapidly to a very bad equilibrium, an equilibrium which no one gets anything, in which all that money is left on the table. Right? So how can that be? How do we converge to this bad equilibrium? To be a bit more formal, the bad equilibrium, the no-invest equilibrium here, is Pareto-dominated by the good equilibrium. Everybody is strictly better off at the good equilibrium than at the bad equilibrium. It Pareto dominates, right? To use an expression that you probably learned in 150 or 115. All right? Nevertheless, we're going to the bad one. We're heading to the bad equilibrium. Why did we end up going to the bad equilibrium rather than the good equilibrium? Yeah, can we get the guy in gray? Yeah?
Well, it was a bit of a bear market for investors, wasn't it?
Just now, you mean? All right. It's okay. So say what you mean a bit more. So yeah, that's good. So say a bit more.
So it seemed like people didn't have a lot of confidence that that other people were going to invest, and so it became a successively less desirable option to invest.
All right. So one way of saying that was when we started out, we were roughly even, roughly half-half, but that was already bad for the people who invested. All right, and then, so we started out at half-half, which was below that critical threshold of 90%, is that right? And from then on in, we just tumbled down. All right? So one way to say this, and one way to think about that, is it may matter, in this case, where we started. Right? Suppose the first time we played the game in this class this morning, suppose that 93% of the class had invested, in which case those 93% would all have made money. Right? Now, my guess is, I can't prove this, my guess is we might have converged the other way and converged up to the good equilibrium. Does that make sense? Yeah? So people figured out that people who didn't invest the first time, actually they played the best response to the class, so they stayed put, and those of you who did invest, a lot of you started not investing as you got caught up in this spiral downward, and we ended up not investing. But had we started off above the critical threshold, the threshold here is 90%, and had you made money the first time around, then it would have been the non-investors that would have regretted their choice, and they might have switched into investing. And we might, I'm not saying we necessarily, but we might have gone the other way. Yeah, let me get a mic on.
What if it had been like a 30-70 thing where 70% invested?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So suppose we've been close to the threshold but below. So I don't know is the answer, obviously, because we didn't do the experiment, but it seems likely that the closer we got to the threshold, the better chance there would have been in going up. My guess is this is a guess, my guess is if we started below the threshold, we'd probably have come down, and if we started above the threshold, we'd probably have gone up, but that's not a theorem, I'm just speculating on what might have happened. I'm speculating on your speculations. All right, so here we have a game with two equilibria, one is good, one is bad. One is really quite bad, it's Pareto dominated. All right, and notice that what happened here, the way we spiral down, coincides with something we talked about Nash equilibrium already. It coincides with this idea of a self-fulfilling prediction. A self-fulfilling prediction. Provided you think other people are not going to invest, you're not going to invest. So it's a self-fulfilling prediction to take you down to not investing. Conversely, provided everyone thinks everyone else is going to invest, then you're going to go up to the good equilibrium. And that think corresponds to what the gentleman said in the middle about a bear market versus a bull market. Right? It was a bear market, it looked like everyone else didn't have confidence in everyone else investing, and then that was a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we ended up with no investment. All right? All right. Okay. Now, we've seen bad outcomes in the class before. For example, the very first day, we saw a prisoner's dilemma. Right? But I claim that though we're getting a bad outcome here in the class, this is not a prisoner's dilemma. Right? Why is this not a prisoner's dilemma? What's different between, both games have an equilibrium which is bad. Prisoner's dilemma has the bad equilibrium where nobody tidies their room or both guys go to jail. But I claim this is not a prisoner's dilemma. I'll get the guy two behind you. Yeah.
No one suffers, but no one gets any fun in this.
Okay, so maybe the outcome isn't quite so bad. That's fair enough. I could have made it worse, right? I could have made it sort of, I could have made that, I could have lowered the payoffs until they were pretty bad. Why else is this not a prisoner's dilemma? The woman who's behind you.
Because there's no strictly dominant strategy.
Good, good. So in prisoner's dilemma, playing alpha was always the best response. What led us to the bad outcome in prisoner's dilemma was that alpha, the defect strategy, the non-cooperative strategy, the not helping tidy your room strategy, was always the best thing to do. Here, in some sense, the good thing, the moral thing in some sense, is to invest. But it's not the case that not investing dominates investing. In fact, if other people invest in the room, you want to invest. Is that right? Right? So this is a social problem, but it's not a social problem of the form of a prisoner's dilemma. All right? So what kind of problem is this? What kind of social problem is this? The guy in front of you.
Perhaps it's one of cooperation.
It's one of, okay, so it would help if people cooperated here, but I'm looking for a different term. A term that came up the first day. Coordination. This is a coordination game. those people who read the New Yorker, I'll put an umlaut over the second O. It's a coordination game. Okay? All right. So why is it a coordination game? Because you'd like everyone in the class to coordinate their responses on invest. All right? And in fact, if they did that, then everyone would be happy. Right? And no one would have an incentive to defect. That would in fact be an equilibrium. But unfortunately, quite often we fail to have coordination. Either everyone, well, this is a form of coordination, either everyone plays not invest, or as happened the first time in the class, we get some split with people losing money. All right? So I claim that actually this is not a rare thing in society at all. There are lots of coordination problems in society. There are lots of things that look like coordination games, and often in coordination games, bad outcomes result. And I want to spend most of the rest of today talking about that because I think it's important, right? Whether you're an economist or whatever. So let's talk about it a bit. What else has the structure of a coordination game and therefore can have the outcome that people can be uncoordinated or can coordinate in the wrong place and you end up in a bad equilibrium? What else looks like this? Let's collect some ideas here. I've got a hand way at the back. Can you get the guy who's just way, way, way at the back, right up against the... Yes, there you go. Great, thank you. Wait till the mic gets to you and then yell. Yeah.
Like a party on campus can be a coordination game.
Yeah, good, okay. So a party on campus is a coordination game because what? Because you have to coordinate at being at the same place. Is that right? That's the idea you had? Go ahead.
The thing is, like, if not very many people are coming, the people that did come are not going to enjoy it. But if a lot of people do come, then it will be good for everybody.
Good. Okay, that's good. Good. So that's another way in which there's two ways in which a party can be a coordination problem. One is the problem that if people don't show up, it's a lousy party, so you don't want to show up. Conversely, if everyone's showing up, it's great, it's a lot of fun, it's the place to be, and everyone wants to show up. And second, so there's two equilibria there, showing up and everyone not showing up or everyone showing up. And similar idea, the location of parties, which is what I thought you were driving at, but it's the similar idea, can occur. So it used to be the case in New Haven that there were different, actually there aren't many anymore, but there used to be different bars around campus, none of which you're allowed to go to, so you don't know about. But anyway, lots of different bars around campus, and there's a coordination game where people coordinate on Friday night, or to be more honest, for graduate students, typically Thursday night. All right, so it used to be the case that one of those bars downtown was where the drama school people coordinated, and another one was where the economists coordinated, and it was pretty good equilibrium that they didn't coordinate at the same place. All right? All right? So one of the things you have to learn when you go to a new town is where is the meeting point for the kind of party I want to go to. And again, you can have a failure of coordination, everyone's wandering around the town getting mugged. All right? All right? What other things look like coordination problems like that? So again, way back in the corner there, there's somebody right behind you. There you go. You have to really shout now.
Maybe warring parties in a civil war or signing a treaty.
Okay, that could be. So that could be a coordination problem. It has a feeling of being a bit prisoner's dilemma-ish. In some sense, my disarming, my putting down my arms before you putting down your arms, that kind of thing. So it could be a coordination problem, but it has a little bit of a flavor of both. Go ahead if you want. Okay. Other examples. There's a guy there. While you're there, why don't you get the guy behind you? There, by the door. There you go. Great.
At a sports arena, people deciding whether or not they want to start a chant for whatever team.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not quite sure which is the good outcome or the bad outcome. So there's this thing called the wave. There's this thing called the wave that Americans insist on doing, and I guess they think that's the good outcome. All right. Other things. Yeah, there's wait till I get to see you. Good.
Battle of the Sexes?
Let's come back to that one. Let's hold that thought and we'll come back to it next time. You're right, that's a coordination one, but let's come back to it next time. All right, and anything else? Let me try and expand on some of these meeting place ideas. We talked about pubs to meet at or parties to meet at, but think about online sites which are chat sites or dating sites or whatever, right? Those online sites clearly have the same feature of a party. Right? You want people to coordinate on the same site. All right? Let me give some other. What about some other economic ideas? What about some other ideas from economics? What else has that kind of externality, like a meeting place? Can we get him, Patrick? Yeah?
I mean, it's excluding some people, but things like newspapers or something, like might want only one like global news site.
All right, so that's an interesting thought because it can go both ways. It could be a bad thing only to have one newspaper for obvious reasons, but in terms of having a good conversation about what was in the newspaper yesterday over lunch, it helps everyone's read the same thing. And certainly there's a bandwagon effect to this with TV shows. If everybody in America watches the same TV show, which apparently is American Idol these days, then you can all talk about it over lunch. Notice that's a really horrible place to coordinate. Right? There are similar examples to the American Idol example. When I was growing up in England, again, I'm going to reveal my age, everybody decided that to be an in-person in England, you had to wear flared trousers. Right? This was, and so to be in, you had to wear flared trousers. This is a horrible coordination problem, right? So for people who don't believe that could ever have happened in England, you could ever have these sort of fashion goods that you end up at a horrible equilibrium at the wrong place, you don't believe that could ever happen, think about the entirety of the Midwest. All right? I didn't say that. We're going to cut that off of the film later. All right? What else is like this? What else is like this? I'm getting a few ideas out. Let's get this gentleman here.
The establishment of monopolies, because a lot of people use Microsoft, then everything is compatible with Microsoft, so more people want to use it.
Good. So I've forgotten your name.
Stephen.
So Stephen's pointing out that certain software can act this way by being a network good. The more people who use Microsoft and Microsoft programs, the bigger the advantage to me using Microsoft. All right, and therefore, because I can exchange programs, I can exchange files if I'm working with my co-authors and so on. And so you can have different equilibria coordinating on different software. And again, you could end up at the wrong one. I think a lot of people would argue, but I'm going to stay neutral on this, a lot of people would argue that Microsoft wasn't necessarily the best place for the world to end up. All right? There are other technological network goods like this. These are called network externalities. An example here would be high-definition television. Right? You want to have one technological standard that everyone agrees on for things like high-definition televisions, because then everyone can produce TV to that standard and goods that go along with that standard. And of course, it matters. Each company who's producing a TV and has a standard in mind would like theirs to be chosen as the standard. And again, you could end up at the wrong place. You could end up at a bad equilibrium there. All right? How about political bandwagons? Right? In politics, particularly in primaries, there may be an advantage on the Democratic side or on the Republican side in having you all vote for the same candidate in the primary so they get this big boost and it doesn't seem like your party's split and so on. Right? And that could end up, and again I'm going to remain neutral on this, it just could end up with the wrong candidate winning. Right? There's a political bandwagon effect. The person who wins New Hampshire and Iowa tends then to win everything. All right? All right? So that's another example. Any other economic examples? Yeah, can we get this guy in here?
Listing on a stock exchange?
Yeah, okay, so in particular, which stock exchange to list on, all right? So there's a huge advantage in having lots of stocks on the same stock exchange. There are shared fixed costs. There's also liquidity issues, all right, and lots of issues of that form, mostly the form of fixed costs. So there's a tendency to end up with one stock exchange. We're not there yet, but we do seem to be going that way quite rapidly, all right? The problem, of course, being that might not be the best stock exchange, or it might give that stock exchange monopoly power, all right? Let me throw out one more example. What about bank runs? What's a bank run? What's a bank run? Somebody? Yeah, can we get this guy? What's a bank run?
It's when
shout out. Yeah.
When the public loses confidence in their security of their money in banks, then they rush to withdraw the deposits.
Good. So you imagine a bank as a natural case where there's two equilibria. There's a good equilibrium. Everyone has confidence in the bank. Everyone leaves their deposits in the bank. The bank is then able to lend some of that money out and earn a higher rate of interest on it. The bank doesn't want to keep all that money locked up in the vault. It wants to be able to lend it out to lenders who can pay interest. Right? That's a good equilibrium for everybody. However, if people lose confidence in the bank and start drawing their deposits out, then the bank hasn't got enough cash in its vault to cover those deposits, and the bank goes under. All right? Now, I used to say at this point in the class, none of you will ever have seen a bank run because they stopped happening in America more or less around in the mid-30s. There were lots and lots of bank runs in America before the 1930s, but since federal deposit insurance came in, there's far fewer. However, I really can't say that today because there's a bank run going on right now. Right? There's a bank run going on actually in England with a company called Northern Rock, it's called, Northern Rock, as we speak. Right? And it really is a bank run. I mean, if you looked at the newspaper yesterday on the New York Times, you'll see a line of depositors lined up outside the offices in London of this bank trying to get their deposits out, and you see the Bank of England trying to intervene to restore confidence. And just to be clear, this isn't a simple case of being about the mortgage crisis. This bank does do mortgages, but it doesn't seem to be particularly involved in the kind of mortgages that have been attracting all the publicity. It really seems to be a shift in confidence, a move from the good equilibrium of everyone remaining invested to the bad equilibrium of everyone taking their money out. Hang on a second. Okay. Now, there are famous bank runs in American culture. In the movies, anyway. What is the famous bank run in the movies, in American movies? It's a Wonderful Life, all right? There's one in Mary Poppins as well, but we'll do It's a Wonderful Life. How many of you have seen It's a Wonderful Life? How many of you have not seen It's a Wonderful Life? Can I get a poll here? How many people have not seen it? Keep your hands up a second. Keep your hands up. You need to know that if you're on a green card, you can lose your green card if you haven't seen It's a Wonderful Life, okay? All right? So in It's a Wonderful Life, there's a run on the bank. Actually, it's a saving and loan, but never mind. We'll think of it as a bank. All right? And luckily, it doesn't end up with the saving and loan or bank going under. Why doesn't the bank go under in It's a Wonderful Life? Why doesn't it go under? Yeah, the guy in green. Can we get the guy in green? Yeah.
Everyone agrees to only take as much as they need and not to take out their entire deposit.
All right, so if people didn't hear it, everyone agrees only to take out a small amount, perhaps even nothing, and therefore the bank run ends, everyone realizes the bank isn't going to collapse, and they're happy to leave their money in the bank. Now, it's true everyone agrees, but why do they agree? What makes them agree? What makes them agree is Jimmy Stewart, right? Right? Everyone remember the movie, right? So Jimmy Stewart gets up there and he gives a speech, and he says, look, more or less, I mean, he doesn't say it in these words, but he would have done if he'd taken the class. He says, look, there are two equilibria in this game. I can't do the, whatever it is, West Pennsylvania accent, whatever it is. Is that where it's from? Anyway, but there are two equilibria in this game. There's a bad one where we all draw our money out and we all lose our homes eventually. And there's a good one where we all leave our money in, and that's better for everyone, so let's all leave our money in. Right? But he gives this, he's a bit more motivationally stimulating than me, right? But he leads to people not leaving their money in. So what I want to do is, I want to pick on somebody in the class now. Everyone understands this game. Everyone understands there's two equilibria. Everyone understands that one equilibrium's better. Let's play the game again. Let's choose the game again. But before I do, I'm going to give the mic to Patrick here. And Patrick is going to have exactly 5 seconds to persuade you. Stand up. Patrick's going to have 5 seconds to persuade you, well, whatever he likes. He can do whatever he likes, starting now.
Okay, so clearly if we all invest, we'll all be better off. So everyone should invest.
All right. Now, let's see if this is going to work. Let's have a round of Patrick. Okay. So let's see what happens now. Everybody, oh, we haven't got time to write it down. Everyone who's going to invest, raise their hands. Everyone's going to invest, raise their hands. And everyone who's not investing, raise their hands. Oh, and we almost made it. We must have almost made it. All right? So notice what happened here. Let's give another round of applause for Patrick. I think he did a good job there. But there's a lesson here. Right? The lesson here is the game didn't change. It's the same game that we've played 3 times already. This was the 4th time we played it. We had a totally different response in playing this time, right? Almost all of you, the vast majority of you, perhaps even 90% of you, invested this time. Right? And you did so in response to Patrick, but Patrick wasn't putting any money down, he wasn't bribing you, he wasn't writing a contract with you, he wasn't threatening to break your legs, he just was pointing out it's a good idea. Right? Now remember the prisoner's dilemma. In the prisoner's dilemma, if Patrick could have got up in the prisoner's dilemma and given the same speech and said, look guys, we're all better off if we choose beta in the prisoner's dilemma than if we choose alpha. Right? Roughly the same speech. And what would you have done in the prisoner's dilemma? You'd have all chosen alpha anyway. Right? So Patrick trying to persuade you, or Patrick communicating to you that you do better by choosing beta in the prisoner's dilemma doesn't work. But here, don't go yet, here it does work. Why is Patrick persuasive in this game, but he isn't persuasive in the prisoner's dilemma? Yeah, can we get the mic on Katie again? Yeah. Why is Patrick persuasive in this game and not before?
He's not trying to persuade us to play a strictly dominated strategy.
He's not trying to get you to play a strictly dominated strategy, and more than that, he's trying to persuade you to play what? To play a Nash equilibrium. All right? So there's a lesson here in coordination problems. Unlike Prisoner's Dilemma, communication, just communication, no contract, communication can help. And in particular, what we can persuade each other to do is to play the other Nash equilibrium. And this gives us one more motivation for a Nash equilibrium. In a Prisoner's Dilemma, to get out of it, we needed a contract. We needed side payments. We needed to change the payoffs of the game. But a Nash equilibrium can be a self-enforcing agreement. The Nash equilibrium can be self-enforcing agreements. We can agree that we're going to play invest in this game, and indeed we will play invest without any side payments, without anybody threatening to break your leg, without any contracts, without any regulation or the law. I'm assuming Patrick isn't that violent. All right? We're going to end up doing the right thing here because it's in our own interest to do so. All right? All right, so coordination problems, which we've agreed are all over society, whether it comes to bank runs or bubbles, we haven't talked about that, bubbles in the market, or fashion in the Midwest, they're all over society. Communication can make a difference. And we'll pick that theme up on Monday. All right, so last time we were talking about the investor game, and this was a coordination game. And we learned some things. I just want to recall some of the things we learned so I can highlight them a bit. One thing we learned was that communication can help in a coordination game. So I forget who it was, but someone down here who's disappeared was our Jimmy Stewart character and helped coordinate you on a better equilibrium simply by suggesting what you should do. And this, there's two lessons here. One is this is very different from the Prisoner's Dilemma. So we learnt the very first time that in the Prisoner's Dilemma, communication per se won't help. But in a coordination problem, which could be just as serious socially as a Prisoner's Dilemma, in a coordination problem, it may well help. And the reason it helps is you're trying to coordinate onto a Nash equilibrium. And one way to think about Nash equilibria is that they are self-enforcing agreements. So provided everyone believes that everyone else is going to go along with this agreement, then everyone in fact will. All right? I want to make another slightly more philosophical remark associated with this, and it's to do with the idea of leadership. So leadership is kind of a big word that you see written probably too often these days in too many newspaper articles, and it probably comes up in too many Yale classes. And I don't claim to know anything about leadership, all right? And I don't think game theory is going to contribute anything to understanding about leadership. But one thing we can do is tell you where leadership may help. All right? And in a coordination game, where the idea is to try and get people to coordinate on a particular equilibria rather than on another equilibria, or worse still, to be uncoordinated entirely, in those kind of games, leadership can help tremendously. A little bit of leadership can help tremendously. So these games, these coordination games, are games where there is a scope for leadership. And just to see that in a very simple example again, we don't need such a complicated example as the one we looked at last time. You could imagine a game, a really trivial coordination game, which looked like this. All right, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. And clearly, in this game, what matters is coordinating. You either want to coordinate on up left, or you want to coordinate on down right. You don't want to end up, that's a D, you don't want to end up uncoordinated on down left or up right. Everyone see that? So in this game, if you just played it, it's quite likely you're going to end up uncoordinated. But if a little bit of leadership can say, okay, let's make sure this is where we coordinate, or let's make sure this is where we coordinate. All right? So this matters a lot, and I don't want to overplay the social importance of this, but go back a couple of years to what was happening in the aftermath of Katrina and realize how important, how bad things get when things fail to be coordinated. All right. One other remark before we leave this. In the game we played last time, in the investment game, one feature of that game was that the more you thought other people were going to invest, the more you wanted to invest. Is that right? The more you thought other people were going to invest, the more likely you were going to invest. And if you go back to the time before that, we talked about this partnership game. In the partnership game, you were contributing effort to a joint project. It could have been a law firm. It could have been working in a study group on a homework assignment. And that game, if you remember what the best responses looked like, they looked like this, where this was the effort of player 1, and this was the effort of player 2. This was the best response of player 1, and this was the best response of player 2. This game also has the feature that the more effort the other person does, the more you want to do. Right? The more effort your partner provides into this project, the more effort you want to provide in this project. And I just want to introduce a bit of jargon here. These games in which the more the other person does, the more I want to do, these are called games of strategic complements. Right? These are games of strategic complements. Strategic complements. All right, so both the investment game and the game with the partnership, the partnership firm game are games of strategic complements. We can call the strategies strategic complements. And we'll come back to this later on today. All right, so before we leave coordination games, I want to look at another one, a little bit more complicated one perhaps, that we mentioned briefly last time. So we'll look at and play another game, and we'll call this game Going to the Movies. All right, so I always regard one purpose of this class to help hapless Yale students in their dating strategies. That seems like a good thing to do. How many of you we don't need to show the camera on this, but how many of you are econ majors? There's a lot of people who probably need a lot of help with their dating strategies, right? Right? Okay. So the idea of this game is a couple is going to meet up at the movies, and let's have a look at the movies concerned here. And we'll draw, there's 3 possible movies. All right, well, the movies we're going to look at are The Bourne Ultimatum, and the movie called Good Shepherd, and a movie called Snow White. And I'll explain the game in more detail in a second. Now, it used to be in the old days before I had kids, I could list off 15 current movies and help you a bit more with your dating strategy by giving you instant movie reviews, but now I have kids, I get to see precisely 2 movies a year, and the 2 movies I got to see this year were The Bourne Ultimatum and The Good Shepherd, and now I think about it, both of those have Matt Damon in it, and my wife chose both, so maybe I need to work out some more. So just to give you some idea about this movie, how many of you saw Bourne Ultimatum? Quite a lot of you. This is a movie, it has pretty good action, virtually no plot. Basic lesson of this movie is, if your take-home lesson, it's that all spies are psychos or something like that. And then, how many of you saw Good Shepherd? A lot of you saw that as well. It's actually pretty good. It has a lot of plot and no action, so it's the other way around. And the basic lesson of this movie is, and you probably knew this already, everyone at Yale, it takes place at Yale, everyone at Yale is a spy. And by the way, also a psycho. And the third movie is Snow White, which I haven't gone out to see, but my 4-year-old daughter has seen on 24 of the last 27 nights on video. And this movie, I don't know if I'd recommend it that much. Perhaps I'm being too PC, but I'm not convinced that for the modern woman, hanging around waiting for your prince to come is really a good strategy. By the way, for those of you who are, I don't suppose you are, but if you are doing that strategy, I'm going to get in trouble. Never mind. If you are doing that strategy, take it from a Brit. Most princes are as dumb as toast. It's not worth waiting All right, so let's put the payoffs in here. So the idea here is that these people are going to move. They're going to meet at the movie. They're going to go out to a movie, and they've decided to go to the Criterion or the local movie house, and there are these 3 movies showing, and they're all excited about going to this movie. Except, being economics majors and not very good at dating, they have forgotten to tell each other which movie they're actually going to go to. Right? They're going to meet in there on the back row probably, and but they're not telling us which movie. So there's a problem, and let's put in the payoffs, and we'll put in the payoffs that roughly I think would correspond to my preferences, and we'll talk about it, what these preferences mean in a second. So here we go. So -1, -1, 0, -1, 0, -2. -2. So here are the preferences for these movies of player 1 and player 2, and you can see from these preferences, from these payoffs, that the best thing for player 1 is for both people to meet and go to the Bourne Ultimatum. This is the action movie. All right, so as not to be sexist, let's assume this is the she and this is the he. So she would like to go and see Matt Damon beat people up and coordinate there. That's her favorite thing. And she gets nothing if they fail to coordinate, and so on and so forth. Her second choice is to manage to coordinate at Matt Damon being a Yale spy. All right, and then she really doesn't want to go and see Snow White. And the worst thing of all, actually this is for both players, the worst thing of all is to coordinate at Snow White, because then you've got to talk about it afterwards at coffee. All right, and similarly for the other person, same thing exactly, except that he would rather meet at the Good Shepherd. Since he's a Yale guy, he probably thinks of himself as the Matt Damon character there, or perhaps not, come to think of it. And failing that, he'd like to coordinate at the Bourne Ultimatum. But again, the disaster is to fail to coordinate and go to see different movies. All right. So these are the preferences. What can we tell immediately if you're stuck in this situation? What can you tell immediately about this game? What's an easy first step? Let's get the guy in red here.
Snow White is dominated by both players.
Good. So for both players, Snow White is a dominated strategy. So both players, having taken this class, I told you it would help you with your dating, but all right, so both players will realize that they should at least not go to Snow White. Is that right? All right. Great animation, but not perhaps a good date movie. So it's gone. All right, everyone see that? So that leaves us just with these 2 options. The 2 Matt Damon movies, Bourne Ultimatum and Good Shepherd, and here are the remaining payoffs. And let's see how we play this out. So let's pick on some people. Ali, do you want to pick on somebody? And I'll get Kai to pick on somebody as well. All right. All right. So okay. So we picked on somebody there. When you the person who Ali picked on, you want to stand up? Okay, and your name is?
Nina.
Say again, loudly.
Nina.
Aina.
Nina.
Just shout it out so everyone hears. Aina. And Kai, did you pick on a guy? Nina.
Nina, yeah.
Nina? Okay, Nina, I'm sorry, Nina. And Kai, get your guy to stand up there. And your name is?
David.
David. So do you know each other?
No.
No? Okay, so you're about to go on a date. So this is a bit, okay, so. All right, so Nina's preferences are player 1's preferences here. So her best thing now is to successfully meet David at the Bourne Ultimatum, and David's preferences are player 2's preferences, so his favorite thing is to successfully meet at the Good Shepherd. And why don't you write down a second on the corner of your notepad what it is you're going to choose to do. With my TAs watching you, so you really can't cheat. All right, both written down? All right. We have a good look at them, so we just embarrass them a bit. We've looked at them already, I guess. Okay. So Nina, shout out to the crowd what it is where it is you've chosen to go.
Bourne Ultimatum.
Bourne Ultimatum. And David, where do you choose to go?
I also put down Bourne Ultimatum.
So they're going to coordinate. It's been very good. All right. So I don't know what this tells us about David and Nina, but don't let them off the hook quite yet. So now, that was good. We managed to coordinate, although I think we can all see that we might not have done, right? We can all see we might not have done. All right. Let's let's try some communication in this game. We said that coordination games are helped by communication, all right? So let's imagine we're playing the game again. Once again, you're going to the movies. Once again, the first time didn't happen, so for some reason it was cancelled that night. Someone had a bad cold or something, and here you are about to go off on Friday night to see these movies. And let's allow some communication ahead of time. So David, you're about to go, you realize you've got this coordination problem, so you phone Nina up and you can say whatever you like. So what would you say to Nina?
Looks like you want to go to Born Ultimatum. I'd rather go, and if you're going to be stubborn, I'd rather go see Born Ultimatum with you than not go on a date at all.
So here's another clue. Stubborn is not a good first date word. All right, but okay. So Nina, what would you say in response to that?
I'll go to Born Ultimatum.
All right, all right, all right. So write down what you're going to do this time. All right, and Nina, what did you do?
Born Ultimatum.
David?
Born Ultimatum.
So they're still managing to coordinate, but you can, okay, so thank for this couple. Let's give them a round of applause. We may come back and pick on you later on in the course, but we'll leave it for now. All right, so in this case, the communication worked, all right, but am I right in thinking that the communication isn't such an instant solution as it was in the game we saw last time? This game's a little bit harder to get communication to work. Now, why? I mean, is that right, first of all? So what's the problem here? Why is this a slightly more difficult game? Let's keep the mics handy a second. Why is this a more difficult game to attain coordination in? Yeah, let's get the... Can you...
Neither of the best responses is in Nash equilibrium.
Well, no, hang on a second. So let's slow down a second. That's a good one. Let's start with that. What are the Nash equilibria in this game? What are the Nash equilibria in this game? Somebody, let's pick on somebody. Just pick on anybody, okay? Yeah, what are the Nash equilibria in this game?
Both players doing Born Ultimatum and both players doing Good Shepherd.
All right, so in fact, if we check the Nash equilibria in this game, the Nash equilibria, you can check that they are in fact best responses, are both people doing the Born Ultimatum or both people doing the Good Shepherd. And the reason for that is if the other person is going to go to Born Ultimatum, I want to do that. And if the other person is going to go to Good Shepherd, I want to do that. So these are both Nash equilibria. That isn't so much the problem. That was true last time as well. There were two well-coordinated Nash equilibria, although one of them was better than the other. What's the tricky thing here? What's the extra trick here? Somebody, yeah, is there a camera? Do we have a mic on this side? Sorry. There was a hand up there. Yeah, yep, go. There you go. Stand up. Great.
Each player prefers a different Nash equilibrium.
All right, so unlike the other game, the two examples of coordination games we saw so far were really pure coordination problems. Is that right? They were pure coordination problems. There was no conflict at all. In the case of the investor game last week, every player preferred one equilibria to the other. Right? In the game I just put up, the sort of trivial example, it didn't really matter which equilibrium we played here. We just wanted to play an equilibrium. Is that right? Is that right? But here, there's a potential source of conflict here. Both people would rather be at an equilibrium than to be malcoordinated or uncoordinated, but player one wants to go to Born Ultimatum and player two wants to go to Good Shepherd. And actually, I thought Nina's strategy there was pretty good. Nina's version of communication was, I'm going to Born Ultimatum. Right? And that basically fixed things. Right? But you could imagine that communication could break down here. There could be a negotiation going on. All right? So think about, I mean, I don't want to push this too hard, but think about other games where people are communicating to avoid a failure of coordination. There's a strike negotiation going on as we speak. In fact, there's a critical moment this morning up in Detroit between General Motors and the United Auto Workers. And I don't want to say that strikes are only about miscoordination, but clearly everyone's better off if they come to some agreement rather than strike. There's at least some agreement that's going to be better for everybody than a strike. And yet, because there are conflicting interests there, basically in that case, conflicting interests about health and pension payments, it could well be that you end up failing to coordinate. All right? All right, so this game has a name, and actually somebody mentioned it last time. Anyone, who's the person who mentioned this last time? Somebody mentioned this. What's this game called? Yeah, shout it out. Battle of the Sexes. That's good. So this game's called the Battle of the Sexes. And we'll see it in various forms over the course of the semester. It's actually a very interesting game. Games like it, they are coordination games, but different people disagree about where you'd like to coordinate. All right, so much for talking about coordination games and helping you with your dating strategy. This being a game theory class, there's at least one game we have to discuss, and we'll come to it now. So we're going to spend most of the rest of today talking about cornoduopoly. And before I do that, let me just check. How many of you have seen cornoduopoly before? Just raise your hand. This is just for me. All right, so maybe about half of you. So those of you who have, don't worry. I mean, this will be a bit review, but we'll see it more through the eyes of game theory this time. And for those of you who haven't, don't worry. We're going to go through it. Okay? Okay? So this is a classic game. Perhaps it's one of the most famous games, and therefore worth studying in the class. Now, as a purely game theory exercise, one reason for studying cornoduopoly is that so far we've discussed how to find Nash equilibrium when there are few players, each of whom has few strategies. And we've discussed how to find Nash equilibrium where there are many players, each of whom has few strategies. And this is a game where there are few players, maybe two, but they have many strategies. All right, they actually have a continuum of strategies. All right. For those people who aren't familiar with this and are worried about the economics of it in particular, it's gone over in considerable detail in chapter 6 of the textbook. In chapter 6 of the textbook. Of the data book. All right. So let's just motivate this a little bit. So there's two reasons why this game is interesting. So I should say what it is. So this is a game in which there are two firms who are competing in the same market. And we'll give a bit more detail in a second. And one reason this game is interesting from the point of view of economics is this game lies between the two extreme cases that you learn about in your intro economics class. One extreme case is perfect competition, and the other extreme case is monopoly. So this is really the first attempt, way back in the 19th century, to study a market that's somewhere in the middle, where in fact most markets are. All right, there are two firms. And we're interested in two things here. We're interested in what's going to happen in these markets. And then from a welfare point of view, from a policy point of view, we're interested about whether this is good for consumers or good for producers or what. All right, how this relates to profits and consumer surplus. All right, so with that in mind, let's just set the game up. So the players in this game are two firms. Two firms. And the strategies in this game for the firms, and this is going to turn out to be important, the strategies are the quantities that they produce of an identical product. All right? So they are the quantities they produce, or each of them produces, of an identical product. So as far as the consumers are concerned, these two products are perfect substitutes. You could think of these as two companies producing bottled water. And now I'm going to get hundreds of letters saying not all bottled waters are the same, especially from Italians and the French, but never mind. Let's pretend that they are. All right? So just to emphasize that the strategies are quantities, rather than using S, let me use Q today to be the strategies. So QI and Q minus I, or Q1 and Q2 will be the strategies. All right? Now I need to give a little bit more structure on the payoffs before I get to the payoffs. So in particular, I need to tell you what is the cost of production. And the cost of production in this game is simply going to be C times Q. All right, so if I produce 1 unit, it costs me C. If I produce 2 units, it costs me 2C. If I produce 100 units, it costs me 100C. And if I produce 0.735 units, it costs me 0.735C. And so on. All right? So for those people who took intro economics, which is most of you, this is a game, or this is a setting in which we have constant marginal costs. Constant marginal cost. The constant marginal cost is C. All right, and I'll need to tell you about how prices are determined in this market. So prices are determined as follows. Prices depend on some parameters I'm just going to call A and B. And let me write the equation and then we'll see what it looks like. So basically the idea is that the more these firms produce, so the more is the total quantity produced, Q1 plus Q2, the lower is the price in the marketplace for this product. All right? And let's just draw a picture of that. We'll come back to this in a minute. Let's draw a picture which we can keep for later. Actually, let's save myself some time and bring this down. All right. So this equation I've just written, you can imagine Q1 plus Q2, total quantity on the horizontal axis, and you could imagine price on the vertical axis. And basically what we're saying is that prices depend on total quantities as follows, where the slope of this line is minus B. All right? Now for those of you who took Economics 115 or equivalent, what is the name of this line I've just drawn? Okay, that was way fewer responses than I wanted. All right, let's try again. What's the name of this downward sloping, hint, hint, line that I've just drawn? It's a demand curve. Thank you. It's a demand curve. All right. This is the demand. It tells me, if I look at the other way around and look at how prices correspond to quantities, it tells me the quantity demanded at any given price. All right? We'll come back to that in a second. But meanwhile, let's just finish up what we're doing here and put in payoffs. So payoffs for these firms are going to depend on profit. So the payoffs, the firms aim to maximize profit, and profit is going to be given by P times Q minus, sorry, let's do this for firm 1, all right? Let's be careful here. Let's do this for firm 1. I'll do firm 2 in a second. So the payoff for firm 1, as it depends on the quantity that she produces and the quantity that the other firm produces, is going to be prices times the quantity that firm 1 produces minus costs times the quantity that she produces. All right? All right. So this term here is revenues. This term here is revenues, and this term here is total costs. Right? Revenues minus costs makes profits. And again, for those people who are less familiar with economics, I'm hoping this is not going to be too hard, but you can read up on it otherwise. All right? And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to substitute in for prices. All right? So I've got this expression for prices here. Here it is. And I want to plug it into that P there. Okay? All right? So I'm just going to rewrite it now with that P expanded out. All right? So I'm going to get, and I'm going to multiply out at the same time. So I'm going to have A Q1 minus B Q1 squared minus B Q1 Q2 minus C Q1. Right, so all I'm doing here, nothing particularly exciting, I'm simply plugging this expression in for P, and then I multiplied the whole thing out because it was all multiplied by Q1. And I should warn you again that I'm very likely to make mistakes when I'm doing this kind of thing, so please catch me if I do. All right? So here I have a new expression for firm 1's profit, and I could do the same for firm 2, But I'm not going to because that would get boring. Okay? All right, so this is just firm 1's profit. Okay, now with this in hand, what I want to do is, and firm 2 have a similar expression, what I want to do is I want to figure out the Nash equilibrium of this game. Right, now I will need the other board. I want to figure out the Nash equilibrium of this game. Both firms are producing quantities, both firms are trying to maximize profit, and I want to find out the Nash equilibrium. How do I go about that exercise? What do I need to do to find each firm's Nash equilibrium? How do we always find Nash equilibrium when we're not guessing? What do we do? Anybody? Somebody way over there who's going to be way off camera, but perhaps we can get a mic in there. Can we get him? Sorry, he's way in the corner there. Come this way along so a bit closer to the aisle. There you go.
Well, we would just delete the, we would iteratively delete dominated
strategies. Okay, we could do that. We could do that. We could try iteratively deleting dominated strategies and see if that process converged. I had something else in mind here, something that's more straightforward. What else? So the guy in red?
Identify the best responses of each player as a function of the others and find out where they intersect.
Okay, so that was correct. Let's say it more loudly. Shout.
Identify the best responses of each player as a function of the others and find out where they intersect.
Okay, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to figure out player 1's best response quantity to each possible choice of player 2. And then we're going to flip it around and figure out player 2's best response quantity to each possible choice of player 1. And then we're going to see where those coincide, where they cross. Right? So just like we've done several times before. All right? So what I need to do then is I need to figure out what is player 1's best response for each possible choice, Q2, of player 2. All right? So how do I do that? How do I do that? I want to find the best response. How do I do that? Everyone's looking like this is, but I bet you all know, really. Anybody? Do you want me to cold call somebody? No. There's somebody, yeah. Sorry, mate, it's athletic day for you. Somebody way at the back there. Sorry. Stand up and shout.
Find the best response function by differentiating this and maximizing the function for every Q2. So
okay, good. So what we're going to do is, all right, good. We're trying to maximize. But the best response is going to maximize these profits. All right. So in particular, what we're going to do to find out what quantity Q1 maximizes these profits for each choice of Q2, we're going to differentiate this with respect to Q1, and then what? And then set it equal to 0. Okay. So again, let me just take a look out there. How many of you remember this? We did this once before already, this class. How many of you remember this from your high school calculus days or from 112? Yeah, quite a number of you actually remember it. Okay, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to differentiate this thing to find a first order condition. We're going to differentiate with respect to Q1. Right, the thing we're trying, our control variable, the thing we're trying to maximize the thing with respect to, and set it equal to 0. All right, so what I'm going to get, so this term here, AQ1, is going to become an A, and this term here, minus BQ squared, is going to become a 2BQ1, and this term here, minus BQ1, Q2, is going to become a minus BQ2, and the last term, minus CQ1, is going to become a minus C. All right, everyone happy with that? So what I did was I differentiated this fairly simple function with respect to Q1, and since I want to find a maximum, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this thing equal to 0. All right, so at my maximum, I'll put a hat over it to indicate this is the argmax. At my maximum, I'm going to set this thing equal to 0. Now, but just since we're being nerdy in this class, despite our attempts to go dating, we're being nerdy, let's actually be a little bit careful. This was a first order condition, or a first order necessary condition. I actually need to check the second order condition. So how do I check the second order condition? I differentiate again, right? I differentiate a second time and check the sign. So the second order condition, I differentiate this expression again with respect to q1. The only place q1 appears here is here. So when I differentiate again, I'm just going to get minus 2b. And sure enough, that's negative, which is what I wanted to know. That's just to check that when I'm finding this thing, I'm finding a maximum and not a minimum. All right, good. Good. OK, so this is our key expression. And I'm going to use this expression. I'm going to solve it for q1. So the best response for player 1 as a function of what player 2 chooses, q2, is just equal to the q1 hat in this expression. And if I solve that out carefully, I will no doubt make a mistake, but let's try it. I'm going to have a minus c over 2b minus q2 over 2. All right, so try that at home. But I think I did that right. So I took this to the other side, and I divided through by 2b, and the b here cancelled. All right, everyone just stare at that a second, make sure I get it right. I'm very, very capable of getting these things wrong. All right, good. So what I have here is an equation that tells me player 1's best response for each possible choice of player 2. All right? And I could do the same thing for player 2 to find player 2's best response for every possible choice of player 1. On the other hand, we know it, the math is going to be the same. So let's cheat. I know that player 2's best response for every possible choice of player 1, which if we'd done it would be q2 hat, is going to equal a minus c over 2b minus q1 over 2. Right? So I'm just flipping around the 2's and the 1's. So at this point, I've found player 1's best response as a function of q2. I found player 2's best response as a function of q1. And the way I did it, just to remember, the way I did it was I applied a little bit of 112 and or high school calculus. Right? Essentially single variable calculus. All right. Now, before we could just solve at this point, but it's not. Let's draw these. Let's draw these. OK? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my picture and draw these functions. I'll just remind ourselves what these functions are. It's a minus c over 2b minus q2 over 2, and equivalently for player 2. All right, that's the thing. It is hidden by the board now. What I want to do is I want to draw a picture a little bit like we did for the partnership game. So in the partnership game, we put efforts on these axes, and now I'm going to put quantities on these axes. So this is going to be the choice of player 1, and this is going to be the choice of player 2. And what I want to do is I want to figure out what this looks like. For each q2 that you give me, or that player 2 chooses, I want to find out and draw what is player 1's best response. All right, everyone happy with what I'm doing here? All right, so let's start somewhere. And what we're going to do is we'll refer back to this other picture, which is why I left it here. All right, so in particular, what would be player 1's best response if player 2 didn't produce at all? How will we find that? Without worrying about the economics of it a second, how will we find that just as a math exercise? So suppose player 2 doesn't produce at all. All right? What is player 1's best response? Someone read it off for me? When we cold call somebody out, you can just...
A minus c over 2b.
All right, so shout that out.
A minus c over 2b.
Good. So if I plug q2 equals 0 into here, this term disappears, right? And I just get a minus c over 2b. So what's that telling me? Let me put the 45-degree line in here. What's that telling me? It's if player 2 chooses not to produce, then player 1's best response is a minus c over 2b. Now I claim that that quantity, a minus c over 2b, actually has another name. What's the name of that quantity? What's the name of the quantity a minus c over 2b? Once we escape the algebra and just think about it in terms of economics. Well, let's think about it a bit. Let's go back to the previous picture. If player 2 is producing nothing, then what is player 1 effectively? He's a monopolist, or she's a monopolist, all right? So we know how to figure out monopoly quantities from what we did in 115, or equivalent courses. Let me finish the picture here. Here's my demand curve. Here's my constant marginal cost at C. All right, I want to use this picture on the left now to figure out what the monopoly quantity is. Can anyone tell me, let's cold call somebody again. Raise your hands if you took 115 or 110 or 150. Oh, no, I know more of you took it than that. It's a prereq for the class, right? Raise your hands if you didn't take any of those things. Right? All right, so Alec, keep your hand up. Cold call somebody who hasn't got their hand up. Anybody, go ahead. We'll pass in the back here. Do you want to tell me where's the monopoly quantity on this picture? Try the woman there. Try the woman one in. Yeah, that's where you are. The woman here. Yeah.
Oh no, I really don't remember.
Don't remember? Don't remember? Who else doesn't remember? Who else doesn't remember? Somebody must. Don't remember is a good reply if you're auditioning for to be the Attorney General, but it's not such a good reply. Anybody? Somebody help me out here. Where's the monopoly quantity on this picture? It's a good review exercise, this. Yeah?
It's where the marginal revenue is equal to the marginal cost.
Ah, it's where marginal revenue equals marginal cost. I should have picked on one of the SOM people, by the way. It's where marginal revenue equals marginal cost, right? The reason I should pick on the SOM people is their ambition in life is to run a monopoly, right? So, all right? Trouble is, I haven't drawn the marginal revenue curve yet, right? You can't actually see the marginal revenue here. What does the marginal revenue look like in this picture? Why don't we go to the same guy, the guy in brown? Where's the marginal revenue what's the marginal revenue look like in this picture on the left?
It's 1/2 the slope of the price.
Yeah, or I guess it's twice the slope, but that's fair enough. I know what you mean. All right, so the marginal revenue here, let's put it in a different color. The marginal revenue looks something like this. Right, and as, I don't know what your name is, as the guy said, the monopoly quantity is when marginal revenue equals marginal cost. All right, and as we know, this line here has twice the slope of the original line of the demand curve, so the slope of this thing is minus 2b. All right, now I'm going to claim that this monopoly quantity I claimed before, our intuition says if the other firm isn't producing, my best response must be to produce my monopoly quantity, which I can see on this picture. And I also claim that the math is telling me, just a kind of nerdy math is telling me, that that quantity is a minus c over 2b. And I claim that they're the same thing. How can I see they're the same thing? Well, look, here I have a line of slope minus 2. How far down does it have to go? It has to go a minus c down. This pink line has to drop off from A all the way to C. How far along do I have to go to drop off A minus C when I have slope minus 2b? Answer A minus C over 2b. Right? That's not even calculus, something you really all did at high school. All right? Okay, so this monopoly quantity is indeed A minus C over 2b. All right? Now I'm going to ask again, is some of this coming out of the fog? I mean, you may not have seen it with the algebra before, but some of this sort of pictures have you seen before? It's a good review exercise for some of you who have taken 150 and are about to take 150 or are there now. All right, so we found precisely 1 point on this best response picture, and there's a lot of points to find, and it's 20 past 12, so we're going to get going. All right, so let's try and find another point. All right, let's ask a different question. How much quantity would firm 2 have to produce in order to induce firm 1 not to produce at all? Say it again. How much quantity would firm 2 have to produce in order to induce firm 1's best response to be 0? right? Ali, help me out. It's Katie, right? Is that right? The woman in green. Let's get a mic to Katie. Oh, there's a mic closer by, isn't there? Oh, never mind. Sorry, Anne. Yeah.
A minus C over 2B.
All right. So that's just solving out the algebras. We're saying what Q solves A minus C over 2B minus Q2 over 2 equals 0, right? What Q2 makes this equal to 0, and Katie's answer is, solving out the algebra here, is that Q2 that solves this must be A minus C over B. All right? That's right. Where can I see that one on the picture, though? Let's go back to the economics. Right? So I'm claiming that there's some quantity up here. I claim this quantity is A minus C over B, such that if firm 2 produces that much quantity, firm 1 will just produce nothing. All right? But that's just kind of algebra and math. Where can I see it on this picture? What quantity, if produced by firm 2, would cause firm 1 to shut down on this picture? Yeah, let's get a mic in here. Sorry again.
That's where the marginal cost and the demand lines intersect.
All right, so it's here, right? It's here. It's where the marginal cost and the demand curve intersect. And what's the intuition? Well, let's work it out. Suppose firm 2 has produced all of this quantity up to here. All right, so firm 2 is already producing all of this quantity. So already, just from firm 2's production, the price has been driven all the way down to costs. All right? So if I'm firm 1, if I produce any more quantity, what's going to happen to the price? If I produce any quantity at all in addition to what's out there already, what's going to happen to the price? It's going to be pushed below costs. Right? So I'll be producing this stuff, this water, at cost C, and only getting P, which is now going to be less than C, in return. So I'll be losing money on any product that I produce. Everyone see that? I'll say it again. So if firm 2 produces all the way up to here, then any product produced by firm 1 is going to push prices even lower. In particular, they'll be lower here than costs, and so you'll make losses on that product. All right? What's the name, going back to Economics 115, what's the name for this quantity? The quantity where demand and marginal costs equal? That's the competitive quantity. All right? So this is the perfect competition quantity. In a perfectly competitive market, that's exactly where prices are going to end up. This is not a perfectly competitive market, but if it were, that's where prices are going to end up. All right? So we have the monopoly quantity here, and we have the competitive quantity here, and in between, what does this best response curve look like? Somebody? It's a straight line. It's a straight line. Thank you. All right? So in between, this is just a straight line. All right, so here is the best response of firm 1 to each possible choice of firm 2. All right, everyone's looking really like this was hard, but it can't be that hard. You've seen it, most of you have seen this before. All right, so if you haven't seen it before, don't panic. All I did was I did a little bit of calculus, a little bit of algebra, and then I drew the thing. I just drew the thing. All right. Okay, so this is firm 1's best response as a function of Q2. What is firm 2's best response as a function of Q1? Just before we get there, just to remind you, the way we read this is you give me a quantity of firm 2, I find firm 1's best response by going across to the pink line and dropping down. So if firm 2 produces this amount, then firm 1's best response is this amount. If firm 2 produces this amount, then firm 1's best response is this amount. All right? Now conversely, how do we find firm 2's best response as a function of Q1? What does that look like? Yeah, you want to get the two guys in front of you?
It's
Shout it out.
symmetrical. It's
symmetrical across the 45-degree
All right, it's reflected across the 45-degree line. So let's reflect these 2 points. This will be here, and this will be, I'll be a bit more careful. I missed by a mile. Let me just try again. Yeah, I missed by a mile, which is a problem in drawing my lines, but never mind. All right, so this will be the monopoly quantity for firm 2, and this is the competitor quantity for firm 1. All right, so if I'd drawn that better, it would look as if this was half of this distance. Right? I didn't draw it well. Try and draw it better in your notes. All right? All right, so this is A minus C over B, and this is A minus C over 2B. So this distance and this distance are meant to be the same, and the way I've drawn it, these don't look the same at all. All right. And the way we read this green graph is you give me a choice of firm 1, Q1, I go up to the green line and go across, and this tells me the best response for firm 2. All right. So at this point, how many of you have seen this picture before? Good many of you have seen it before. All right. So I think we can really cold call somebody for this one. All right. So somebody tell me, and pick some time to cold, when you cold call somebody, anybody, can you close by? There we go. Okay, okay. So here's the tough question. What's the Nash equilibrium on this picture?
Where the green and the pink line intersect.
All right, where the green and the pink line intersect, all right? All right, so this must be the Nash equilibrium. All right, that wasn't hard, right? Okay, okay. All right. Now, okay, so why, well, let's go back again. Why is this the Nash equilibrium? Because at this point, as in the partnership game, we saw a similar thing. As in the partnership game, where the best responses intersect is where player 1 is playing a best response to player 2, and player 2 is playing a best response to player 1. So this is the Nash equilibrium in this Corno game. All right, let's do a little bit of algebra just to make sure we can find this thing. All right, so what we're going to do is set these two things equal to each other. Put in stars here. So at the Nash equilibrium quantities, I shouldn't really do this, but never mind. At the Nash equilibrium quantities, I'm going to have Q1 star is equal to A minus C over 2B Q2 star, etc. And Q2 star is equal to A minus C over 2B Q1 star over 2. All right, and now I'm going to solve this out by setting Q1 equal to Q2, since I know the game is symmetric. I know we're on the 45-degree line. All right? So all I have to do here to do this algebraically is to solve out these equations. So let's try and do that. So putting Q1 in here, right? If I substitute Q1 in here, what will it give me? It'll give me Q1 star is equal to A minus C over 2B minus Q1 star over 2. Let's multiply both sides by 2. I'll get 2 Q1 star is equal to A minus C over B minus Q1 star. Take that to the other side. I have 3 Q1 star is equal to A minus C over B. And finally, divide by 3. Q1 star is equal to A minus C over 3B. All right, so that crossing point actually occurs at A minus C over 3B. And again, I'm going to look desperately at my TAs, check I didn't screw that up. I think I didn't screw that up. All right, so this is sometimes called the Corno quantity. Now this game of imperfect competition between two firms competing in quantities was thought up and studied by a French economist called Corno almost 100 years before Nash. Right? So 100 years really before the invention of game theory. Right? Someone had figured out this answer for this game. All right. Okay, so what do we know so far? I'll leave the algebra there. Transfer it up here. Q1 star equals Q2 star equals A minus C over 3B. All right. So far we've been working pretty hard, and we haven't, I guess, learned a lot. We just kind of solved the thing out. Now we get to draw some lessons out of this thing. All right, so everybody who's feeling a little bit shell-shocked from having been doing algebra and calculus and drawing pictures and feeling like they've been cheated into taking a class that looks far too much like economics, calm down. We're going to actually talk about it now, okay? All right. So one thing to remark about this game, one thing we've learned immediately, is that this game is different in a significant way. It's different from the partnership game. I mean, obviously it's different because it's about something different, but I mean, in terms of the game theory, it's different. It's different from the partnership game. It's different from the investment game. What is it that's different about this game from the what's the obvious thing, just looking at this picture, that makes it different from the partnership game? In the partnership game, the best response lines sloped up. Is that right? The more I did of my strategy, the more the other player did as a best response. In the investment game, the more likely I was to invest, the more you wanted to invest. All right? But in this game, we have the exact opposite. The more player one produces, the less player two wants to produce. And the more player two produces, the less player one wants to produce. All right? So this game is a game not of strategic complements, but of strategic substitutes. And I want to be careful here. It's not that these goods are substitutes. I mean, clearly that's also the case, right? If both these firms are producing bottled water and it's identical, right, then the goods themselves are substitutes. That's not the point I'm making here. Strategic substitutes is a statement about the nature of the game. So strategic substitutes is telling me that my strategy is a strategic substitute of your strategy if the more I do of my strategy, the less you want to do of yours, and conversely, the more you want to do of your strategy, the less I want to do of mine. All right? Okay. Now let's come back to the question we started with, which is to do with profits and so on in society. We know that if these players play these games, at least if we believe in Nash equilibrium, then they're going to produce these quantities. They're going to produce here. All right? But let's ask a different question. Each of these firms is trying to maximize profit. All right? But how about the total profit in the industry? Right? So each of these firms, we know by the fact they're playing a best response, is maximizing their profits, taking as given what the other firm's doing. But how about total industry profits? Are they being maximized here? Who thinks total industry profits are being maximized? Who thinks total industry profits are not being maximized? All right, good, good. So shout out. Okay, so total industry profits are not being maximized. Where on the picture, let me get another bit of cold calling in here. Where on the picture maximizes total industry profits? Where on the picture maximizes total industry profits? We had him before. Someone else. Yeah. No idea? No idea? People taking the fifth here? Yeah, the guy in there. Yeah.
Is it at the monopoly?
At monopoly, exactly. So clearly, if we produce the monopoly quantity, by definition, the monopoly quantity maximizes total industry profit. So, for example, if firm 2 shut down and firm 1 produced its monopoly profits, its monopoly quantity, that would maximize firm profits. And conversely, if firm 1 shut down and firm 2 produced its monopoly quantity, that would maximize industry profits. All right. Where else on this picture maximize industry profits? So this point maximized industry profits, and this point maximizes industry profits. Where else maximizes industry profits? Anybody? Well, how about all the points in between? Here, firm 1 produced nothing, and firm 2 produced the monopoly quantity. And here, firm 2 produced nothing, and firm 1 produced the monopoly quantity. But you could also just split the monopoly quantity, for example, half-half at this point here. All right? So if the firms wanted to make more money, one thing they could do is they could sign an agreement saying, why don't each of us produce not our Cournot quantity, but produce half monopoly profits. Sorry, half the monopoly quantity. And that would produce this much each. All right, so firm 1 would be producing half its monopoly quantity, and firm 2 would be producing half its monopoly quantity. All right, so what's wrong with that agreement? So here they are. They're 2 water companies, so they're Poland Spring and Coca-Cola, I guess, these days, have signed this agreement saying that each one's going to produce half monopoly quantity. And what's going to go wrong with that agreement? Yeah, the guy in red.
First of all, it's illegal.
It's illegal. It's illegal, right? So even without there being an attorney general, somebody might be awake in the Justice Department and notice that that's actually illegal. All right? It's illegal to sign an agreement, to sign a contract saying you're going to restrict quantities. It's illegal, so they can't sign that as a contract, but hey, they could just agree to do it. Right? So Coca-Cola and Poland Spring could just agree to produce half the quantity of water each. All right? What might go wrong in that agreement? Let's just suppose that that game's just being played once for now. All right? And suppose that this is Coca-Cola's quantity and this is Poland Spring's quantity. And suppose you're the manager of Poland Spring, right? So water is coming out of the ground in Maine for you. All right? And you know that this Coca-Cola guy is going to produce this quantity here. All right? So this is QM over 2. QM over 2. All right? So let's pick on our 2 managers. Let's have 2 people who've spoken before. So the guy in the red shirt's name is Steve, and I guess in red he should be the Coca-Cola guy, all right? All right, and let's pick on our Jimmy Stewart from last week, whose name is Patrick, right? Can I get a mic on Patrick, all right? All right, so Steve and Patrick are respectively the managers of Coca-Cola and Poland Spring, and here he is, right? And Patrick believes that the Coca-Cola manager is going to, maybe we should just make this Coke and Pepsi. It's 2 identical, they're near enough identical, all right? So these are Coke and Pepsi. That will confuse me less. All right, so Patrick, our manager of Pepsi, believes that Coca-Cola is going to produce this quantity, and he's agreed to produce this quantity. What is Patrick actually going to do? Patrick, what are you going to do?
So I should cheat and pick the quantity on my best response line that's much farther out, so I'll produce more than that quantity. All
right, so Patrick, being Jimmy Stewart or not, actually when he's when he's playing the manager of Pepsi, is going to produce more of this undrinkable liquid and produce this quantity here. All right, so what is this? This is Patrick's best response to the other guy producing the monopoly quantity. All right? All right, so Patrick's response in Pepsi is to overproduce relative to the monopoly quantity, actually overproduce even relative to the Cournot quantity, right? And produce all the way out here. Okay, so Patrick's producing here, but what about Mr. Coca-Cola guy? All right? Now, Mr. Coca-Cola guy knows Patrick pretty well. You know, they've been in the same industry for a while, and Mr. Coca-Cola guy, whose name is Stephen, presumably knows that Patrick is actually going to produce this quantity. Sorry, this quantity. So, Stephen, what should you produce?
Increase my own production to match my best response line.
Good. So Stephen, anticipating that Patrick is going to think that Stephen's a sucker, but Patrick's going to cheat on him and produce too much, Stephen's going to produce a best response to that, and he's going to produce this quantity here. So what is this? This is player 2's best response to player 1's best response to player 2 producing half monopoly output. All right? But Patrick knows Stephen pretty well, and he knows those guys who run Coca-Cola are pretty smart guys. So Patrick knows that the guy who runs Coca-Cola is going to anticipate that the guy who runs Pepsi is going to cheat on the guy who runs Coca-Cola. And hence the guy who runs Coca-Cola is going to play a best response to Patrick's cheating quantity. So what quantity is Patrick going to produce?
So I reduce my production then, and I'll end up pretty close to the Cornell equilibrium.
All right, so you're going to go to here. So this point here is, I don't even write this, this is the best response of player 1 to the best response of player 2 to the best response of player 1 to player 2 producing half monopoly output, and there are lots of brackets here. All right? And can anyone see where this process is going? Anyone see where this process is going? Right? It's going back to the Nash equilibrium. Right? Each of them is trying to play a best response to what they anticipate the other person's going to do. And in this game, if they keep on doing that, it's going to drag them back to Nash equilibrium. I want to be careful here. This won't be true of all games. But in this game, playing best response to each other, figuring out that in fact the other guy is going to cheat on me, or the other guy is going to anticipate that I'm going to cheat on him, or the other guy is going to anticipate that I'm going to anticipate that he's going to cheat on me, etc., will eventually drag us back to the Corno quantity. All right? So it's going to be pretty difficult for us to sustain this joint monopoly output, this collusive agreement. We can't let the courts enforce it. We're Coca-Cola and Pepsi, so we really don't want to bring the mafia in. Although maybe we do, I don't know. All right, so basically, we're stuck with this verbal agreement, and we both have an incentive to cheat and produce more, whatever it is, sugar water. All right. Okay. Now, in practice, this is not the only problem facing two firms who are trying to produce the monopoly output. Right? In practice, when firms try and have these agreements, which are not contracts, to try and produce joint monopoly output, what else goes wrong? What else goes wrong? So you could imagine some firms trying to have an agreement. We know they can't sign a legal agreement, but let's take that off the table. So, for example, in around 1900 in America, or a little bit earlier, let's say 1880 in America, it really isn't clear that it was illegal to write agreements to say, we'll restrict quantities. Right? So firms did used to write that kind of agreement, but still something went wrong. What went wrong? So we're getting a little bit further away from the game and more back into the real world now. What kind of things went wrong? I want to get somebody who's nearer a mic. Can I get the woman here with the Yale shirt?
Without a contract, there's no means of enforcement.
All right, so it might be that, again, there's a problem with enforcement, although actually in 1880 in America, it's not clear that they couldn't have enforced that contract. All right, so one problem is unenforceability, right? But that might, far enough ago, that might have been a problem. What else? The guy next to, yeah?
If they're not at the competitive output, they could undercut price and take the entire market.
Let's be careful. We'll come back to that next time. But right now we're competing in quantities, all right? So we're not fixing prices here. We're not even naming prices. We're just producing Coca-Cola and Pepsi and, for want of a better word, spewing it out into the market. All right, what else goes wrong here? Well, one thing that goes wrong is that suppose Coke and Pepsi were able to either to write a contract or whatever to sustain joint monopoly output at this high price, this price which is, producing positive profits in the industry. It is going to turn out, therefore, that prices are going to be above costs. These firms are making a lot of profits. What do you think is going to happen in this industry? This industry that's got a lot of profit around it. What's going to happen in this industry? Yeah, the guy in the blue shirt here. Ali, this guy here.
Another competitor could join the market.
All right, another firm is going to come in and produce a similar product. So Dr. Pepper or something, is that the third one? Someone else is going to come in and produce cola in this industry. And that's exactly what happened in the US at the turn of the last century. Companies did produce agreements to restrict, for example, the production of paper, and the production of rubber, and the production of steel, and the production of iron, and the production of railway lines, actually, even quite complicated things. And sure enough, what you see very quickly emerging is new entrants entering the market to say, hey, these firms are restricting their quantities, we can get in there and make money. Right? So a competitive fringe of firms is going to enter and drive prices down. Now, I talked about that in 1900 America, whereas that happened in the 20th century more dramatically. So we know the early example in sort of golden age America, but where else do we see a competitive fringe enter when there was a collusive agreement to keep prices, keep quantities down. So airlines, okay, good. So airlines is an example. We've seen that. Where else? Oil is probably the classic example. Airlines is a good example. Okay. So in oil, we all know that in the late 60s, early 70s, OPEC was formed precisely to restrict quantity among the major oil-producing countries, and very quickly we see companies other countries take advantage of this to start producing oil profitably. So who were the competitive fringe against OPEC? Anybody? Well, the Brits were, for a start. The Brits, England started, well, Scotland I should say, Britain anyway, started producing oil in the North Sea. Lots of countries in Latin America started looking and finding oil. And of course, Russian oil started being very, very profitable. All right, so there are various reasons why it's hard to maintain this collusive agreement. One is there's an incentive to cheat, and another is that other firms are going to enter. But before we leave this, let's just pose the question we started with. Suppose, in fact, we do end up back at the Cournot quantity. So here we are back at the Cournot quantity. All right. How does this quantity compare, and how do therefore do prices compare, and how do profits compare with monopoly prices on the one hand and competitive prices on the other? All right. So we know the quantity that's going to be produced. We figured that out. Here it is. We know that the quantity is going to be produced. Each firm is going to produce A minus C over 3B, and there are two such firms, so the total quantity produced in the market, the total quantity will be 2A minus C over 3B. All right? How does that compare to the monopoly quantity? Well, the monopoly quantity was A minus C over 2B, and the competitive quantity was A minus C over B. Just to remind you of those, they're on our picture. Here's A minus C over 2B, and here's A minus C over B. So this is the total quantity produced in this equilibrium, in this Cournot-Nash equilibrium. How does it compare to the monopoly quantity and to the competitive quantity? Anybody? A little bit of just staring at the board, which of these is bigger? So I claim that this total quantity being produced is less than the competitive quantity, but more in total than the monopoly quantity. All right? I was about to get that the wrong way around. That's right. Right? The total quantity being produced is less than would be produced under perfect competition, but more than would be produced under monopoly. And consequently, prices are going to go the other way. Right? And consequently, prices are going to be highest under monopoly, lowest under competition, and somewhere in between in this Cournot situation. All right? So from the point of view of the producers, this Cournot equilibrium is worse than monopoly, but better than perfect competition. And from the point of view of the rest of us, the consumers, this Cournot quantity is worse than perfect competition, but better than monopoly. All right? The only rider on that being if they're producing Coca-Cola and you have any kind of concern for your teeth, maybe you shouldn't produce so much anyway. All right. So far what we've done is we've looked at this sort of classic, I admit, not the most exciting game in the world, but a classic application of game theory to imperfect competition. Next time, I'm actually going to take this a bit further, but I'm going to leave this game behind and look at other ways in which we can study imperfect competition using game theory.